Welcome back, everyone, to Heroes CCL, and happy Mother's Day if you're over here in North America. My name is Bahamut. I am joined by Grubby and McIntyre. Boys, are you ready for more Heroes of the Storm action after after all of the awesome games we had yesterday, Grubby?
I am not ready for it. I would very much like some technical difficulties to drag this on for another 15 minutes so we can talk before any of that stressful games start, because I just had a very difficult game in Storm League. I know you understand, Mac.
Yeah, I actually was able to catch Grubby's game. Sadly, he did lose with an Azmodan on his team, so that really hurts. But it was Towers of Doom, so it is a map that you can't just go core, right?
So what we're saying is we need to see Azmodan today in the CCL broadcast to redeem.
That is what I am ready for.
I think I'm following absolutely on what we want to do with this one. But thank you all for joining us for Heroes CCL. Welcome back into our Sunday as we have two more amazing best of fives for you all today. At the bottom of the screen, you can see that we have Chili Mountain going up against Storm Esports, but we got a little bit of stuff to go through before that. So let's go ahead and check on that prizing and see how that's developed since yesterday's games. It is just always, as I say, so cool to watch the prizing go up, and thank you all for the support that you are providing to CCL as well from the Heroes of the Storm community. You can see that 60% of that will go over to the players. You can see that breakdown on the left-hand side with first place taking 35% of that. Now, we want to be transparent, as always, with all of you at home, so you know where that other 40% is going. It builds out amazing graphics like you see on screen, as well as it gives us opportunities to, well, increase our production size and crew. So we thank you all at home so much for supporting Heroes CCL. If you would like to check out the custom Matcherino page, you can type in !prize pool in chat and find out more information for that. But I gotta say, it's always super exciting to see that prize pool go up, as I've mentioned. And I do have a little incentive for you all at home today. If we do hit $7,000 in total donations before the broadcast end, I have been approved by the league commissioner to bring Bandit on stream to give him a treat for you all. Ooh. So that is your incentive today, chat. If we can hit that $7,000, we'll keep you up to date on that number as it does progress. But let's continue to talk about Heroes of the Storm. We've talked a lot about the prize pool. We had so much cool action yesterday, and I'm still kind of reeling from just all of the results in a sense. I know we had a 3-0 and then a 3-1, but I want to kind of just check in with both of you. We've had, about 24 hours or so. Is there anything that's really standing out to you, McIntyre, from yesterday that you're like, man, that was the play, or, that was the one thing that I want to watch again?
I don't think anything stood out too far. It is, interesting, and today we will also see it as well. The pack kind of will begin to separate, right? The top will be the top and the bottom will be the bottom. But it is safe to say that we are still at the beginning of the season, so what's exciting about that is that while the results are starting to show, the teams still have a lot of time to grow, right? There's still a lot of season ahead of us. So while the results may stick, and Grubby always harps on the first games are just as important as the last, they truly are. There is still a lot of time to grow for these rosters, and kind of that's what's exciting to see today. Who's showing up, who's on top here at the beginning of the season.
Want to ask the same kind of question to Grubby. Any expectations for today, or anything you're excited from yesterday?
Well, I hope that we're going to see Gia today playing for Chili Mountain. I felt that he played stronger and the team had more direction when he played in the icebreaker tournament, and they had a pretty good run than when Caterpillar played last weekend. I don't know if it was an off weekend for Cato or not, or if it's a kind of team dynamic thing, but when we jumped in on comms together, Bahamut, we did also notice that there was a more coherent shot calling from Gia, a little bit more energy and direction, and Cato was relatively quiet. That can have any number of reasons, can be your personality, or can be like you had an off day or whatever, but I really like Chili under Gia. Hope we're going to see that. If we do, I think we'll see a bit more direction. As for Storm, just excited to see the continuation of their legacy after their 3-0 victory last week.
Last week, yes, Storm did take that 3-0 victory against Granite Gaming, and Granite, as we mentioned yesterday, lost against Oxygen as well. Just Granite, not able to innovate enough just yet. We'll see what they're able to do in week number 3, but I agree with you. Storm Esports, a very, very strong team. Excited to see what they're able to do this week up against Chili Mountain, and I also resonate with you. I would like to see some tanking changes. Nothing against Cattle from my book. It's just different play style, different leadership styles, and maybe that aggressive shot calling or maybe energetic shot calling is necessary to bolster Chili Mountain going into their first best of 5, the first best of 5 of the day. I will have to kind of see. It feels like it's a little bit on the shoulders of Chili Mountain here to be able to do this. But as I mentioned, we do have 2 awesome best of 5s for you today. Chili Mountain up against Storm Esports, and then that marquee matchup. We talked about it a bunch yesterday. I've talked about it all week. I'm sure you two are excited about this as well. Simplicity versus WildHeart Esports. The reason we're harping on this one so much is that this is a rematch from the grand finals of Season 1 of CCL. This is where WildHeart could try and find a little revenge from Season 1 after Simplicity had that amazing gauntlet run and then took the entire season. I gotta say, Simplicity was on fire last season. We'll see if they continue up against WildHeart today. I want to get your thoughts, though, on that second matchup, McIntyre. I know we're not there just yet, but, any excitement, any expectations for that Simplicity versus WildHeart game?
I think that both of these teams are, while they are at the top, they play very different strategy and style, right? One build that I actually want to highlight, and I was able to talk with Zergling about it for a little while. It was funny, Zergling, Liam, and me were all having a conversation about Yrel, and one thing that he does on Yrel is he goes Hammer Talon at 7, and he said that he would die on that hill. Like that was his talent. He was by it, instant mount at 7 is really good. Liam opting to go E at 7. And Zergling is a player who wants to go W at 7. So it's kind of like a peel, protect a person comp. I really like the build a lot. I think Zergling is a standout player for that team. And it's something that I wanted to highlight, that he's a player who makes a build and sticks to it, right? Even though it's not meta. And I really do like that.
It's really, really exciting, and I want to see the innovation for that game. But let's dial things back and let's talk about this first best of 5 of the day. We've got Chili Mountain going up against Storm Esports, and looking over on this Chili Mountain roster, we've talked about this, and this is the expectation, or not expectation that we're setting maybe, but this is maybe the hype that we're excited for, is we'll see potentially Gia coming in instead of Cattle, and we have Burgled, Banana, Azerite, and Make for that roster. Grubby, who are we seeing on the opposing side of the battlefield, and anything that you're excited for Storm? Do you maybe roster changes or even just play style?
I think we're going to see the top 5 playing. Kepi has shown some great Raynor and Mephisto. True. BBJ is great on every healer. I'm still getting to know IB Tinks a bit more, but he looked good. Dequaza is just like an unflappable solo laner. And Lauber is a great tank, though we do see that Storm sometimes sacrifices him, if we can put it that way, in order to achieve the greater good. That means he's not going to be that zero-death player usually, but he is achieving great things sometimes with his body. But he doesn't play it as safely, the tank, I would say, as, for instance, X-Ray or Bad Benny. Maybe especially X-Ray is a very passive tank, not in a bad way.
I agree. I think X-Ray very much looks for the impactful, meaningful moments when they use their abilities rather than just, trying to make a play as that tank. We saw a lot of X-Ray yesterday leading the charge in a sense on that Diablo, doing that very, very well. So I agree with you.
For sure.
It's just a different play style. I don't think it's wrong by any means. It's just a different adaptation, especially when you're coming from the main role of being a healer. I think that's a really cool point, Grubby. It's big to note that we have X-Ray, who was a Season 1 healer, now coming in as this main tank for Season 2. I think that's just a really, really key thing to bring out from that player. As we go ahead and continue to talk about these rosters, we can also talk about the map that we're heading to. This is going to be the map choice of Chili Mountain, taking us to Infernal Shrines. But if you're wondering how we got here, Storm Esports won the coin flip, opting for first pick priority, banning out Garden of Terror, and Chili Mountain banning out Dragon Shire. So no Garden of Terror for this best of 5 series, but we could see that Alterac Pass map, McIntyre, as we haven't had any Alterac Pass, I feel like, at all. Maybe, has there been one? I'm trying to go through my notes really quickly. Have we had?
I want to say that there was one.
There is one, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a new map in the pool for sure, and to be able to play it here, seems like that means both teams are prepared for it, at least to possibly be picked, opting to not ban it. Or, like we talked about yesterday, maybe the maps that they banned, they just don't want to play at all. And if Alterac does show up, they'll play it, right? But we are going to be going into Infernal Shrines here, a map that I want to say at this point, if you're not comfortable with in the CCL, then you probably shouldn't be here. It is the standard for competitive heroes, and we are going to be starting it off here with a Cassia ban. A lot of domination on that hero last week, yesterday. Just probably the highest, strongest ranged in the game, I'd say right now, Grubby.
Yeah, not longest range, but yeah, like one of the most versatile, highest damage, tanky ranged. And also, it looks like they did their homework, Storm. Cassia was used in all 3 of Chili Mountains' games last week, even though Chili Mountain ended up losing. Now, it looks, by the way, that Bergholt is the player that will not be participating today, whether it is experimenting on the lineup, or he wasn't available, not exactly sure, or they just straight up think it's the best. Cattle and Gia are both in the squad, so who will be main tank, who will be side lane or flex? That is going to be the big question.
I think if memory serves me right, Cattle might be a little more on the flexing side. I know there was, when the Junkrat had changes ages ago, he was just spamming that hero. So might actually see Cattle off of the main tank role today as we kick things off with this Lucio. I saw so much of the replays yesterday, or I was watching back the replays, and Lucio was just so impactful in so many of these games. McIntyre, I actually want to just give this back to you as we have this draft quickly evolving.
Yeah, I will say I hope that Cattle doesn't play Junkrat. I don't think the character is very good, even on Infernal Shrines. But the impact characters are all taken here, right? We have the Sonya Falstad. You have that global pressure. Sonya's incredibly good at mopping up the monkeys. Falstad can soak the side. Mei is a great ban here from the side of Chili Mountain 2 to protect the Sonya, right? Sonya has a really hard time when she gets stranded, and abilities like Ice Wall, the slow, even the knockback. These are all things that, whether or not Sonya has Wrath, they do affect her. But from the side of Storm, they have D.Va, which I would say is probably the second strongest on the objective for this map. And then that Tychus pick. This is a team that I think just prioritizes Tychus. It keeps you safe from that Deathwing pick that we saw yesterday from the side of 30k coming in as a last pick. And also just being safe, right? Odin is always going to be effective on the shrine on this map, and soaking and wave clearing is important, and Tychus does a really good job of it. The Stukov ban here from the side of Storm, great to stop the setup, right? The Varian combo, the silence pool to stop D.Va from jumping out of mech. And we're going to see Garrosh. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. Yeah. Very exciting.
Makes a lot of sense. You can toss away the D.Va explosion. Now you have Gust and you have the Garrosh Wrecking Ball that can throw it away. Garrosh, even though he has armor and Tychus likes to bypass armor, Garrosh is quite good into Tychus when Tychus is not in Odin form, because Tychus' short range means he is potentially flippable. We're going to use ETC to keep Tychus safe from that. Face Melt is a very powerful control tool against Garrosh. Nice pick. And another ETC. He's 2-0 so far in regulation season.
It's very true. The cow is still very meta for everyone that is wondering. And I also want to point out, too, for anyone wondering, the Garrosh cannot throw the Skeletal Defenders or the Monkeys, as we've also updated our CCL dictionary. Last pick, though, coming through from the side of Chili Mountain. Going to need a little extra damage, in my opinion, here. And it will be a Sylvanas for push power. Want to give this back over to McIntyre. We've seen our entire draft so far. What are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, this Sylph pick is really nice as a last pick. That blanket silence over the Lucio can somehow and sometimes just catch him off guard and kind of make a mistake out of a high five. Obviously, Lucio is unstoppable when he high fives, so that window may not always be met, but if it does, you know, it is impactful, right? Okay. Looking at the two drafts, though, for me, I am going to say this side of, I believe it's Storm has the Lucio pick. I hate that it's Lucio is so dominant, but Lucio is going to do a great job of protecting the D.Va and the Tychus on the objective. Hanzo throwing Qs, stealing up the skeletons, and then the ETC is quite literally just going to posture and exist so that Garrosh cannot play the game. He can't throw, he can't look for Qs or taunts. None of that is going to be possible because the ETC is there in position. I'm going to give this draft to Storm. I was just looking at the side of Chili Mountain. I mean, they have the Garrosh kind of going for them if he can find. But yeah, Storm's going to be the victor for me.
Alrighty, well, we have McIntyre calling for a Storm Esports victory, and I would side with you as well, my friend. I feel like there's a lot of utility, a lot of tools that Storm Esports can bring to the table, so we'll go ahead and see how this one pans out, and we'll get back to you, McIntyre, after this game, as we are here into Infernal Shrines, game number 1 of our first best of 5 of the day. On the right-hand side, we have Storm Esports. We've got Dequaza on the Diva, IB Tings will be on the Tychus, Lauber playing the ETC, Kepi going to be on the Hanzo, and we have Lucio played by BBJ. For the left-hand side of Chili Mountain, we're going to be looking at Cattle on the Garrosh, Banana on the Malfurion, Make playing the Sonya, Gia on Sylvanas, and Azerite on the Falstad. Now, Grubby, you know what we're thinking, but we don't know what's going on in that big brain of yours.
Most of it not being used, by the way. But what little I have contrived to this conclusion. Not a huge fan of Garrosh drafts, usually. He's a great defender, but he's not very good at attacking. Though that does kind of make sense on Infernal, where the objective is quite strong. I really like any draft with Lucio in it, and I love Diva on Infernal Shrines. I think Storm has a small lead, but it's not by much. Don't get too focused on the draft here, I would recommend on viewers. And let's focus on the excellent micro and macro plays that are sure to be headed this way. This is not a draft loss in either direction for sure.
I would agree with you 100% there, Grubby. The one thing I also wanted to point out, was going to be the level 1 for the Hanzo as well as Lauber. Lauber went into the party block, which we're seeing our ETCs go into more and more, but it makes sense with the auto-attack heavy-based composition of Chili Mountain, and that block party applies to friendly members as well. And you also have Redemption from Hanzo, so more auto-attack damage, but I don't think this is going to be full auto-attack, Grubby. I think we're going to see a bit of a hybrid from Kepi, maybe that explosive arrow at level 4 to help poke on onto these shrines. But you made a very, very good point, and that is the most important thing, Grubby. It's going to be rotations. Macro on Infernal Shrines is a key factor, as Cattle has sniffed out this camp, but it doesn't have enough friendly members around just yet to force something.
Now, Azerite going hard on Hanzo. Let's see how that trade goes. Not very well. Lucio hit him there with that sound wave. Got Falstad to heavily regret the last decision he made this live. And he dropped to 40%. And the damage on Kepi was quickly healed out. Nice control there by BBJ, making that certainly an impossible invasion. But the good thing is, Cattle never really tried too hard to go into that. He knew that wouldn't have been a good idea that early with the small XP deficit that they have as well. So, yep, just slow plays.
While we're in these sort of slow plays and we have these rotations waiting for our first objective to pop up in the bottom lane of Frozen Punisher, I want to get your thoughts on 10 talent tiers, Grubby, specifically on Garrosh. Do you think there's a possibility we could see Decimate, or do you think this is just Warlord's challenge through and through?
I think for Storm League, Decimate is the better choice, usually, except maybe when you see that you're in a high Grandmaster lobby, and you have to be really good on Garrosh to use it properly. Garrosh is actually not a super easy tank to play at the higher level, because people poke him down really good. Lucio and ETC will control him, his positioning, and his ability to engage, whereas Hanzo and Tychus are going to poke him down with grenades and shots. But I like Decimate on Storm League for that reason. But here, generally, you're going to try to get that one shot on someone, and Warlord's challenge is key for that.
Okay.
I really hope we're going to get Decimate sometime in CCL.
I
doubt it.
I'm looking at the compositions, and I'm just kind of piecing everything together. I'm like, there's maybe a small chance we get it. We'll have to see. Mecha Explosion was forced in the top lane from Azerite and Make. BBJ not able to sustain the mech. That's my assumption, at least. I don't expect Diva to use the mech to zone back a Falstad just in lane, but as we are...
just to clear the Bruiser camp as well and the whole wave. I guess it's a really fast, efficient way of doing it.
That's true.
And he's got no intention of using it on the objectives because he sees, hey, we're Storm Esports, we're winning that objective anyway.
Okay.
Who knows?
I mean, that's a really good point, because I was sitting here and I was like, well, wouldn't you want it for the objective? But I think you nailed that perfectly, Grubby. It's just we're already winning, and whoa, that's going to be a Hanzo out of position, probably from a Garrosh toss, the root from Malfurion as well. But first blood over to Chili Mountain.
Sorry, Chad, we missed Cattle's first skill here, the first blood. Hanzo most likely trying to get those redemption stacks. Don't know if it started with a root from Malf into a Cattle. That would make a lot of sense. Otherwise, how does Hanzo get that close to Garrosh?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you nailed that one, Grubby, once again. It's definitely like, okay, well, Hanzo, maybe you're a little too far forward trying to build up those stacks, which were reset to 0, but now Cattle, the one a little too far forward, will go down, trading out as Storm Esports invades the camp on the left-hand side to put some pressure in through mid lane. And speaking of mid lane, Grubby, Mortar Punisher will be the next Punisher for said mid. Oh, great use of vision over the wall. Oh, not enough.
Okay, BBJ. I mean, they got like what, 70% of the shield, so that's worth nothing because it regenerates. But this is a common move if you've got multiple vision creation tools to cheese the fountain with the Khazra in that manner. Oh, nice root, banana smurfing.
Just slowing down the BBJ rotations, putting a little threat on the map as 10 talent tiers are right around the corner, and I'm excitedly waiting. I doubt we'll get the decimate, but part of me is just hoping a little bit. We'll see here in about a half a level for Chili Mountain, but Storm Esports pressing the small advantage with this Impaler camp through bottom lane.
Yeah, is this to kill the fort or to give Kepi his second stack of redemption?
Oh.
Where he will finally have a level 1 talent. Bushman on a single target, and why not Arrow as well? Garrosh taking a lot of damage. Cattle though.
It took a lot to take down Cattle, and I feel like that was, well, yes, it did take a little bit of time. Oh, okay. I was going to say, at least Gia and Banana live, but with the Falstad going down in top lane and the fort getting picked off, this is momentum and a lot of just good experience to the side of Storm Esports. This is Storm Esports kicking off game 1 in a very comfortable driver's seat. I would almost say that it's Monka cruise control for them. Not even Monka, it's just cruise control.
Yeah. What does that mean? Cruise control? Like just automatic win?
You're coasting. You don't really. You take your foot off the gas. The car does all the calculations. Are you going up a hill? Maybe I'll speed up. Are you going down a hill? I'll slow down a little bit for you.
GG has been called at 6 minutes 27 by Bahamut. It's easy now. Hey, you didn't see my Asmodean game.
Oh
God! You didn't see my Asmodean game just now. It's never over in Heroes of the Storm. No cruise control, or at least there should be a human driver present as well. I'll accept it under those conditions. But yeah, Storm took down bottom forward. It's great. I agree, Bahamut. They're in a really good spot, building wise, and but Chili Mountain hasn't really played the game yet. You know what I mean? Like they got that 1 kill on Hanzo, but they lost the objective. Then a number of follow-up kills and deaths. They haven't never really used their heroics. They haven't engaged. And there we go. Power slide into everything.
Warlord's challenge, but it's counteracted by the Hanzo arrow. Sylvanas drops her Wailing Arrow as well, but it's pretty much disengaged from Storm Esports as Cattle, with Half-Life, is able to auto-attack into the minion wave, and this is looking once again like a Storm Esports Punisher, with Chili Mountain blowing everything they had to try and get a kill. Not blowing, just utilizing all of their abilities onto a hero to try and get a kill, and it just didn't work. They literally blew all their cooldowns, except for Wrath.
Yeah, that's true. And Wrath was actually on a cooldown, that's why it couldn't be used, so there was some damage missing as well. What Lauber did looked like an Inti move. Power slide forward, get tossed into the middle of the entire enemy team, and then he got taunted. Far away from his Lucio. Normally that should be a kill if you've got a real draft, and they have it. But Azerite wasn't there. His burst so required to be able to finish that off, and Sonya had no Wrath. So yeah, that didn't lead to a kill. They used everything, and then the gust was kind of weird.
Power slide mosh pit.
What is Azerite doing?
Maybe just trying to utilize some sort of defensive tool. I'm not sure. You know what it could have also.
He gusted them into his own fort.
You know what? I'm trying to think here. Like maybe it was one of those things where like they push Z and then pressed R mid-flight, so it was like queued up the moment they land to gust. Maybe it was that. I'm trying to throw logic to it.
That is a thing, and that is weird in HOTS sometimes.
Yes.
It's also the reason that when you EQ with Garage and someone face melts you, you'll do like the second command but not the first. It's a weird thing. Like when you see Garage like suddenly doing like a weird Q that doesn't connect on anything, it's because they EQ and he got interrupted usually. That is the thing, but a pro shouldn't do that. Same reason you shouldn't press Q 3 times in a row on Morganis, because you cannot interrupt it. Like even if you hit stop afterwards, those are going to get queued into the mechanics of the HOTS game engine system thing. But you shouldn't do that. So you fly in, and I think they're just kind of misreading the situation. Maybe Azerite thought he's going to be a little closer with his gust, trying to stop the mosh pit, blow up ETC. But it's not really been great so far by Chili Mountain. The fights, the opportunity creation, it looks like they have no chance, even though they've only been equal level down the most.
It's a little bit down here, but we actually have almost a 2-level lead as I'm looking at this experience starting to form. It's going to be less than that, but regardless, my point stands in the fact that we do have 16 talent here just about achieved by Storm. And Storm, reading the minimap as it is free in the game, there's no paid DLC for that one, able to see that the next Punisher will be top lane, know that it's going to be an Arcane Punisher, so with that advanced knowledge, Storm says, we have the talent advantage, let's push up, open up this top lane, and set up a potential win condition. Great toss with a big mecha explosion out. Hanzo's arrow will just kind of narrowly go by a few enemy members, and this fort is looking well defended by Cattle and crew.
Nice. So there's always been so much map pressure that one of the main ranged assassins, in this case both, are not present. And of course, they don't really want to be present. When you 5-man group as a team facing the other, you're expecting to be able to team fight. If you have no intention of doing so anyway, there's no point for you to be there. That's why Azerite is still mid. But it's been like that the whole game. I'm not exactly sure, because you look at Chili Mountain, they've got fantastic wave clear. So how come they're always belatedly needing to depush camps? How come it's not the other way around? They have better wave clear.
It just feels like, and I agree with you, I'm trying to also think about just why are they falling so far behind, and it just feels like Storm has the advantage almost in the macro. And you know what, Grubby, would you like to jump into Storm's comms to maybe hear how they're talking about all this?
Yeah, let's see how smooth they're orchestrating this lead so far.
We are chilling.
Only D.
Let's clear the wave. We don't know if we get the middle way. Maybe I can flag Garrosh here. Look at Garrosh. Okay, he threw me. Big arrow. Okay. We can win this if we play it slow. Like, they have no taps. Someone is Wrath.
I'm going on Shrine.
Look at their backline, is super low actually. What is your class?
I don't have buttons on you for like 5.
Look here, on Gia. Or this guy.
No,
Oui, je ski Sonia, je t'ai speed.
Yeah, Sonia on Shrine.
I'm getting
Je ski Sonia.
Oh!
Gia?
Look at Gia! Alright.
I have a slow on these. Oh, I'm gusty.
Kill him! Kill him!
Monkey Plaza.
Run him!
Speed.
Oh, banana, what the fuck? You really want that heal on? Slider.
I'm going on Shrine.
Your mic is real fucked for me, lover.
Yes, Sam.
Is it?
Yes. Who's right one?
Give me 4%.
Yeah, come.
What? We talk about Tom's comms all the time, and we can talk about Lobber and his microphone. But I love the, as you said, Grubby, as we went in, the orchestrated set of events. I mean, the way that they were calling those targets and able to just kind of push down each and every single one, very well played from the side of Storm Esports.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like they're kind of just running over Chili Mountain here.
Almost.
They did call out kill targets, but there was no real panic. There was no real pressure. The fact that they were doing some stream production quality improvements at the end of it while discussing Lobber's mic shows the level of zero stress that they have so far. I think that, more than anything, comes out of these comps, don't you think?
I absolutely agree. The level of just confidence and comfortability with each other as well. In just even Lauber, like I was watching their positioning, and Lauber wasn't even worried. He was like, oh, I'm thrown. I'm good. I'm over here. You know, oh, hey, there's a Sonya on the objective phase. Like it's great. And then the moment someone on the team sees an opportunity, that's the call. That's the kill target, and the members of Storm run it down, find themselves another Punisher. Grubby, with 20 talents here, just about here for the side of Storm, do you think they could end, or is this just more opening up the map and controlling the game?
Yeah, I think you definitely look for it. Like this has to be a game-winning moment here. It would be a major flop for Storm if it isn't. Maybe if you use Arrow too quickly when you are not able to follow up or anything, you may lose a little bit of opportunity. Scouting Arrow, I suppose, but this can still very much be an ending moment. Cattle wanted to step up, but like BBJ just high-fives Kepi, and Cattle just takes 80% of his life in damage. Can't do anything.
That was another thing that we heard in the comms a little bit from BBJ, was just confirming who he could high-five, but the core rush is being attempted by the side of Storm. The Punisher falling low. Commandeer Odin will snipe the kill onto Cattle. Make very low on this Sonya will go down with that mixing fire high-five of Lucio, and in the end is actually a triple kill with Azerite trying to barrel roll away, but the way is cut off by the members of Storm. Great gust out from Azerite to keep themselves alive. Diva, pilot form, will get picked off chasing Banana, and Storm gonna go ahead and give Malfurion a little dance party. BBJ almost knocking them out. The KDA is a little padded at the end, and this is going to be game number 1 over to the side of Storm Esports. GG. Very well played, Grubby.
Yeah, you too, Bahamut. It was very well played. It was very well played by Storm, but Chili Mountain did not play well, and I also don't feel the power of the garage pick here. Like, it feels like because of the tank difference, partially, Chili Mountain could do nothing, and Storm could do anything.
It does feel like a tank difference. And I want to bring McIntyre back in here to kind of pick his brain more on this. Grubby also did mention one thing, and I also want to ask you, Mac, about this.
Sure.
Why was Chili Mountain so far behind in Soak, in wave clear, when Grubby had mentioned, and I agreed with him, they've got Sonya, Sylvanas, Falstad. That should be enough.
I mean, if we look at the stats there, it was showing the DeQuaza's XP, right? His contribution. Yeah. He was just mopping up the map. I think just Diva alone being able to wave clear so efficiently was what kind of put Chili Mountain on that back foot. Also, the pressure that Storm was creating in the 4-man, right? That's forcing extra rotations to happen, them to have to bring extra resources, and then it's allowing DeQuaza to accelerate even more that experience lead. I also do want to highlight the solo kill that DeQuaza had on Falstad. That's pretty rough, and that will jump you ahead in experience, right? When your solo laner dies, not only do you lose that experience, he gains it. So the gap there is even greater. You have to have someone rotate to the lane to catch that experience. Maybe they get something else somewhere on the map. It's not good. It's just never good to die as a solo laner. That's my number 1 tip. I do want to kind of highlight Chili Mountain's draft. As Grubby said, the Garrosh, not as effective. He needed another friend that would cause some sort of threat, right? Chili Mountain drafts 2 passive damage dealers in the Sylvanas and the Falstad. While both of them do deal damage, they don't really create threat, right? They have no CC. They could have maybe gone mind control on the Sylvanas to try to create some sort of pick pressure. They could have drafted Thrall and wolfed the ETC over and over again so that the damage could follow up, right? ETC has a really hard time versus CC. That is like one of the things that constricts him from sliding away or Wing people away from him, because if you just root him or stun him in place, you can damage him, right? And the side of Chili Mountain had none of that. They had, I think, a root, a garage throw, and a gust. Like, there was no real hard CC there, right? To keep him in place to deal damage. And we saw every team fight. I mean, I don't even think that what Lauber did in that first fight was good. He slid in, got garage thrown, right? Taunted, and then just walked away. Like,
he should be dead against a normally functioning draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you cannot allow the Lucio to slide in, give the high five, and then just have them walk away. If you're going to draft Garrosh, you need to kill ETC on that sort of play. And as we saw, he was not punished, and the game just kind of blew away from there.
To be honest, during all that, if Falstad is there, gust away the other 4. And
He
Secret
still
Weapon
probably...
hits-
He might walk away, though, Grubby, because there's no CC, right?
Yeah, just
There's
taunt
nothing-
and then you Secret Weapon hit him a couple of times. Maybe there's a block party. Feels like he should die, but yeah, he already used Slide. That's
did
why
slide.
it was so inty. But because Falstad wasn't there, maybe he knew that the range of damage couldn't lock him down.
Sure.
But
The minimap was giving a lot of information over to Storm Esports as to how they could play into Chili Mountain, and it was really well played by Storm Esports. As we move into our second map, we're going to be heading over to Battlefield of Eternity. This will be the map choice of Storm Esports, Chili Mountain opting for that first pick priority as the losing team. I want to continue this conversation about CC, Grubby. Do you feel like Chili Mountain comes out and they say, okay, we can build a race composition, but we need to focus more on CC and single target lockdown? Do we maybe see that variant come back out? Maybe like a variant Chromie? And I know Chromie's not the best for Battlefield, but maybe you win the team fight, go and race, or what would you do, Grubby? Because I'm still trying to figure out what's the correction? How do you steer back into the correct course for Chili Mountain?
I think you want a little bit more initiative. The problem was having a slow tank like Garage that has no movement speed boosters on his team, which is very traditional, and then giving Lucio to the opponent, which is a movement speed boosting enemy support. That just means you can never engage. Therefore, you cannot create threats at enemy camps. If Garage is ever on the enemy side of the map, he gets pushed out.
Yeah, they
Like,
had
they
double
could just
boob
run
too,
away.
right?
What?
Double boob with the ETCW and
Yeah.
the Lucio Q, right? Like,
can-
those are both... Yeah.
They can literally run away from anything. And when you compare it to Hanzo, at least there's Dragon Arrow engage, right? But Sylvanas and Falstad aren't generating that. Azerite was kind of trying it. Perhaps it was like Azerite 5-heading and 3-heading at the same time. 5-head, I know my team needs gust engage because otherwise we can never take a fight. But 3-heading by missing all his gusts and timings.
Yeah, you hate to force that too, right? Like, if the win condition is Falstad hitting the God Gust every single team fight, like, you're gonna be in for a bad time, right? But we are on Battlefield of Eternity here, and we have started off a little different, right? We're getting rid of Brainer. Ace in the hole is obviously a problem on Battlefield of Eternity when it comes to damaging the boss. But the Hogger, Lucio band, thank God, and the Cassia band, Storm definitely did their research.
This could be that mass CC potential out from Chili Mountain with a Stukov and a Tychus, just comfortable picks for the side of Storm Esports. As we get into this draft, how would you evolve this, Mac? What would you pick for Chili Mountain if you were the head drafter with this?
They need some poke now. I mean, the Li Ming is actually pretty solid against these two picks, even though Tychus does get that spell armor. Li Ming is good against the Stukov. You can wave. And it's also good with the Uther, right? A stun into a full combo is pretty nice here. We'll probably see an off lane and a range damage. Yeah. It's going to be Hanzo instead. Great at poking as well. Just the objective, poking the team. On the W is safe poke a lot of the time. And he's good if you take Explosive Arrow for the clear in the waves to keep up with the Tychus wave clear.
It also feels like Chili Mountain is kind of counter picking and banning Kepi. The Rainer ban is certainly not traditional, even though he's quote-unquote good on this map. He is good, but to ban him is unusual. And then they take Hanzo, which is another hero that Kepi likes to take. And the third one that he often takes is Mephisto, which could actually come back to bite them, but it's not as traditional on this map. How many heroes does Kepi play? How many has he shown so far? Those 3 only?
I really think only those 3 we've seen.
Yeah, I would say, while I like banning out ranged players, it's very hard. There's so many good ranged characters, right? Greymane that was the one I was going towards. And if you've watched Kepi on stream, it's one that he's very comfortable. He's a confident ranged player, and giving him a character like Greymane means he will not be afraid to pull the trigger and engage, right? And it is very good on the map. It provides that race that you need. It provides the camping, and the Murden. That's going to be the anchor, the vision. Going to play kind of from fog, probably look for some side storm bolts. Also really good at poking the objective. We'll see what Chili Mountain responds with, Tyrael being the choice. And again, we don't have double passive ranged here, right? We now have that arrow from the Hanzo to kind of force a fight to happen. So we're not stuck in the same case that Chili Mountain was game number 1 with a Grosh pick. Oof, that is maybe unkillable for the side of Chili Mountain, that Chen last pick.
Do want to just quickly point out as well, we had a roster swap. I completely didn't even catch this. Burgolt in for Cattle, so that changes things up quite a bit.
Definitely.
I want to figure out, Mac, you were just saying it's unkillable. I see this Chen, I vote for Storm Esports. What are your thoughts as we're about to load into game?
Yeah, I mean, I personally really love the comp from Storm Esports. It's a lot simpler, I think. The Chen pick there last is going to cause a lot of chaos with the barrel. Uther being, having a hard time healing things, obviously, that's going to restrict the side of Chili Mountain. But then to have a barrel knocking people around in a team fight can cancel Tyrael's Sanctification if he chooses to take that. It splits things up, causes chaos, and when the chaos begins, I think Storm a lot of the time is going to come out ahead. They have much more efficient heroes for team fighting, so I'm going to give this game to Storm. After the last game, they looked just on top of it today, and I shout out to Grayman, probably one of my favorite characters in the game. So
it's a very strong hero that I feel sometimes undervalued on a map like this, and we'll see what level of value he will get for the side of Storm Esports as we are here, ready to go into Battlefield of Eternity, our second map in our first best of 5 of the day. On the left-hand side, we got the members of Chili Mountain. We've got Make on the Sonya, Azerite playing Sylvanas, Banana on the Uther, Burgolt on the Tyrael, and Gia on the Hanzo. For the right-hand side, we're looking at Storm Esports, who have the advantage in this best-of-5 series with the 1 game. We have the BBJ on Stukov, Lauber playing the Muradin, Dequaza playing Chen, IB Tings on the Tychus, and Kepi on this Greymane. Grubby, I want to know your thoughts on this, and maybe it's one hero, maybe it's the rosters, but I'm so very in love with the draft of Storm Esports in comparison to Chili Mountain.
Yeah, it's really cool when you have a Chen player on the team. Let's see.
Wait, was it all a bait? Was it the great bait of game number 2? And yes, it was.
Wow, look at the 5 of them just grouping together. They are not afraid of splash damage because Sonya was already on the run. Dequaza, is he going to survive? Oh, Mac is trying to fish in the dark. They're not as afraid of splash damage because Sylvanas doesn't have a level 7 yet. Slam was no longer a factor. So they really could just go like a 8-year-old soccer club team and just all chase the target there in the same place. No positional awareness, really. Storm didn't have that fear yet. And later that will become a thing, maybe against D-Storm or Hanzo Arrow. But nice first blood for Storm to set the pace kind of this game. Just wanted to point out, when you've got special heroes in your roster, like Chen, and you are familiar with them, you know when to activate them. When you see the conditions line up, you can tell your drafter, like, hey, I think this could be okay for Chen. And how many interrupts are there really on his drinking? How much can you really keep him with you? Yeah, it depends. Arrow, spear, hammer of justice.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right. I was just looking at baseline, but yeah, it's not a lot.
Baseline, there's just 2, and that's not a lot. So Dequaza, if he doesn't limit test too much experimentally, and he just plays with what works, he's going to be very tough to kill.
I think that's the perfect way to kind of break down Chen. It's one of those situations where he doesn't work everywhere, but when you know that you have the advantage and you know that the enemy team can't really punish the Chen, because the big thing with Chen is it's his drinking. And he's just behind the gate having a little drink right now. Like, there was one stun from Uther, and Dequaz is like, cool, there's no way they can stun me through this gate. I can just go, drink through some of the pain that was applied to me. And meanwhile, in bottom lane, Impaler Camp was grabbed. There's going to be a Stormbolt to the face of Burgolt. Also, to note, we have Lauber going into the Dwarf block at level 1, so this is going to be a very aggressive Chen, but I think it's perfect. Muradin. It's perfect, though, because I wanted to bring up, because Chen wants to flying kick in. Greymane wants to dark flight in as well. You have, you got this main tank that can jump in, Stormbolt, deal extra damage with that level 4 now to basically anything that isn't a hero, but also you have Thunderclap to reduce auto attack speed. So it's just, there's a lot of just synergy, even baseline with Storm Esports, as there's the big dive onto Burgolt, who's able to get away with the Eldruin's Might.
Yeah, I like that pick as well, the Muradin jump, because Tyrael is not a tank that really with this build anyway, he doesn't really threaten backline all that much by himself. So you can kind of just jump past him, get your block charge, just have a furious engage with those 3 divers, Chen, Greymane, and Murden. And good luck if anyone is even looking at Stukov or Tychus, really. Like, I don't think they can even threaten him, but we'll see how it goes. I'm a huge fan of Tyrael's movement speed buffs. He did just use it for himself there. Uther has his own movement speed buff as well via the Pursuit of Justice. We have a very quick race by Storm Esports. And now Chili Mountain needs a kill. Kepi trying to get away, getting the biotic armor from Stukov. He gets away. Nice silence there by BBJ. And Kepi survives.
Azerite was chasing in, trying to find that last little bit of damage, but Burgult's so very low on this Tyrael. I would expect that once that Storm Esports sees Belith, this Red Immortal, starting to drop down in health, they, Storm Esports, will move over and start racing against the enemy team, Chili Mountain. But this is going to be a really, really close one. But I think in the end, it will go over to Storm with 1,802 shielding on their Immortal. Belith through bottom lane. And 7 talent tier. Sorry, I had to take for a second because I keep seeing Tychus on the minimap step up, and I'm like, are we engaging? Are we trying to stop backs? What's going on?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good stopping backs if you can. This Immortal... Do Immortals with fewer shields go to lane quicker?
You know, I've never tested it, but I would assume so, yeah.
You see it regenerating itself as it waits to go, but maybe the shield is already there because we can see the shield. I think that's actually probably not true. But anyway, if you can stop backs, they may not be here in time to defend the Immortal immediately. That can be a nice bonus. I wonder, by the way, if Lauer's decision to defend the Immortal was the key to get it. There was 1800 health on the Immortal, and he did a reverb, thunderclap on several members as they wasted a few shots on him. Not too many. They were trying, obviously, not to hit him, but might have been a good move. It was pretty close, even though Storm won the first half so well. And now the siege begins. Hanzo is coming back. Uther dropping pretty low, but survives.
I want to continue talking about that Muradin engage because I think there's something actually really important with that too, Grubby. There's also a level of confidence that Lauber has to be able to casually 1v5 underneath the Immortal like that. Thunderclap reduces auto attack speed by 30% as well as movement speed, but still, I mean, that is a 1v5 and you are just a Muradin and you used your disengage tool as your engage tool for that entire thing. It just shows the level of confidence and comfortability that Lauber has with his hero as well as with his teammates. It's a quick thing that I do really want to point out, as this is Burgle trying to invade but has to use that speed boost to be able to disengage.
I want to talk a little bit about Tyrael as a main tank since we don't see it as much. Tyrael can threaten people with his level with his level 4 slow, which when he auto attacks people, it extends the slow. That's the talent he took. Also, in general, the Q has a small slow, and you can buff your allies' movement speed, which is also a form of engage. But besides that, Tyrael usually greatly benefits from additional engage mechanics, since he doesn't have a hard stun. There's a few ways to go around this. You can go Judgment and try to blow someone up. It may not be advisable in this particular scenario, since Storm has so much engage themselves, so it can quickly turn against them, Sanct being more likely. Wailing Arrow is a kind of engage. You can also Mind Control. You've got Dragon Arrow from Hanzo and perhaps Divine Storm from Banana Age, especially if Banana gets in position first with a movement speed boosting Hammer of Justice. So there are a number of mechanics that Chili Mountain can use to have a fast and furious fight. Make getting attacked here. 9.9 for both teams. He's getting slowed and blocked by Chen.
Has lead.
Minigun. Oh, wow, nice grenade.
The snipe from Ivy Tings on this Tychus, just as we get into the Immortal phase as well. Storm Esports actually had a little race advantage, found that kill, pushed themselves above into 10. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any Barrow Boys in this game. It's going to be Storm, Earth, and Fire from our Chen. So going to be able to jump into the back line, eat a bunch of stagger damage, pop the Storm, Earth, and Fire, get some value out of that, and then when you come out of Storm, Earth, and Fire, the damage over time is completely gone. So a little self-cleanse per se, if you will, with that one, but we'll have to see how those are microed. And crazy enough, Grubby, this is a Judgment game.
Yeah, Judgment D-Shield. I must say, I didn't expect that. Nice cleanse there by Banana. Arrow, counter-engage. We get a Judgment on Stukov. A little bit of split focus. Tychus dropped so low, but Berghold Judgments the Stukov. that feels like a mistake. Tychus could have absolutely died there if he set Tychus up. So awkward leap on Greymane. Okay. 4 versus 4. GR getting out of mana and out of health. Well, that solves the mana problem.
Yeah, you get that back when you respawn. Unfortunately, you do have to sit there with your death timer, and in that time, Storm Esports will confirm their second immortal of the game, burning down Alarian. And we can actually check and see if you actually go up in the shielding or if that takes any extra time. Big engagement once again from Chili Mountain onto Dequaza, who doesn't have the Storm Within Fire, eats a lot of that stagger damage, managed to drink in the top lane as they had that flying kick away. Great attempt from Chili Mountain, but amazing defensive kind of just back off on the side of Storm Esports with the slow on Damake, who's able to get away.
Nice shots there, a little bit of poke on Uther. Overall, definitely not as tilted of a game as the last game. It is more even. Chili Mountain looks like they may just be able to pop off and get a bunch of kills. Wasn't quite perfect coordination in that last fight, and that was a very important one, because this is kind of making it slip away. Let's see if there's going to be any big plays, because I wanted to mention one thing. In that level 9 point... Maka just standing is still in the Immortal stun. Oh, that's not good. Cleanse.
Maybe it was to bait them out, or maybe it's to leap backwards into the enemy team as the Wailing Arrow comes out. Divine Shield, Judgment into the Tychus, and the Greymane falls as well. Sylvanas will be traded out. BBJ being chased here, trying to slow the enemy team as Gia is split and will be traded out. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Chili Mountain in the end. Not bad. I don't know how to call that one, Grubby. Was it good? Was it bad? It just kind of seems okay for Chili Mountain, not a massive advantage. But
yeah,
what is
both
this?
teams are not going to be happy with that trade, to be honest.
What is this? Why is this happening?
I don't know. I don't really know. I think both teams aren't too dissatisfied or satisfied. Storm got their siege damage done, and they have a 3-for-2 that, at the end of the day, is not going to punish them in any form structurally. Chili Mountain prevents keep loss, and have a slightly favorable trade that now puts them on talent equality. So, fairly even trade, 3-for-2. Storm bought a lot of time with that for the Punisher, for the Immortal to keep going. But I'm still thinking about that 9.9 versus 9.9 situation. Chili Mountain had advantageous map pressure, Bruiser pushing bot.
Okay.
And it was 9.9 versus 9.9. Both teams are not showing anywhere except Sonya top. And then Storm just walks with 5, kills Sonya. And then what does Chili Mountain do? They don't race. They just also kind of go top and then look. That's the difference here between the two teams. One has a strong, orchestrated attack to get a gank. Well, let's see this orchestrated attack. Maka shows. Leap on the Stukov. They delete him instantly. Nice.
Wonderful Wailing Arrow right at the end to make sure that there is no healing out from that Stukov, but Banana will be traded out. It's a support for a support, or excuse me, a healer for healer. I gotta use the correct terminology. As I'm watching Azurite on the bottom left of our screen get away. Lobber in the Avatar form was trying to chase in, but it's getting a little bit low, and Chen jumped on Damake, so I'm trying to figure out, Grubby, it feels like it was an okay trade, but when I look at the heroics that were used,
True.
Avatar, you still have Commandeer Odin. I think that's kind of the one thing that I'm stuck on. I'm still looking at this and I'm like, I feel like that was still a win for Storm Esports, even though it was a trade.
Yeah, I think so too. They also have very short heroics. Massive Shove and Cursed Bullet are 20 and 30 seconds each. And Chili Mountain needs their heroics more than Storm, and I think that's the main thing.
Hanzo able to agility over the wall. Lobber taking a bit of damage, but gets the healing pathogen from BBJ. The engagement's stalled, but I don't think we're done just yet, Grubby. Do we check out maybe the Chili Mountain comms?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh no, I can't move quick enough. There's the leap in from the Sonya. Sorry. Yeah, it was way too late. I'm not gonna move us in at the end of the engagement. Great leap in from Sonya. That single target deletion is exactly what Chili Mountain needs, but they also, on the side of Chili Mountain, need to respond to top. And once Sonya shows, it's a 4v4.
Yeah, I really like that Kepi was pushing in, even though he got leaped and judgmented and arrowed. That's 3 heroics down, and he did all that knowing that it would create space for the top keep to get some push value. He was greeding a bit on his W stacks. He had activated Inner Beast, and if he doesn't keep it up, it's going to be down for another 13 seconds or so. So he just wanted to do one attack every 3 seconds. This was very transparent, and Chili Mountain punished him for it. Felt like a little bit solo play there by Kepi, but not too bad odds considering top keep was getting attacked. As it stands, we're going to get another shot at this. Leap is available, 10 seconds on the rest.
All right, do we do it this time? Do we jump into the Chili Mountain comms?
Let's go, Chili Mountain.
You can look now.
Yes, can
I'm arrow up.
You could look for arrow.
Do we have vision here?
Yeah. You could look for the leap on Grayman even, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I can't show. Like, you guys have to walk up. I can't be the one showing. And he's gonna just... Kinda...
I'm gonna raise it with the... I'm gonna be ready with arrow.
Yeah, be ready with arrow with the...
We wanna be ready. They're going in Eter. They're going in Eter.
Yeah.
We can't go Merlin. We can't go Merlin. Get out. Yeah, if we just wait, they just get...
Yeah, but it's like, you guys have...
Grubby, I want to. What was the positioning? Because I want to talk about we had positioning comms there. What was Make saying about I can't show? Were they saying as the Sonya they can't be the one to show because it gives away the Wombo? Yeah. Is that what we're gathering from that?
Judgment is longer range, and Tyrael's supposed to scout and get info because Tyrael has an escape, therefore he can be in places without feeling committed. Sonya doesn't want to use Leap for escape ever, and he doesn't have Mystical Spear, which of course you shouldn't have. So the moment Sonya is anywhere, that immediately reveals the intent because everyone knows her Leap range, therefore Storm can position in a way that only Muradin or Chen are leapable. So he kind of wanted to have like a level of nuance where Chili Mountain can pretend that they are just racing while anchoring with Tyrael, and he can't be the one to show. But it all took too long. This time again, they feel like it's taking too long. Okay, let's just go in with D-Shield, with Leap, but this isn't it. 75 armor on Tychus, and it's just a great counter engage by Storm. They get the kill already on Sonya, on Make, that came there from the woodworks as Dequaza jumps in. Sylvanas gets taken out. Nice silence by BBJ.
Dequaza on this Chen is a walking wall, I guess is a good way to put it. I just saw the way they just flying kicked into the Sylvanas and just kind of body blocked by just drinking, and it was just like, Jesus, okay, Chen, you may not need your barrel because you can just sit there and drink in front of someone, as it looks like Burgolt is trying to disengage, but the members of Storm want to still, as I jokingly say this, but I think there might be a little truth to this. Looks like Storm is kind of padding their stats a little bit, finding all 5 kills, taking down the members of Chili Mountain, and Storm Esports will win game number 2 on Battlefield of Eternity. GG, well played. This is, I gotta say, from all of this, Grubby, my favorite part to watch was the Chen play. I really think Dequaza had such strong anchoring, movement, positioning. It was great Chen overall.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Bahamut. It was nice to see Chen, a non-meta pick, to come in and to look so dominant.
Yeah.
It's not easy to make it look that easy, as Storm Esports did here. Big congrats to them on their 2nd consecutive win in almost record time overall for the series so far. And you know, that last engage that mattered, where we were in the Chili Mountain comms, Chen gave a big enough to share shield on everybody. And that shield lasts, 3 seconds? And it's shielding them for like 700 health. Only when he gave a full top off of the shield to everyone did Storm Esports step up, with Muradin anchored in the center and everyone else with a shield. And that's when they made their play. And they comboed Banana Age, and they killed Banana Age. And then, yeah, whatever Chili Mountain was planning was never going to take off, because once again, it was Storm that made the first move. Mac, do you think there was a way that Chili Mountain could have been the one to find those opportunities that Storm kept finding?
Oh, hello. Yes. It is hard to say. I mean, I will say that Chili Mountain definitely looked better this game as a team. While their engages were not always perfect, they did engage together, right? And we even saw that in that top fight. I think Make jumped in as Sonya and leapt. It hit no one, but everyone followed up enough that they actually traded 3 for 2 and were able to defend their keep. So the kind of cohesion as a team was much better this game. I think where they struggled was actually the fact that it was the only thing that they were focused on, right? When we saw that team fight where we joined in on comms, all the comms in that fight where I need to hide, I need to get this wombo, we need to hit this lineup, the stars need to align, and that's not necessarily where the comms need to be at, right? The Tyrael needs to be postured for vision, and they need to find where they're at. And then when Storm comes into them, that's when they go for the engage, right? If they're just chasing after Storm and Storm's backing up, sitting in the bushes, drinking together, then they're going to have a harder time engaging, right? And we saw that to the point that Uther just like, I guess, disconnected, which sometimes happens where a player just steps too far forward because they're so focused on what the overall goal is, right? That they just stop thinking about themselves. Murden landed a stun into a Stukov combo, and then the fight was lost immediately at that point. So I guess my point is that Chili Mountain, instead of focusing so much on getting that big wombo, instead focus on the fight that gets you to that big wombo is the misstep that they made here. But they definitely were doing it together as a team. So highlight to them for that. With these 5 players, at least, it did feel that they were cohesively working together to kind of create something and make something happen, but just a little tunneled, right? A little panicked. Okay. You want to stay cool in those situations, continue play heroes, and then let Make find that lead, that, you know, and then the follow up layers on top. So.
Well, as much as I would love to sit here and dive into this more and more, we do have to take a small little break and let these players relax a little bit. As a reminder, we do have a little bit of a incentive today. If we hit $7,000 in our total donations before the broadcast ends, we'll bring Bandit on stream. We'll give him a little treat for you all. So if you'd like to support the prize pool or even just check out the custom Matcherino page, !prize pool in chat will get you to that destination. But as I said, we're going to take a small break, stretch our legs, and we'll be back with more Heroes CCL in just a minute. Welcome back to HeroesCCL. We've been in depth talking about the last map, and well, I think we probably will continue to do so as I have Grubby and McIntyre joining me this afternoon for our 2 amazing best of 5s, and we find ourselves in still that first best of 5 of the day. Chili Mountain going up against Storm Esports, with Storm Esports in the position to close out our first best of 3 in a 3-0 fashion. And Mac, I want to actually still continue this conversation from that last game. You didn't get to talk much about the prowess and skill of Storm, and I would like to actually dive into that a little bit before we get into our next game. I just want to talk, at least for me, I actually want to leave this wide open. What is your kind of big takeaway from Storm from that last game?
Yeah, I think one thing that you guys even highlighted there at the beginning is like it's very cool to have the ability to play Chen offlane, right? Mm-hmm. Not all offlane players are going to be comfortable to kind of bust the pick out like that, and to have a player that is able to do it in a position that feels comfortable and do it confidently, it is super strong for a team. And for Storm, I feel like what I want to highlight is their flexibility as a team when it comes to the draft. Game 1 and Game 2 drafts were completely different. Most of the players on the team, except for the Tychus pick, were on completely different characters. So they're not doing the strategy of we're going to pick one comp, one strategy, similar to like Granite, for example. Instead, they're showing their flexibility in draft, and that kind of keeps the other team on their toes, right? We saw in this last game a target ban towards Kepi, and then all of a sudden we have a Greymane pick, and all of those bans go to nothing. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting when a team can really cohesively like draft and be flexible together. You start to kind of have the stars align, and I feel like Storm is doing that right now. I really want to highlight their ability to draft and the strength of it when it comes to playing the game, outside of the fact that they're already really great players, right?
It's it's really, really cool to see them evolve, and I absolutely agree that they're drafting their skill set. It's so on point. I do want to point this out because I keep seeing it on the side of the screen over here. Thank you all so much for the support. We are less than $100 away from 7,000. So thank you all so much for donating towards the prize pool. If you did miss the command for that, it is !prize pool. But just to catch everyone up, it's $6,909.69. Very nice. So thank you, chat, for all the support as it just jumped up $10. But we don't need to break that down any further. What we do need to break down for you all is where we're going to for map number 3. This could be the final map in this first best of 5 of the day. And Grubby, we're heading off to Tomb of the Spider Queen, chosen by the side of Storm Esports. Do you think we get to see Asmodan?
I don't think so, unless you have a picture of him hanging next to your PC, like one of those post-it notes. Then you get to see him anytime you want. In this game,
right
I'm
there.
not sure.
I'm staring at it right now. It's my favorite thing in my office. Yeah, of course.
I know it.
Right next to my Diablo,
Wolverine.
still holding that glow stick that I'm waiting for to be queued into Snap the Glow Stick, because I never got the queue from BlizzCon 2018 to actually break the glow stick. It's still sitting here. I'm still waiting. Blizzard, tell us
You need
when.
a queue?
There was a little they gave us a glow stick and a little pamphlet, or not pamphlet, but like a card that says wait for the queue to crack your glow stick. I actually have it sitting right there, and I'm just like, I'm still waiting for the queue.
I thought you
Blizzard.
were waiting in line, like that kind of queue, but
For
you
the
mean
glow
the
stick.
CUE.
yes, the CUE. But we're here into Tomb of the Spider Queen, and we can talk about this draft right now. And the big thing that I actually really kind of want to discuss a little bit is how does Chili Mountain kind of address the lack of CC and control? And also, sorry, I need to cut myself off. Cattle's back in. Gia's out, Cattle's in, and then the opposing side, IB Tings is out, and CPX is in for Storm. Okay.
Maybe some
Musical
Kel'Thas
chairs.
action.
Yeah, Kel'Thas.
Wait, why are we laughing? Why are we
The
laughing?
chat would blow up. Oh my god, it's amazing. Kel'Thas, he went Q at 1 and double Q 16. Oh my god, these are all the same talents I take, and I'm still in platinum. And it's weird how that works. No. Hopefully not. CPX is known for it, though. I'm not really sure where he's out on the leaderboard at this moment in time. We do see a Diablo ban, though, and the Chromie ban as well coming in.
Uther's still available. Chili Mountain, they made some good use of Uther. Are they going to first pick it again? It feels wise though. Like I think this is a better map for him even than than Battlefield of Eternity.
I would actually like to see Chili Mountain go double support. I know some people might be saying, Bahamut, you're toxic, but you know what? I guess I am. I just think that the Uther was lacking a little extra healing. Honest to God, I feel like Chili Mountain could benefit from going from a double support composition. You're going into rotations, play into said rotations, and we just have to see. But it's just one of those things that it just felt like Chili Mountain could really bolster their draft with something like that, as Ando and Cassia was grabbed on the opposing side. McIntyre, what's your thoughts on the evolution of this, and what do you expect from Chili Mountain?
Yeah, the Anduin pick is actually super nice here because it shuts down any sort of like, hey, let's go Varian and one-shot somebody, right? Because you can just yoink them out of there. So I like the pick a lot from the side of Storm. The double support, while maybe easier to play, is not always... It's not always bad to play an easier comp, right? Just because the execution isn't as hard, right? And we saw last game, Chili Mountain went for like a high execution comp. I think I agree with you to pull it back and respond to the Stitches ban here from the side of Storm. This could have been a comp that that was brewed up and Storm got a sniff of it. I'm not really sure why the ban is there. Maybe they were just like, hey, we can't handle Gorge from Stitches. But it is an interesting ban from Storm, basically saying you guys can have all the other good stuff. Just we don't want to play against Stitches right now.
So okay,
kind of cool.
It's a good map for him in my opinion. You're able to, if you go Hungry for More at level 1, you're able to build out those regeneration globes for base speed. Also health.
That's why.
Yeah,
this is actually why Mephisto. It opens up for Mephisto because you can gorge the shading Mephisto so he can't get back. Anubarak being the other choice, but Cocoon at least you can pop it when you want to as the enemy team, but Gorge is so final usually.
Yeah, the only way you could maybe if you kill the Stitches fast enough, but it's not an easy thing to do. He's a very large lad, but there's the Cocoon you were actually mentioning, Grubby. I think this is a very good read from you specifically calling this out. I wasn't thinking about that at all, but the Mephisto, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
As a tank, usually it's like a noob first, then Stitches when going up against Mephisto. It's just the easiest way to actually counter his teleport. Everything else requires way more effort.
The only thing that's bad here now is that they have been forced to take the Anub, right? And now their comp is stuck on solo support Uther with a Gul'dan and a Raynor, both characters that like want a pocket healer, and they're not going to get it. They're going to get a heal every once in a while. We'll probably see Gul'dan go into that drain build because of this. Keeping himself alive. Same with Raynor, probably teching to a lot of the healing talents, a lot of the self-sustain talents, because the healing is not going to be there that both of those characters are really kind of used to or want. So I guess like that Mephisto pick is really good because it forced this a new pick. They couldn't go the double support, and now Chili Mountain's in a kind of weird composition spot again, right? All driven by the fact that Storm just coming out swinging with their both bans and picks, right?
I would agree. Really quickly, just as we're about to load in, what's your who wins? Who you betting on?
I really like Storm is just on fire right now. It seems like I really like their draft, and I think with the ETC, I'd love to see more of it. So I'm going to give this to Storm.
Alrighty, I would have to agree with you as well. As much as I love to try and approach a lot of these games, like it's a new game, and let's not consider the other games. You gotta consider the games and how much Storm is playing, how well Storm is playing. So we'll go ahead and get on into this map number 3, Tomb of the Spider Queen. On the right hand side, we have Storm Esports, who are trying to win out this best of 5 series through Tomb. As we have BBJ on the Anduin, CPX on the Cassia, Dequaz on the Leoric, Lobber on the ETC, and Kepi on the Mephisto. For the left-hand side, Chili Mountain trying to bring some life back into the series and potentially find themselves a win here on Tomb. Burgult on the Diva, Azurite on Gul'dan, Make on the Raynor, Cattle playing Anubrak, and Banana on the Uther. I want to get your thoughts, though, Grubby, just in general. I mean, any direction you want to go with this, but I do kind of want to know, who do you think wins?
I think Storm, based on their level so far, and I also just feel like it's so much better draft. Like, just put yourself in the shoes of literally anyone on the side of Chili Mountain. Storm League experiment. Let's say you're any one of them.
Okay.
You are a Nubarak, and you want to burrow charge in, cocoon the healer, and you want to burrow charge someone and impale them. Let's say Cassia or Mephisto being the high targets,
Sure.
the high priority targets. How are Raynor Gul'dan the ideal follow-up on that? Two backliners that are going to be counter-pressured by Leoric, by Mephisto. They can get rooted. They're sustained damage dealer. Gul'dan is kind of the Raynor of mages. He does have some burst at 16 with stacks, but overall, it's two backliners. They can get counter-pressured, so they cannot follow up. Let's say if you're Uther, you're against Mephisto and Cassia, both with a lot of splash damage. You have trouble sustaining people. And Mephisto has a really easy time going in often to... And then you're Raynor. Like, who are you going to hit that's relevant? Cassia blinds you, wins the trade. ETC is the main target, but he's not going to take a lot of shots. He's just going to stay far back. It's tough, man, for Chile. Yeah. Still, Horrify is a great equalizer. As difficult as it is, Chili Mountains got good wave clear. They do have the cocoon tools against Mephisto to try and lock him down. And they have Horrify. And that, when used well, Horrify can be huge. But there's a really cool combo on the side of Storm Esports as well. It's not just basic abilities. What do you think about Spooky Walk in and then Light Bomb?
Oh, I think it could be a little kind of perfect for the side of Storm Esports in the way that they can then dive in with the Cassia Mephisto. That Leora could really set up a big wombo and play it extremely safe, especially with the Ominous Wraith and Royal Focus at 13-16. Yeah. I think Grubby, that is where Storm probably wants to really, really explode this game. The other thing that I want to discuss with the Chili Mountain draft as we have this mid lane push, and maybe I'll put a pin in this as D.Va will be potentially losing a mech, does drop the mech explosion. Lauber a little far forward, but Lauber is now in a bit of an awkward spot. They were okay for a few minutes there, but will drop 13 gems. The one thing that I wanted to ask you, Grubby, is, these dive targets from a Nubarak. Yes, you don't really have a dive buddy, but it kind of seems like Haddle's doing like short distance burrows and then trying to play off the little CC of Uther or sustained damage of Gul'dan and Raynor. So maybe that's the adaptation that Chili Mountain goes for this game. They look to make shorter engagements since they don't have a Greymane instead of a Raynor to have like a dive buddy for a Nubarak.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Bahamut. Very educational. You got to change the way you're playing when you've got these two backliners. Don't expect follow-up for the deep burrow charge and just kind of play off of trying to kill that front line. In this case, ETC did get separated by the D.Va mech. He was without power slide, presumably either used or interrupted, I don't remember. And Anduin's pull was a little bit late. So very solid to get that first blood by Chili Mountain on Lauber. They now have a little bit of lane control as well, lane prioritization, and they're going to try to maybe turn in off of that. However, Lauber is doing a good job of zoning the bottom base station, and Mephisto has good poke potential in the top lane.
The other just small factor, and I mentioned it before, but I want to stick on this fact, is that Lauber did drop 13 gems, so that is going to be a slower turn-in from Storm, but a big burrow charge comes in onto the side of Storm, and actually Chili Mountain's on the losing side of this fight. CPX gets pulled with the Leap of Faith from BBJ. Kepi comes in with a Shade of Mephisto and a little Lightning Nova as well. Chastise connects onto Banana, but we back off, and a little bit of poke damage back and forth, but still, Chili Mountain does have the vast majority of these gems, and enough for the first turn-in of the game, as you can see that little blue bar is illuminated.
It is shining the neon clarion call of victory. Hopefully, if they can turn in, then Chili Mountain will have a good thing going for the first time in this series. But Storm is oppressive with their rotational control. You now have Banana H trying to... Okay, nice positioning by Banana H. He anticipated, of course, the haunting... No, what is it called? Spooky Wave. It's not Spooky Walk.
Wraithwalk,
yes.
Sorry.
The Wraithwalk has been anticipated, Banana H. And that's second blood. A few kills, but I think ETC Lauber picked up the gems.
Ooh, wait, dive onto Cattle. Has no mana. Okay. Cattle's able to walk away. Didn't go for that movement speed, as you and I were singing the praises yesterday of. This is going to be that bed of barbs to try and slow down the enemy members, maybe allow Make or the Gul'dan to find that step up or that ability to kind of chase in. That might just be the adaptation once again from Cattle to try and lead his team to victory, as it is.
Also, ace in the hole. It held. Oh, nice! Just using hammer straight up for damage, even though he knew there's going to be an unstoppable. Kepi trying to interrupt. Bed of barbs empowers Rainer's ace in the hole damage as well, right? So it's nice to pick some extra slows.
And then I wonder if there's well, actually, D.Va could go into micro missiles because that would have the slows as well, or even bunny hop. I've seen a lot of bunny hop get a ton of value as of late, just to lock people down, or even just be a nuisance tool, if you will. But wow, Lobber gets chunked quite hard.
Yeah, I think bunny hop is good against CC heavy. Okay, blue web weavers. Good job by Chili Mountain. It's good against CC heavy melee comps, bunny hop, but you can't really chase down ranged. I think micro missiles is good here. I think there's like 1 out of 20 games where you want bunny hop, and they can be really good there. I agree with you. I have been seeing it more as well, to varied effect in our Storm League games. But now web weavers to Chili Mountain, they are honestly looking the best that they have so far in this series. Pretty good play by Caterpillar on Anubarak. And yeah, overall, it's just kind of working. Now let's see what they can get out of it. Stage dive, light bomb. Oh, nice catch there on BBJ. He's gonna use the light bomb. Always use ults before dying.
Well, Grubby, I don't know. Great entomb actually from Dequaza, but in the end, Dequaza actually taking so much damage. I can't believe it. Actually, Mephisto goes down. Azerite, one more. This is 6-0 in kills. Chili Mountain is just turning this game around right now. Cattle and crew, well, we sat here and we were just unsure about the composition of Chili Mountain. It's firing on all cylinders, and this is a really good web weaver phase for our blue team.
All right, I got a controversial question for you, Bahamut. I got to put you on the spot here.
Okay,
you ready?
I'm very nervous.
Was Gia the problem, or is CPX?
Ooh, in mid lane we have a fight actually. Excuse me, in top lane we have a fight breaking out with the ball lightning coming up from Cassia. Stage dive ETC onto Azerite. Light bomb is applied after the stage dive. Durance of Hate goes out, catches the toe of Uther, but the D.Va mech has zoned back Storm Esports. And after that engagement, I've completely forgotten what we even talk about, Grubby.
Me too.
Yeah, it's just so weird as we continue into Tomb with the massive entomb from Dequaza once again. Burrow charge is used by Anubarak to disengage, and Grubby Make lives with half health.
All right, Make running away. Let's see, does he have his adrenaline boost available? He does. Adrenaline rush is available. He's choosing not to use it, going for the tap, coming back in. There are enough gems for either team to pay. It's really heating up here on this Chili Mountain. It's 5 versus 5. Cattle dropping low. Nice 180 surround by Chili Mountain. Rainer in off to the top. Azerite over here, just having pieces all over the board.
Turn-in availability is here for both sides, but only 7 gems are necessary for Storm Esports. And I'm sitting just watching these turn-ins. Leorc actually sneaks it in through the bottom lane. And this is... I feel...
It's a mixed bag.
I feel like this is defensive, yes. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is like, will you get advantage from this? Probably not. Will this give you an opportunity to get to 13? Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hard to make use of this. 12 versus 13. It might be a big waste of gems. It might just be a quicker route to equality, finally. And there we go. Stage dive with light bomb. Gul'dan gets the D-shield. Nice job, Banana H. Gul'dan survives.
Ball lightning was used as well from Cassie, and Tomb comes out onto Banana as the cocoon will connect onto Kepi. Power slide in from ETC, but as we noted, whoa, Burgled very low on the mech. Kepi goes in with the Shade of Mephisto to confirm the mech. That's half a heroic kill. Little extra experience over to the side of Storm Esports as the top lane Webweaver's still fairly healthy. Bottom lane Webweaver about the same as top, and mid has already gone down, getting the fort front gate. Azerite very low, but no real big threat into them from the side of Storm Esports, as Leoric will find the free fort through bottom lane to at least get parity with the catapult pressure. Anything in mid, Grubby? No, just a little bit of poke back and forth. Ooh, Dayquaza setting up for maybe an engage.
Dude, CPX is like walking forward, no mana, doesn't have full health. Horrify was never used during all that. He was really holding on to his Horrify. In fact, Azerite was half-life for most of that. Kind of that lack of sustain for... Oh, no, Cattle!
Wow, I was watching Dayquaza the entire time, and I looked and I was like, okay, that is going to be the... That was basically...
47.
Oh my god, Azerite, you are living with... Whew. But I was watching Dayquaza's cooldown reduction on Entomb, and I was waiting with their positioning. I was like, this is such a good setup from Storm. As I called that last Webweaver phase defensive, Grubby, that got double fort a kill, and we're half a level away from equal experience. Somehow, Chili Mountain are getting... It's like Storm found the answer key halfway through the exam and are just now like, oh, this is how we beat this composition.
Yeah, they're getting to play their combo, which is honestly really fun to watch. Stage dive into Light Bomb. You cast the Light Bomb as ETC is about to take off. Hard to really miss the timing if you've practiced it. And it's a really cool engage, but Banana H has been up to the task to try and counter it as much as possible. Azerite's level 7 talent is making it hard for Uther to heal him full, and he has never really been able to step up too much to get that big Horrify in. Nice defense on the top fort, and we have an engage on ETC. I'm not sure about that one.
Feels like it was Cattle trying to throw out some defensive just CC, and a few of the friendly members were like, ooh, we're going for a fight. Oh wait, stage dive, Light Bomb coming out, CPX dives in, Durance of Fate will not connect from Mephisto. Leap of Faith is used onto CPX as they're trying to back off. Dayquaza gonna just steal a little health from Uther. And an attempted fight that doesn't work out for the side of Storm Esports, who are on the downside of talent still.
Yeah, really well handled by Chili Mountain. Great split against the stage dive engage. They're getting better and better at dodging it. They had the small talent lead, which is now gone. D.Va double defended the 2 lanes. Oh, Lauber takes a lot of damage. Maka really firing at him. Maka dropping low. There's no D-shield available. Cleanse. Maka trying to get away and trying to get shots in. Banana H gets blown up. Now we have that post-mortem healing.
Uther is doing okay. CPX re-engages with like no health, will get picked off. Kepi very low, gets run down by Burgled on the D.Va. So it's a 1-for-2 in favor for Chili Mountain. Light Bomb, but the penetrating round. Make with the godlike Q. And here's the issue, Grubby. That is a lot of gems dropped from Storm, and lost 3 members, gave what I would say momentum back to Chili Mountain.
Oh yeah, they have 145 gems, and those were just burning a hole in the hands of Chili Mountain. They wanted to spend that so bad. Really cool and technical fight by both sides there. Light Bomb actually came back during that top lane extended skirmish. That's how long that whole Webweaver and post-Webweaver phase lasted. Loving that Make min-maxing. He dropped so low, got the cleanse, there was no D-shield, still wanted to keep contributing. And they straight up nearly fired down Mephisto. Make probably just going to queue again and walk away like a boss. Great job.
Stage dive. Just the stage dive out of nowhere kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Maybe Lauber trying to create a little space to help save the top lane fort, Grubby?
Yeah, probably. Just a very aggressive defense. I think you're right. Basically what Cattle was doing before with that burrow charge. Posing a threat and therefore creating space, and it kind of worked. He didn't die, right? They used a cooldown. Fort for now still alive. And basically a mirror response of Storm. Top fort, most important, because it is the boss lane. I still think we don't emphasize that enough in Storm League.
No.
Just kind of storing that info away in the meantime. And Dayquaza with the double defense. More damage here because it's a later phase.
I think, I was just thinking about this for a second, Grubby. You're very right, too. There's a lot of, not weird priority, but there's a lot of priority into mid lane. Maybe it's because of the double bruiser camp you could potentially get if you're winning said mid. But I think top, it's such a critical lane on this map. It is one of the longer, no, it's the shortest lane on the map, if I'm not mistaken. Bottom's the longest lane because of the way it curves out towards that bottom, but that's not the thing we need to talk about. CPX has a little interesting interaction. doesn't actually step into the enemy team with the light bomb, maybe actually stepping back to make sure that cocoon was undone, and ETC gets picked off with a second Webweaver phase descending in favor of Chili Mountain. Back to back to back Webweavers are really putting a dent into these structures, and Storm, they're on the run with these micro missiles slowing things down. D.Va loses her mech, and Grubby, this fight is going over to Chili Mountain.
Yeah, this should be game actually. They're in front of half a keep. Only Anduin is alive. Great job by Chili Mountain. A very hard forced attempt. Oh, nice impale. Good. Oh, excellent. Perfect. Full wipe. A very good strategic retreat by Chili Mountain down that alley. That's Gul'dan's playground. Great corruptions coming in there. Storm forcing it super hard. Actually, the last few fights have felt very forced, but this is Chili Mountain's glory moment. They get their first map win in this series, dominating from start to end with just a small little hitch in the mid game. Looks good. Chili Mountain gets their first win. It's 2-1 right now for Storm Esports. GG.
It's not going to be a 3-0 as many were maybe anticipating after the first two games, because honest to God, Grubby, Storm, Mac and I both said it, Storm was on a roll and had really, really good showings in game number 1 and 2, but this composition, we sat here and we were unsure of its skill. It showed us that it absolutely synergized more than we expected. McIntyre, what are your thoughts on this game?
I just have to say that you said that Storm was on a roll, right? We should probably call them butter then, right?
Can we production? Can we get rid of him?
Okay. Well, anyways,
that just gave me stomachache.
Because you're hungry, I'm assuming, right?
That's it. Now we know what you're thinking about during analysis.
Chili Mountain showing up. Honestly, really, I didn't have faith in this comp, and they were able to execute with it. Highlight Make, to be honest. He did a great job of positioning around the ETC. I think Storm's comp really wanted to one-shot, and just the Uther having that D-shield with the cleanse was enough a lot of the time to just shut all of the engage down. It seemed like every time Storm went for it, D-shield came out, they overextend all of their heroics, and then get turned on, right, and just walk down. That top fight too, what a great kind of skirmish between both teams. It started with a 16-15 hold from Chili Mountain, actually 4v5. They were able to evade all of the engage tools that Storm had. D.Va was able to soak the side lane and then show up to the fight there a little bit later. There was like so many boops and like well-timed knockbacks that came out of the side of Chili Mountain. CPX walking forward in front of everyone without any support falling. And then, the cleanup kind of allowed for that back-to-back turn-in from the side of Chili Mountain, which ended up winning them the game. So, I mean, they played the game well. The draft, while it didn't look promising from the draft screen itself, once they got into game, they were showcasing the pressure that they could create on the map because of the wave clear that they had with that D.Va, with that Gul'dan, with that Raynor, and just keeping Storm back in their base, allowing them to get the turn-ins and hold that experience lead.
It was a really fun game. It was a really fun game. I'm still just like reliving moments of it, and it's so crazy to me to go from Chili Mountain being shut down so hard in game number 1 and 2 to being such a dominant force in game number 3. Definitely think we've got a wonderful series on our hands. I want to know where we're going to though for our next map so we can get you all updated at home. It's looking like we're going to head to that brand new map this season. Yes, Alterac Pass will be map number 4 in our first best of 5 of the day, chosen by Chili Mountain, meaning that Storm Esports, the losing team in that last game, opting for first pick priority. Now, when we talk about Alterac Pass, it is the new map. We've discussed that. We've mentioned that a lot. But what does that actually mean for these teams? It's not like it's a new map in Heroes. It's just a new map for HeroesCCL, which is always exciting on our end as the casters, analysis, and everything, when we can sit and be like, all right, well, how are you going to innovate, Chili Mountain and Storm Esports? Are you going to go for long delays around the objective? Grubby, how do you play this map?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit similar to Cursed Hollow. It's a big, deep 3-lane map. Globals are important. The objective starts off kind of weak in that it's not easy to get, but it is much stronger than on Cursed Hollow. The objective can be a win condition of itself. Important about this map to remember is that you need at least 2 keeps down to finish.
Yep.
Otherwise, the core with 40 armor is too tanky. Therefore, you see a lot of prioritization to spam the Hellbats mid, so that you can take down mid fort, mid keep eventually with the objective. And then it remains to use the bosses to take down either top or bottom keep, and that creates the beginning of the win condition. Games can go quite long on Alterac. Not dissimilar, actually, to Volskaya Foundry. But the objective is much stronger than on Volskaya, so you have the ability to snowball off of that.
So you're saying these teams didn't like the derelict Triglaw protectors just left around Volskaya consistently?
Yeah, that's true.
One quick note, because I actually want to get also McIntyre's opinion on the draft style of this map, just for everyone at home. We did have, the roster is the same for Chili Mountain, but Storm Esports has opted to bring IBTings back in and has put CPX back on that sub role, or if you want to be clear, on the bench. So, Mac, your thoughts on the draft style, play style potentially of Alterac Pass?
I agree with Grubby completely. This is essentially Cursed Hollow 2.0 with the win condition coming out of the objective, right? On Cursed Hollow, a lot of the time you see the game going to a boss, right?
Whoa.
That's usually how a core goes down. A Zeratul Brightwing coming out from Chili Mountain. Really excited about that. But yeah, the other thing about this map, similar to Curse, is it can go late. So characters like Zeratul, characters that can play around the map are usually some that you're going to see highlighted, right? There's a lot of space and time. The rotations take a long time to get from, let's say, the bottom of the map to the top. On this one, it's it's going to take like 20 seconds even if you're on mount, right? So characters that do well by themselves, that are able to skirmish and survive ganks if they do arise is very important. And the other being the null camp that spawns on this map. I think that's a big highlight for the map that a lot of these teams are going to go after is clearing that camp as fast as possible, drafting for it. Hogger on the side of Storm, very good at taking the null camp, hanging out with his homies, I guess. And on the side of Chili Mountain, I assume that they'll still draft something that can do the camp pretty quickly as well.
Hanzo's usually a nice pickup for this map as well to kind of poke at the objective. We're through our ban phase, Grubby, and I want to get your thoughts on how things are evolving, maybe expectations for either side.
Well, Diablo is a common pairing with Zeratul, but this is one map where I also really like Tyrael. He can do a lot of time buying to prevent the cap. It's really... Yeah, he's banned, of course. Cattle looked good on the Nubrak. I think it's the best he looked yet. I'm also still dwelling on the lineup changes. CPX is gone again, but he was okay that game.
Yeah.
Still, they removed him. It felt more like Lauber was kind of like over-aggressive with his stage dive, just having a lot of fun with that. But Chili Mountain kept the lineup that they had from last game without Gia. So maybe they are trying to find out, was Gia the problem? Can we get another win like this?
But these experimentations on role swaps are actually, I think, really critical, and I agree with you. Lauber was maybe having a little too much fun on the ETC. His positioning was very aggressive, swapping off to the Murden with the Rainer as well. Last pick though, Grubby, I want to still get your thoughts on all of this and maybe expectations for Chili Mountain.
Well, they need a ranged, and well, that's perfect. That's just perfect. It ticks all the boxes of what they still needed. Another solo laner, big auto attack damage to threaten Hogger. Who else can you take? Rainer's gone, Tychus is gone. What, Phoenix, Lunara? They don't really tick the box as much. Falstad is great here for the map too.
I agree. All right, McIntyre, as we are about to load on in, I want to get your breakdown on this. Who's got the stronger draft? Who wins?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because Chili Mountain has opted to go into the play the map, really force the hand of Storm to rotate to the global pressure that they have. They have very strong independent heroes, right, that can skirmish. 2v2s are going to be something that they're looking for. Obviously, that Brightwing can Z in too to make 2v2s, 2v3s in their favor. Storm is going to have a hard time to keep up with the map pressure, but I believe that they have better team fighting. So if they're able to sync up some objectives with some bosses and get mega pushes going, I think that's kind of the win condition they're looking for. Just for the excitement of this match, I'm going to give it to Chili Mountain. I really want to see them utilize the Zeratul pick with another player opting to go Zeratul. Hopefully we'll see a VP combo here, but Nerazim is always a great choice.
Max calling for a Chili Mountain win. I'm going to lean into Storm Esports myself as we get into Alterac Pass on the right-hand side. Storm Esports. BBJ on the Stukov, Kepi on the Rainer, IB Tings on the Tychus, Lauber playing Muradin, Dequaza on that Hogger. For the left-hand side, we are looking at Chili Mountain, who are trying to who are continuing to try to breathe life into the series after that win on Tomb. Banana on the Brightwing, Maka and the Falstad Cattle, playing a Nubrak, Burgolt on the Diva, Nazarite on that Zeratul. Grubby, just your thoughts on the match, the game, everything. Break it on down.
I think Chili Mountain's draft is actually a little better. You've got the Hogger to spam camps. Andy will do so just ever so slightly faster. There's also a little bit more boss taking potential in terms of race, but Chili Mountain has more control over the boss with Cocoon, Diva Explosion, Diva Pushback, and Zeratul's Void Prison if that becomes a thing. And then there's Mighty Gust. Anubra can also solo capture enemy objective using beetles as a distraction. There's a lot of independence on the side of Chili Mountain. With 2 ranged auto-attack backliners, Storm needs more cohesion and togetherness. And this is a big chaotic map. So I feel like Chili Mountain has the slightly better draft. It's not by a large margin, but it's enough for me to mention it. If I'm right, of course.
I like the point that you also made with those beetles, as we do see the beetle build coming out from Cattle on that Anubrak. The ability just to hold over these objectives, but not only that, even the push power is amplified by those. You can tank some of the tower shots with these beetles, maybe 1 or 2. And people might sit there and say, Bahamut, that's 1 or 2 shots. Well, it's still structural damage going in, and there's no Abathur here to summon a mule to recuperate some of that damage into structures. It's just one of those things that I love the way that Chili Mountain's kind of adapting into all of this, but I'm going to stay steadfast with my gut, and I'm going to go with that Storm Esports potential win here. We'll find out, though, in a little bit, as it's just laning. It's just straight laning right now between both sides. Great prioritization on the Null camp from either team, getting those almost at the exact same time, seeing as how the Nulls are crashing right in the middle of mid lane. And the one question... Oh, wow. Make getting low.
Huge trades. Kepi just using that 1 extra attack range to get 5 shots on Make and a penetrating round. Great trade. You had a question. Oh, Dequaza?
Oh...
That's one of his rare deaths this series.
But it was the Brightwing phase shift. That's why. Sorry, I was staring at the map and I think it was it you or was it Mac? I can't remember actually. Was saying that Brightwing is going to be kind of it's a little bit of the X factor where you turn a 1v1 into a 1v2, but Brightwing leaves the top lane. Falstead flies in. Lauber finds the kill. Actually, no, Brightwing was there. I just didn't see the model underneath everything. And we got that little Kyle Ferguson spray up in the right of our screen. And Lauber throws a Stormbolt back, finds the Dwarf Toss to safety.
Wow, nice job really by Lauber getting that kill. Azerite picked off a little bit more than he could take on. But yeah, that's one of the soul Dequaza got killed in lane moments. He died on the Yorick last game, but it was always a watershed moment. And now it was like, yeah, just straight up Brightwing Zeratul, that double first pick by Chili, getting some results.
Bottom, Muradin.
What's happening bottom lane?
Sorry, I saw the chase onto Cattle and he was low and his health bar at the top of the screen, and then I saw the Azerite on Zeratul coming in. I was like, ooh, maybe something, but not the case. To circle back to what I wanted to bring up, and we're kind of seeing it here, is I wanted to see, do our players not ignore, but basically wait until level 10, or is there a quick rush for objective? It is going to be that play for 10, in my opinion, unless there's a go at level 7, which could possibly happen. No, another rotation down into bottom lane. Cattle will actually burrow back into the enemy side with the phase shift from Brightwing coming through. The Thunder Strikes will not be enough from Make, and that will be IB Ting's hearthing away, and he'll be fine for now.
Yeah, Hogger Camp now pushing harder for Storm Esports because they did not respond to that bottom rotation. Burgold is going to hold the Hoggers before they reach the tower, presumably. No, okay, he's gonna let them push all the way in. All right. Gonna get a little bit of structural damage. But yeah, like you said, usually I think it would be good to just wait till level 10 before you make a concerted move on the enemy objective. And in fact, this is kind of a dance of death where not only do you want level 10, but it kind of needs to start with the takedown as well in order to actually be able to go for that objective.
Yep.
Now, a Nubarak could steal a few seconds here and there. You could just go to the camp, summon the beetle, and cap it. Just to start 5 seconds on the clock. I would like that. But Cattle is doing other things. He's trying to scout for his team. He's trying to see if there's any kill opportunities. And will Tychus step up in that bottom lane is the question. Nope, IB Tinks can play it safely.
I think there's been too many rotations into bottom lane for a potential gank for IB Tinks to feel a little comfortable in their own 1v1 matchup in a sense. So I keep watching the minimap and I see IB Tinks kind of hovering, not stepping too far out into lane, have that retreat path, if you will, to make sure that there's towers to maybe focus onto the Zeratul, or there's true sight around the main structure, the fort, excuse me, to get vision of that Zeratul, who is flanking in right now. You see that danger ping coming out on the ground. 10 Talents here is coming in on both sides. It's neck and neck with 1-to-1 in kills, and Grubby, we're looking at first objective to Storm Esports. Do you want to check out their comms for this first objective?
Yeah, let's go in like 5 or 10 seconds as the generals are descending. I just think it's really clever that they went for that objective that early. They're forcing globals to either come and give up their global soak advantage, or when they don't come, then they get the objective. By hitting pre-10, they're circumventing a lot of those nasty, gnarly heroics that Chile has, like Blink Heal, which is really key. Let's jump into the Storm comms and see if Lauber's mic is better.
Alrighty, here we go.
They're at top.
On a bit. Just blink, but I stun him here still. If you have a grenade. Okay, we got the Gust.
Just going top behind you guys.
Break cocoon.
Fighting for the top.
Yeah,
Good luck, soldiers.
Be able to get out. Maybe not.
We can get a lot of damage on bottom here.
I mean, I'm pushing mid as well.
They have no cocoon.
Yeah, we get bottom.
That's it, I guess. That's the only cooldown actually. All their other ults aren't real.
Pretty sure we get bottom.
No, I'm going camp.
Put a Raider on cocoon.
Might not get it actually. The boys are coming.
A lot. Not the same energy as we heard beforehand. Maybe it's because the microphone's fixed, but the energy levels in Storm's comms after winning that first objective, Grubby, I was expecting more shot calling between all the lanes, and it was very much just good luck, soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. And like Diva is coming top. It should be like, get out of there, get out of there. But they're just kind of staying. They're letting everything happen. The decisiveness that gave them that Sonya kill on Battlefield of Eternity, while Chili Mountain looked passive, that is kind of gone now. It's a different mood. It's like, oh, you know, we didn't get the kill, but Gust is gone. It's all fairly passive. Now, this is a cool play. Lauber gets the bolt. IB Tink's going to go in. He's going to do the minigun. Cleanse. Nice grenade. Good kill there by Storm. So they are recreating their destiny a bit as the Banshee goes down and is put on a 40-second cooldown.
Will there be a bottom lane fort as well as a boss? That's the one thing I'm kind of watching right now. The rotation from the side of Chili Mountain isn't leaving or isn't rotating down here, but there's no call for the boss. Oh, wait, no, there is actually.
Yep.
There is. Okay. Lauber is going to probably feign that he's leaving, but sorry, please, Grubby.
Falstad can fly in, but he doesn't have Gust. Chili Mountain should know this. They don't have vision,
so
they're gonna. Okay, yeah, that's a decision. Just trade out boss. It's too risky to go for it. No ability to steal it without Gust. They're gonna start the top boss immediately.
And it's not like there's a VP or anything like that on the ground either. It's that Might of the Nerazim on the Zeratul for that recast ability. But I'm watching minimap. Can this rotation from Storm actually happen? Hogger, no. There's no. It's going to be just shy. Hogger. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I missed this completely for 3 levels. Yeah, I was like, is Horda pulled off cooldown? No, it's actually even just Shockwave.
Yeah, I guess it's a really mobile team of Chili Mountain that occupies many different layers of the battlefield. And it's not easy to do like a Horde-Pult, Loot Horde, ping-pong battle against that team. It's also a very auto-attack focused team, so getting like a big spin during the fight is not as important with Pummel as it might be against a more mage-heavy team. So I think it is correct to go Shockwave and try to use anyone else's CC to follow up and perhaps, let's say, blow up a D.Va Pilot or a Zeratul.
When it comes to boss value, we're getting a keep front gate in bottom lane for the side of Storm, and Chili Mountain finds the fort front gate and maybe half the fort health, a little less than that. It's looking pretty equal, I would say, value from that boss.
Yeah.
No, it's you know, keep front gate, but you're getting, you know, a little more. Anyways, yeah, I'm trying to figure out who really comes out on top, and it seems fairly in the middle, as second objective will be captured for now by the side of Storm. They have to hold it for 35 more seconds and counting.
At the end of the day, it was not a willing trade. It was a boss against a necessary counter boss, so it doesn't really matter who came out ahead in that sense, since it wasn't like a decision. Just everyone trying to make the best of the situation, and that was well done by everyone. Oh, Thunderstrike on Banshee. He's actually using that ability to try and blow the Banshee up. Azerite flanking. Who is his target? Stukov, perhaps.
Or IB Tings. Azerite, though, trying to also back off from these Hog Wilds. A really weird and interesting angle with that one. BBJ so very low. Survive. I'm sorry, BBJ. Okay, micro missiles will confirm the kill. Hogger was cocooned on the left-hand side of our screen, but that just now ends. Banana gets picked off. Hogger Hog Wilding through the enemy team as Raynor will go down. It's a 2 for 2 as the D.Va Mech should get picked off. Lauber finds the kill into Falstead. D.Va Mech goes down. The Pilot is going to end up popping the Tychus, and we continue to just trade out in this second objective with D.Va with the poke. Burgle should have one more bop, or one more pew.
Burgle every 6 seconds can use the gun, so he's got it again. Cattle is playing with fire as well. He's the one that gets bolted. I think Lauber just secured the objective. Yeah, Lauber with a great stun. Wow, that was so close.
Now, Cattle has Burrow Charge. Burgle has a phase shift in from D.Va and a Zeratul who's coming in with a vengeance.
Oh, okay. Just never forget about the Dark Templars. Like, wow. A lot of time was created there anyway. Really solid to get the best out of what was a very difficult situation. Really fun team fight to watch. 3 for 3. Storm, Lauber, then finally getting that objective. But it's not gonna do that much because of that kill on Hogger. Oh, another engage here. They're gonna do an aggressive defense. Kepi getting attacked here. No biotic armor, 75, just 10. Now going for BBJ. He's got the reactive ballista spores, but it's not gonna be enough. Great defense. So mid gets cleared almost for free, but then they kind of forgot it and let mid 4 die anyway in favor of getting those double kill. Top 4 is also down. Wait, what just happened up there?
It's just Lauber just sieging like there's no one gonna respond to him, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I'm just like, Lauber, what did you expect? Like, I guess he dies for the fort? Sure.
A quiz to chat. You just lost all your team members. You're alone. Enemy team is all mid. You're top. What do? Push or run?
I mean, the objective gets the fort regardless, so I run and save my death timer.
But look, it got 80% of a gate now. Off top, keep the gate.
You know, okay, all right, Grubby, I see you. Okay.
I see you, and I call you on your BS, rationalizing bad D-pushes.
How dare you?
Nice XP build up by Chili Mountain. They're now a level ahead with all those kills. Structurally, though, in a terrible spot.
This has almost been the motif of Chili Mountain for a couple games. They're ahead in experience, but behind structurally with a win condition. Well, I wouldn't say a win condition, but one of the keeps potentially going down on their side, Chili Mountain, through bottom lane. If a third objective is grabbed by the side of Storm Esports, that might be double keep with, as you mentioned, keep front gate going down from Lauber's sacrificial push. This is... It's hard for me to look at this and go like, wow, Storm Esports are kind of ahead even though they're behind.
Yeah, so Chili Mountain has very strong level 20s. A Nubarak Rewind, Super Mighty Gust, Speedy Dragon for Invisible Friends. Brightwing 20 for Invisible Friends.
Yep.
And then Timing Attack gives you like non-stop micro missiles. And Zeratul just becomes an absolute beast. So now we've got this boss trade, and the way this is going to go down is like this. Storm gets the keep from this.
Okay.
It gets them level 19. but they still have this small window to bridge, and they're going to lose top fort and keep wall if they don't respond. And positionally, that's good for Chile. They're going to get level 20. They can then move on to the objective, and knowing that someone has to defend top boss if they do. So in order to deal with that dilemma, they're just going to completely let that go and start the timer on the objective as quickly as possible, which I didn't even think about. I think it's really smart. But level 20 is so close, Bahamut.
I'm looking at this too, and I agree with you. I was trying to piece it all together, and I'm like, I think this is definitely the way you go on the side of Storm Esports. You grab a little bit of timer. They got 11 seconds off of that or something like that. So bottom lane boss will find the keep, as you mentioned, should go down. Top lane will get keep front gate. The response from Storm Esports will stall things out. But now the timer is over to Storm Esports on this objective, as well as onto that 20 talent tier.
Let's see, we've seen some bad gusts today. Let's see how Maka and team on voice can orchestrate a good gust in the coming up fight.
Let's go on into Chili Mountain Comms.
I see the fine. Just hold it.
Murder
here, so...
Carry mid though, carry mid. That's only collapse.
20 seconds, they might look now. I'm coming as well.
I have bomb still, like, Giga fine.
Mid is still kind of rough.
Yeah, mid needs to be cleared soon.
Look, lower, hit lower mid. Oh, they know you're there now.
I'm bombing.
Oh, look, they cross out.
I can
hitting lower. Hitting lower. Lower big damage. They cross out. I'm gonna gust them in here, maybe. Can
we look for the cap? Can we look for the cap again?
No. They're gonna all in. We don't get it.
Back.
Just reset it. We can play this slot.
I'm gonna have to dig out.
Yep. Murder is killable if he jumps in, by the way. I hit him kinda hard.
Just do it out. Can we get this?
Might even.
Yeah. We give it a bit. Gust in 30.
Yeah, fine.
We can also play for the fight there. We can play for the fight if it looks super bad. Just make sure we win the fight. That's the most important.
Rewind in 20.
Yeah.
Can we wait Gust? Can we just Giga shield and just wait Gust? Like we have it super bad. I think it's fine.
We need to like mini pressure it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm coming now.
Or at least
we wait the order out. Yeah, I'm gonna hit Muradin. Muradin has no avatar. Muradin is killable.
Yeah, for sure.
Just
getting low.
Cap it a bit. Yeah. They don't get this.
Got it.
We get it now. Alright, we have Gust again.
Up again. 10 seconds web.
Yeah.
Mid's big pressure.
Yep.
Can we try to sneak pick it up while we hold them?
Yes.
I mean, they're gonna have the Raider on it. Can we kill the Raider maybe?
Oh, Baby J! Illegal maybe?
Can we focus the Raider?
Yeah,
plane.
Get the Raider.
I'm hitting. Yeah.
Capping.
Get the Raider.
Murder need out. We get this. Okay, we don't. I'll try to hit the Raider. Need to have a bit.
I'm capping.
I can kill them.
I'm trying to hit the Raider.
We got it.
Nice.
Murrow's really low too.
Yeah. I hit Murrow hard here.
Can we go?
I have Gust.
Murrow no jump.
He hit in.
No spin on Hogger. No spin on Hogger.
Yeah.
Hitting Hogger. I'm
hitting Murrow.
It's fine. We can go Murrow after.
Go Murrow.
I have silence.
Okay.
Just focus Murrow. Oh no,
We don't have to.
No, we don't have to.
We don't have to.
We kinda want to keep them here though. We don't?
Yeah, can
I'm gonna hold him then.
Yeah, beautiful, you Mike.
Yeah, there's still 4 bottom here.
Grubby, I was trying to figure out when to leave right there, but now's a good time to maybe discuss what's happening. And oh my god, we jump out of the comms and a Brightwing goes down, but so does the Muradin, and Cattle goes down as well. The objective phase goes over to Chili Mountain, and the communication from them was so clean. Who to call?
Yeah.
The biggest thing for me, Grubby, cooldowns, communicating cooldowns of who can do what when.
It was really good comms, and you left just in time so that we don't hear the sound of silence after they lost the 5 versus 3.
Oh.
BBJ smurfing there, like,
yeah,
getting the big full combo on Brightwing with his WE, the virulent reaction. That honestly, it's so unpermissible. I think they got overconfident. It's 5 versus 3. So impermissible actually, because this should have been their glory moment, and now it's just like, all right, cool, we get some forts. It's just not what they needed. But overall, very good. Great calls on whether Hogger has Hog Wilds available, blowing them up, good gust. Yeah.
Now the gust I want to talk about actually, because there was a communication for the gust to come out in that mid lane into the wall like Storm Esports was getting mighty gusted with Wind Tunnel into a wall, into a corner, and there was zero communication that was happening or to follow up onto that. And I feel like that was a moment.
You mean the initial mid wall, or
yeah, the initial mid wall. It was like one of the first gusts actually. Was it too deep? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because
they wanted the objective.
Okay, I didn't see the tower there because that's why I was just like, that mid lane forward, or that mid lane, like it was just the sidewall, so I thought they could have played off of that on the side of Chili Mountain, but maybe I misremembered. Yeah, I think you are right. There was still a tower there, so the dive would have happened.
They all quietly accepted that was not going to be a gust to follow up, because they really heavily prioritized the objective, and they weren't like desperate yet either. But good to bring that up again and see what happened there. Overall, Gust have been good.
Yes.
They're gonna try to like cocoon Gust, isolate someone, and wait for an opportunity. They did a good job. Now let's see what this boss is gonna do. What? You're gonna bro charge in there and actually full combo Dequaza with rewind. Overall, a good trade though. He's down to 20% life. Everyone on Chili Mountain still healthy, but they have to watch out for BBJ's revenge.
Not only, that was a wonderful massive shove to dissuade and push away that was a good gust in response. So the boss in top lane will find keep. Yeah, this should be keep going down.
Then it's a bad gust.
But
if you're not saving the keep, then you would have liked to save the gust for something else.
Yeah.
Overall, I thought that maybe they were going to save it. This should be a keep down as well, though. Not by the boss, but by the remainder of pressure, because there's another wave coming, if they can buy enough time. So look at Azerite. He's going to try and hold the team here if he can at all, because they need another 10 seconds for the bottom keep to fall, and they're just rushing for the objective in order to create an impossible decision for Storm. Kepi actually going to defend, and I'm not sure he can.
No.
Question mark?
No way. Wait a minute. Wait, one minion?
Oh,
one minion! One little minion with a rifle is able I'm just trying to remember the Warcraft 3 unit, but I'm blanking on it either way. Big play from
huge, enormous, giant,
colossal
Stormbolt into a bush. Even invisible friends, not enough to keep Murden safe
Azerite.
there. Oh no! Wow, Lauber smurfing.
You just end, right?
Yeah. You could do object. No, you have to wait 50 seconds. No, you try to end. Mid keep maybe, so that there's no armor on the core.
The siege value is really strong. Commandeer Odin's still up and available. Ivy Tings, I would expect to see that drop down immediately here. Grubby, this is...
Dude, that's Stormbolt into BBJ combo, the interplay between Lauber and BBJ there, that just won the game. Like, wouldn't you feel safe? Full health and Nubarak, you've got Carapace, you've got all your CC, you're standing invisible in a bush. But perhaps when you are invisible, you don't need to be in the bush, because that is the obvious place to be. And invisibility allows you to do that same job from literally anywhere else.
Oh my god, BBJ with these root combo reactions will be, in my opinion, the MVP that set up the win in this game at number 4, Alterac Pass map. Grubby, I mean, we're singing the praises of the Stormbolts, but I think BBJ, this is the real MVP. That just waited Pustule into the bush, gave the vision. Lauber was like, I'm going, and BBJ's like, I got the reaction. This was really good Heroes the Storm action. I don't want to fault Chili Mountain at all. They played an amazing game here, and they brought life back into the series, and almost, in my opinion, took this to a game number 5. Our first almost game number 5. I would say this is the closest the series has been in CCL Season 2 thus far. McIntyre, do you agree? Disagree? Was it all Gia?
No, yeah. I mean, I really like the side of Chili Mountain this game. They held it together as the map played out. And I mean, highlighting the map, I'm kind of into Alterac Valley. The map kind of creates so much madness, because while the objective, does push lanes, it takes so long to channel. And we saw there in that team fight, actually, Chili Mountain targeting Lauber, and then the little grunts, recaptured the objective when the fight was happening. There's 1 second left, and now all of a sudden it's like bottom lane's pushing. Oh god, we got to worry about mid. We can let them channel our objective, and then we can refight them. Like, there's a lot of decision making that goes on there, and I think Chili Mountain navigated that well to get to a point where they could have won the game, right? It just comes down to that synergy between Lauber and BBJ, the trust, as we like to call it, where we're just throwing raw hammers into bushes and we're following up with Stukov combo. Maybe they had some sort of knowledge that he was there. They did have the little flying robot. I can't think of the name of it right now. Banshee, there it is. Yeah. So maybe the Banshee spotted it. I don't know if that thing has true vision. I doubt it does. But there could have been a shimmer there at some point in time that they were like, oh, I bet he's standing in this. Regardless, they threw the combo together. There was no Brightwing there to heal. A noob is a character that really, you know, if he gets hit by CC and isn't cleansed, he dies, right? Like, he must press his E button to get away. And we saw that fragile kind of body that Anubrak is get one shot. Really, really well played there from the side of Storm.
I agree. Storm Esports played that extremely well, and I said that they were the MVP, and we actually have BBJ on the line right now. BBJ, congratulations on your 3-1 victory. How you feeling after that Alterac pass map?
Thanks. Yeah, it was getting pretty stressful down the wire. We haven't played that map too much, as I don't think most teams have, so late game situations, that map is a little new to us, but we ended up pulling it out. So it feels good.
It was very, very hard fought. I don't want to take too much away from Grubby and McIntyre, so I'm going to immediately throw it over to Grubby. Any questions for BBJ?
BBJ, you did a lot of really important combos this game. Most notably, the two moments, the 3v5 bot. You're not supposed to win 3v5s, mate. They won the objective, and you guys killed 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess... Yeah. Did I hit a root? I don't even remember. The game was pretty long. I don't really remember it that much.
On Brightwing.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember that one a bit. Yeah, it's pretty hard for her. She doesn't insta-cleanse the slow. She's rooted and then just dead insta.
And then the second one, you and Lauber had a great interplay there on the Invisible Friends Anubarak. What did you catch a shimmer of his position, or was it the obvious place to be and just the trust you have in Lauber to hit that blind storebolt into the virulent follow-up?
I think we saw him from the objective vision. I think the little dudes saw him when he wasn't stealth yet, walk into the bush, and then we all knew he was in that bush. So Lauber just said he's in the bush, and then just jump stunned, and then got the nice one shot.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
Mac, you're calling it easy. Any questions for BBJ?
Yeah, I'm actually curious about the ETC Anduin comp. Is that like actually good? I mean, you are, I think, one of the few players I've seen now play Anduin, which is obviously great to pull, Lauber out when he goes a little too ham. But is that like an actual comp that you guys are drafting and practicing in scrims, and why not like Joanna instead, right? We haven't seen much of her. Is ETC just
you don't want
better?
to see Lauber Joanna. You don't want to see Lauber Joanna. It's an infest. But I mean, I don't think we really practiced. We played it, I think, like almost that exact same comp. I don't know if it was an icebreaker or something on a different game. And
it was Spider Queen
pull
too.
It out again. Yeah, it was Spider Queen. I think it was with CPX as well. So it's just a complete run back, And this time we lost the coin flip, I guess. Unlucky.
Ooh. Just out of curiosity, what was the... Why did you roll swap? Game 1 and 2 were really, really good. Nothing against CPX. Just curious why the decision to do so for Game 3.
CPX wanted some revenge against his old team, so we gave him a chance, but he lost. So now obviously he's getting dropped into free agency as a
Jesus. Wow, BBJ. All right. Well, I'm very sorry, CPX. Before BBJ, I let you run out of here and maybe have to respond to some Storm Esports management questions. I'd like to let you have an opportunity to do some shout-outs. The floor is all yours.
Shout out to my team, obviously, carried me today. Shout out to Twitch chat, as always. Shout out to all the Storm Esport employees making our jobs easy to just play the game. And then shout out to all you guys and all the behind-the-scenes production stuff. Appreciate it.
Well, we really appreciate it, and thank you once again for the interview. Congratulations on your 3-1 victory against Chili Mountain, and we look forward to seeing you all next weekend up against Simplicity. You have a wonderful week, and good luck in your scrims and games.
Thanks. See you guys.
See you soon. Well, maybe. I mean, it depends if they beat Simplicity next weekend. But either way, what a great game. And it was awesome that we kicked off our Sunday matches, Grubby, with a 3-1. No 3-0 just yet, but it could be possible. We still have that Simplicity versus WildHeart matchup next. And before we get into that, let's kind of just recap a little bit of this Chili Mountain Storm esports matchup, Grubby. I just want to get like, what's your maybe takeaway? What's maybe the highlight? What's the one thing from this that you're really like, oh man, that's the key critical moment?
Well, I think the biggest story for me is that in 2 maps, Chili Mountain looked like they had no chance at all. It just looked like the most one-sided stompfest. Game 3, Gia out, CPX in. Is that the reason why they were able to win? But then actually, it was overall just really good play by everyone. Good individual plays, better teamwork, and suddenly the series was legit. And then this one, CPX out again. Gia still out, different lineup again, just a lot of testing at the early part of the season apparently, and then it was so close. Actually, it was really, really close. And so respect to Chili Mountain for going from, oh my god, how are you guys even able to play here, into like, okay, that was so much better, and like more of that, and good luck on your improvement. As for Storm, a little bit clowny on the game 3 with the stage dive engages, but overall really strong play. And looking forward to see them against a team that is their match.
McIntyre, do you agree? Was Storm Esports clowning on that game 3, or is it a little more than that?
I mean, yeah, they may have been clowning. Again, that's why I asked BBJ about the draft. Is it something that they like are actually practicing? Because while I think the idea, like conceptually, is very cool and unique, the execution was not. It doesn't match, right?
Okay.
So I was curious about that, but you know, when you're ahead 2-0, you kind of have the room and ability to give your 6th player a chance to get revenge on his whole team, right? That leads to the free agency. Like you have the ability to ball out on draft and do some fun things, right? As long as you're able to close it out the following game. In the record book, it kind of leads to be the same, maybe if there's some sort of weird tiebreaker somewhere along the lines there, but you know, they still ended up winning the game, Storm, right? And to highlight their ability to just bounce back from a loss like that, not feel too bad about it, as well as, yeah, as Grubby said, with Chili Mountain, they seemed like they had found a roster, the 5 players that they had there in those last 2 games, that seemed good together, right? They gave Storm a run for their money. This is a team that is now, you know, a top 2, top 3 team in CCL. So one of the better ones, and to, you know, give an honest game, as BBJ said, things got a little shaky there at the end of that map, is good, right? It's really good. I hope they continue to practice together, learn the draft, the synergy, build it up, and hopefully see them next week again, play again.
It was a really, really good game number 1, our first best of 5 of the day, and we're not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Today's matches so far have been Chili Mountain versus Storm Esports, as we just saw that 3-1 over to Storm Esports. But now the marquee matchup, as I keep bringing it up throughout the weekend, but we got it. We gotta, you know, address the elephant, or the titans in the room, I guess you could say. WildHeart, our season 1 second place team, going up against Simplicity, the number 1 team from season 1, who, well, beat out WildHeart in that grand finals. So will WildHeart be able to turn things around? Will it be a 3-0? Will it be a 3-2? We're going to go ahead and take a little break. But before we get into that break, I do want to thank you all at home once again. I do see that we did break that 7,000 mark. So when we come back from a wonderful interview with Kyle Ferguson and Justin, we'll be able to give Bandit that treat. But as I said, if you'd like to support the prize pool, you can hit !prize pool in chat. And as I also mentioned, don't go anywhere. We have got Justin interview with Kyle Ferguson coming at you in just a minute. This is HeroesCCL. We'll be right back.
Welcome, everyone, to the CCL Halftime Show. I'm Kyle Ferguson, and I'm sitting down today with Pit Kid, a.k.a. Justin. Justin, thank you for joining me. Welcome.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you. There's been a lot of build-up about your... well, literally called a Galaxy Brain Drafter. People are really excited about what you do out there in the game itself, as well as getting things going in the draft. And not like Murkies, not the stuff Bahamut gets excited about. Like just weird bruiser support things that are just exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Bahamut does get a bit excited when we play the Cho'Gall. I know,
of course,
that is the one. But to be fair, Cho'Gall's actually pretty good. So maybe we'll bust it out for Bahamut again.
I look forward to it. So you guys basically rebuilt the team. You got Zergling, Buds, Unaverted, and then picked up Weary Day again. But from what I've heard, Weary Day helps control you in the draft. Is that true?
I'm not sure what your sources are on this. I don't know if we can be controlled or if I can be in the draft.
That's fair. That's fair.
Weary. Well, I guess I'd say Weary is very consistent and stable with what he wants to play, but the support role is fairly fixed, so he doesn't have to play anything too wild. I'm trying to get him to play the main tank or solo support etc, but he's not really too into it yet.
With prog rock, is that?
Yeah.
Nice. I look forward to that more than Cho'Gall, but we'll let Bahamut dream. So, your upcoming match is against Simplicity, who you fought before and had. Is there a bit of a rivalry going on there? I mean, how are you guys planning for this next one? Keeping your secrets to yourself, of course.
So I mean, I don't know if we'd call it a rivalry in the same sense that we would have way back in the day, but I think we definitely want to beat Simplicity a little bit more than the other teams. But I think facing them early like this is probably in our best interest too, because I know that the longer that the season goes, Simplicity is probably going to be practicing like just a ridiculous amount because that's what they do. So facing them now is probably in our best interest, just to get out of the way so that we can like prep more for them specifically nearing the end of the season for just one match instead of 2 matches.
That makes perfect sense. Since you are known as the Weird Drafters, do you plan surprises on top of surprises at this point, or do you just let the weirdness, the bruisers, the no main tanks as we know them in Storm League happen?
For now, just gonna let it happen. I'm still kind of in like testing mode a little bit, where like we're still trying a bunch of stuff in scrims. We're not just like sticking to exactly one meta for right now. Right now we're still in like the testing phase. I think by the time we get to the finals though, we'll definitely have some like very specific cheese and stuff prepared, but
awesome.
Not for the regular season.
Well, and we had the icebreaker tournament there where you played a Maiev and a Deathwing, so a time to experiment and maybe get a scrim in there, or was that just like, here's something you've seen before, we're keeping the cards close to home?
That was kind of something that we had tried in scrims a little bit. We'd been going through like variations of doing things. It's kind of the way that like I don't like to just like pick things randomly. I like to have sort of like a meta develop that I think is better than what people are currently playing, or that like beats the current meta. And so that was just like one of the pieces along the way to progressing towards getting to like a functioning meta. So that stuff failed, and we figured out why it failed. But we can take from that and kind of adjust it going forward. So like I've scrapped a lot of the draft plan from the icebreaker thing.
That's
which
cool.
That's just like one of the necessary steps, I guess.
That's awesome that it's still evolving this late into the game's life. You're still trying to work those pieces. And in fact, we might even have a big patch in a week here, and who knows what sort of pieces we'll be moving around then.
Yeah, can't wait.
Is there anything you're hoping for with that? Like, just if they could just touch something, maybe clean something up.
I'd hope that they would revert the XP changes, but I know that the patch isn't going to have that. So
the orbs.
No, yeah, like the way the forts work with the XP, because right now, just in general, it feels like early game isn't too important, because if you fall behind, you get the comeback XP, which you didn't used to get. So I'd like them to change that eventually, but I don't think they'll change that again. I'd like them to hopefully make the draft a little bit less linear for the first couple picks, like Hogger, Sonya, Uther, Lucio seem like they're like pretty common bans. So hopefully they nerf those so that we can have a little bit more variety in our early picks, because it feels like all the teams are kind of doing the same first picks right now.
Would a Sonya nerf ruin her chances of being main tank as you drafted her last week?
Probably. Sonya's like, so we do partially play her like that because she's so strong. Her kit, how it works right now with her W build is kind of new, since they buffed the 16 a while back. So she's kind of in like a unique place where they'd have to nerf her probably more than just numbers in order to get her to a fair level, because she just seems like she just sort of stat checks everybody. But but she also has like percent damage at 16 now, so she would have to get nerfed in more ways than just numbers, I think.
The percent-based damage and that whole splash and like, I'm going to attack this minion sort of and destroy the whole enemy team by hitting the minion instead. Is that the issue there, or is it actually the healing part of Giant Slammer?
No, I think it's mostly the 100% splash. It feels really silly to me playing it when I play it, like how strong I feel as Sonya. I don't know, just walk around pressing W on their buildings, and then all the people trying to defend the buildings are like half HP. And it just doesn't feel right, so hopefully they fix that.
It reminds me a little bit of old Kel'Thuzad. Yeah, you get them up to their wall, and they're actually in more danger than they should be.
Yeah, or Release Cassia was the same thing, where she would just splash on your gate, and you couldn't defend your own buildings.
Sure. Tell me a little bit about the Blaze in your first game versus Chili Mountain last week, because that's not a hero we see a lot, and it's a tank. It almost seems traditional.
Yeah, so Blaze kind of fulfills the same role as like a Johanna, or to a lesser extent what a Mei does. He was also really good. Well, he was good there specifically because on the shrines you have a lot of chokes where you're trying to play just to control space. And also they had double auto attackers, so the oil slow at 13 is really strong. The attack speed slow. So it was just kind of good in the comp for that. And also, I hadn't actually practiced with too many normal tanks when we were doing our scrims, because we've only gotten a couple scrims before the icebreaker. So we didn't have a ton of time to practice normal tanks, but Blaze was just, I don't know, it just seemed like it was the best one to play at the time, because it feels like the tank pool for normal tank heroes is relatively choked right now, which is part of the reason why I'm doing all the weird stuff. It feels like there's only like maybe like 3 or 4 tanks that are actually good right now.
And in your opinion, those not things like ETC, the Storm League hero, things like Mei you mentioned, Johanna, and who's the other one right now? Is it Blaze?
Well, no, like the 4 actual good tanks right now, like overall for every team is mostly like Diablo, Mei, Varian, and probably Johanna. And they all kind of, Varian's kind of different, but the other 3 all kind of fill a very similar, well, I guess Diablo's a little different, but Mei and Johanna are like very similar, and then the other 2 are sort of similar to each other as well. It's just kind of like either tanks that just like never ever die, which is like Mei and Johanna, and they're like really safe and they have wave clear, or it's like pick tanks like Diablo Varian that are just super tanky. And I guess a Noobarak, but I'm not a believer yet. I think a noob is bad.
He's weird because he's always like hiding in bushes and like being sneaky tank. We're done with auto attack Diablo, right? Like that's over. It's flames forever now.
I don't think so. I think you could still go auto attack, but definitely not into Mei.
Sure.
Which seems like a pretty common matchup right now, because yeah, her blind and stuff is just her attack speed slow, so it's too annoying. So you probably W build for now.
We talked a little bit about the Sonya and how you were out in front. You even went Wrath that game, so it's not like you were leaping to set up or CC helping. You were just running at them as hard as you could, which makes sense with all the slamming. But in the game 3, you picked up Zul, who bone prisoned Cassia, getting rid of all her armor. It looked like an amazing pick, but why poison there?
So normally they had a lot of range, so typically I wouldn't want to go Poison Nova because it should be hard to kind of hit all of them. But in that game, I have a Medivh, so he can kind of enable me to go a lot deeper in the backline than I should be able to otherwise. Also, I'm trying to remember. It kind of just felt like the way that the fights would play out, I was just going to end up in the middle of their team, and they were going to have to either try to focus me, or I was just going to press W and just clap everybody and heal the full so they wouldn't be able to kill me. So I kind of figured that it would just be better with the way I was positioning, which I think it was. Like, they ended up either like chasing past me and all getting Poison Nova'd, or trying to kill me and just getting that protected and getting Poison Nova'd anyways. So it just did a lot more damage there. I didn't feel like I really needed to be engaging fights with mages.
That's cool. So it's actually multifaceted. I thought maybe it might be a response to just high five being all the rage, and you could go, here's multiple people damaged. Good luck with your high five.
Oh no. I mean, I think it was pretty good against the type of healing that they had, but that wasn't like the main reason. I think it was just about how team fights would play out.
Awesome. Well, Simplicity also went and 3-0'd their opponent, Onyx Esports. Is there any predictions you have about this match coming up?
I think we'll win. I think I don't know exactly how much Simplicity's been practicing. They, when playoffs are coming, they definitely practice a lot. So I think we'll be in a pretty good position right now. I think I know Kier is a little rusty because he was playing herbs and stuff, and I'm not sure if he's still doing that, but he's been playing the Weeb game. I already put in my time in that. Me and Priz played in the HeroesHearth herbs tournament, and we got second in our thing, but I'm already done playing herbs. I'm not sure about Kier, though. He might still be going at it, so...
You're full-time heroes and they're not, you know, it's going to be the throwdown.
I mean, for Kier, maybe. I don't know. He might be back to full-time heroes as well. We'll see.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you guys in the match. Looking forward to it. Thank you for joining me.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL. My name's Bahamut, joined by Grubby and McIntyre, and we are getting ready for our second best of 5 of the day of Simplicity up against WildHeart. But I gotta say, it's always so nice to have Kyle do those interviews with the players, and we can get a little more in-depth and a little more knowledge into what it's like to be on the WildHeart team, or even just understand maybe some of the mental space they live in when it comes to the WildHeart drafts. Now, we do have to... You know, we made a promise at the start of the broadcast. We hit 7,000 in total donations, so I have got the good boy's favorite cookie. Come here, bud. Come here. Come on. Come say hi to CCL. Look at this. This is my good boy. Can you high five? High five? He doesn't give a crap. Thank you all so much for the donations. He really appreciates it. I really appreciate it. We all here at HeroesCCL appreciate the support. So thank you, everyone, for hitting this little goal we set today. And maybe in the future, maybe we can coerce Logan, maybe Ralph to come on stream. We'll have to figure that one out for you all at home. Maybe set a goal. I think Logan's a very, very busy boy, so probably somewhere in the 30,000 range. But we'll get to that one eventually. What we can get into is our next best of 5. And McIntyre, are you looking forward to this game, my friend? It is Simplicity versus WildHeart.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of where I think the bar is set for CCL, right? This season, these are the top 2 teams as of last season. They're currently in the top position, and this game will decide who is at the top as well. So really, it's going to be a fun game. A lot of really great players. And again, kind of what I was talking about before, just highlighting, these are 2 teams that are going to play completely different strategies, and it's always great to see kind of which strategy comes out on top, right? And we will definitely get to see that here against us in this series.
You actually said it perfectly. There's a lot of great players on these rosters, and we can take a look at the Simplicity roster right now, break down who we're going to be seeing over on that left-hand side of the screen. Masquerade, Cure, Legacy, Lutano, Hosty, and Jay. For anyone that might be wondering, this is the Core 5 roster, Masquerade, Cure, Legacy, Lutano, Hosty, who did win Season 1 of CCL. Jay is the new player on Simplicity, who has... I actually don't think we've had a Jay game just yet, Grubby, have we?
I think we have had Jay in the icebreaker tournament,
yes.
but I don't believe we had him in the regulation game just yet. So, very good player. There's been no need of him yet, and I doubt with the importance of this current series, our Season 1, number 1 and 2, that we are going to see him just yet. But here's the other side, WildHeart Esports. We saw PitKit, aka Justin, in that interview just now. The excellent solo laner, Zerkling. We've got Weary Day on healing. Unaverted, bringing up the range. Buds on flex nowadays. And Mason Blaze as a potential sub as well.
Mason Blaze is listed as that range assassin role, but if anyone watched some of the free agent tournaments, we all know that Mason Blaze can almost be a flex as well. They had what I would assume to be a range assassin Lucio, so I guess you could say, yeah, that is kind of range assassin in a sense there. But McIntyre, what are your expectations for this matchup? I just want to kind of gauge both of you what you expect for this, because me personally, I think this will be a 3-2. Who it goes over to, that's the thing that I really want to answer.
Yeah, I would love for this to be a 3-2 as well. These teams are obviously going to come out swinging. I expect both teams to actually kind of engage and dig into that hero pool that they have, and to really showcase some of the strategies that they've been building or holding back against other teams. We're really going to see that here today, right? There's not going to be, not that teams sandbag drafts necessarily, but you know, they can just draft standard and not show any of the finesse or pizzazz that they've been building up. It's time to, you know, smash the piggy banks, right? Like this is when we all of that we've saved up for, this is a match for that. And so I think that's what I'm going to be most excited about and hopeful for between WildHeart and Simplicity.
Before I get Grubby's thoughts, I want to also update you all at home where we're going to for map number 1 and kind of get you in the in the mindset of these teams, as we do have the coin flip initially won by WildHeart, opting for first pick priority in this game number 1. WildHeart banned out Alterac Pass with a ban onto Battlefield of Eternity from Simplicity, and Simplicity will be taking us to Sky Temple. Same question to you, Grubby. Expectations of this matchup, or maybe even the Sky Temple map itself?
I have this weird feeling that it's going to be like a 3-0 for Simplicity, despite the expectations set. On paper, with their level, it should be like a 3-2-2-3, I agree. But that would be too easy, and it would be too cathartic for you, Bahamut, to get a 3-2 here. So that's not what I'm hoping for. It's not what I necessarily think. It's just a feeling deep in the gut.
You actually said something at the end of the broadcast yesterday that I've still been kind of having it ping pong around in my head, and you said, you know, Bahamut, as much as I don't like, or we don't like 3-0s, it is something that happens in esports, and there is something to be said about a 3-0. Well, yes, it's less games for us. It does showcase that a team has done research. They have come prepared, and they know how to communicate and win out a game, win out a series. So while I do, you know, I guess to say I downvote, if you will, the 3-0s, I really do want to give the credit where it's due on those players for coming and showing up and, you know, blasting the other team out of the water. But right now we're here into this actual draft for Sky Temple, and you know, McIntyre, you also said something weird just a minute ago. Playing standard, I don't know, does WildHeart know what that terminology is?
I mean, yeah, WildHeart, their standard is exactly that, right? The crazier draft. So it's something that we would expect from them to do, right? So we see a Sonya here as a first pick. It's a really good map for it. No reason not to take Sonya. Just leaving her uncontested, she does get to push really hard. I also kind of want to harp on that 3-0 thing too, really quickly.
Sure.
These are two teams that have the experience that when they lose a game, they don't landslide on themselves, right? Like they can regroup, get their footing again, and continue to climb up the hill. For newer rosters, which we can expect, we have a few of them here in the CCL, to regain that footing together as a team can be hard. All 5 players need to gain that footing when they climb the mountain, right? And both of these rosters have that synergy together, so one game in the best of 5 is not going to be the end of the world, right? And we can expect game 5s because of that, right? The resiliency that they have together.
Sure.
So
the mental game is very, very important, and I agree with you. You have to be cohesive as a team to be able to run it back if you do go into those games where it's the series life on the line. You make a wonderful point with that. I want to also let's dive into this draft a little further though, because we have had the first half of it already go through. And Grubby, what are your thoughts on this breakdown so far?
Yeah, I think everything. Okay.
Hey, respect where respect's due, Grubby, okay? Respect where respect's due.
Maybe they know something about WildHeart. But anyway, I think the most special thing about this draft so far is the early Sylvanas pick.
Okay.
That gives side pressure possibility, snowball potential, and you can either go mind control to try and pick someone off, to abuse Brightwing's very inconsistent cleanse, or you could Wailing Arrow on top of the healing target to get Brightwing as well, and then switch target to Brightwing. So I think it is cool. We have 2 silences. We have our first Johanna today.
Okay.
And Masquerade going on Johanna. All right. Maybe anti-mind control blow up?
Yeah. Falling Sword for the Stukov too, maybe, right? Just to get to the back line. Especially when they have that flex pick still in that last Lutano. Likes to play things like Tracer, Genji, things like that, right? You can Brightwing Bomb. We do see it looks like it's going to be a main tank Sonya double support. The coming out from the side of WildHeart, the Yrel. I hope that I expect to see the W talent at level 7 there for Zergling on the Yrel. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I like the comp so far. It is a map, and kind of what Grubby had highlighted, taking that Sylvanas early allows for the side pressure. She brings enough wave clear that you can take double support and not get super punished. And we are going to see a last pick Falstad from the side of Simplicity. Great for the map. Great, that split pressure. We never are upset about having a Falstad on Sky Temple.
I'm struggling with the WildHeart draft in the sense of, not in the sense of like, can they do stuff? They can absolutely do stuff on the map. It's what Simplicity is built, and I'm very much leaning into Simplicity here, McIntyre. Which way are you heading? Who's got the stronger draft?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was a betting man, I would definitely put all of my Twitch chat points onto the side of Simplicity. I think that their team just knows Sky Temple very well. This is obviously a draft that they have played and are experienced on. So I really, it's not out of the box. This is something that we know Simplicity can play well.
Yeah.
So just expect them to play the composition well. On the side of WildHeart, they have a little scrappier, wilder comp, right, as we like to say. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm going to put all of my points here on the side of Simplicity.
All right. Well, I expect to see you put all of those in Twitch chat. I mean, I can't read Twitch chat. I don't have it open, but I expect that all of your points will be going into Simplicity's draft when that prediction does open up, and we'll see you after the game, McIntyres. We've loaded on into game number 1 of our second best of 5. We're here on Sky Temple. On the left-hand side, we have got Simplicity, Cure playing the Diva, Hosty on Acacia, Legacy playing Brightwing, Lutano playing Falstad, and Masquerade on the Joanna. For WildHeart's side on the right, we're going to be seeing Yrel played by Zergling, Weary Day on the Stukov, Unaverted on that Sylvanas, Pit Kid on the Sonya, and Buds will actually be on the Tyrande. I've called for a Simplicity win. I believe McIntyre's right there with me, but now Grubby, let's deep dive into your brain. What are you calling? What are you expecting?
Well, Simplicity has the easy-to-execute draft with great natural synergy. They have got potential Blessed Shield Valkyrie combo. They can also just use Johanna's Blind in conjunction with Cassia's bonus damage to blinded targets to just have a good thing going. There's a lot of damage mitigation via Mighty Gust, Double Blind, Diva, Defensive Matrix, Shrink Ray. So overall, it's just it's a really cool thing, and it's a standard draft that excels at wave clear, defense, and has some nice pick opportunities post level 10. WildHeart, a much different draft. Tyrande, who is walking on her feet on the mount, if you've seen that.
I love that one. I love that one. That's a good one. She's a very smooth criminal.
I don't know why. Like, this always happens with Tyrande. She's walking on the mount. Moonwalking on the mount. Really strange. But Tyrande, I don't think we see her a lot. We didn't talk about it all that much either, and it's interesting. It's this blow-up comp without having a really easy setup for it. Normally, you see people running Tyrande at most with a Varian, a Diablo, or an ATC. You don't really see it with others. The mini stun from Spear, the Yrel stun, usually not enough. So it's a very skillful approach to the game, trying to run Tyrande here. She has good sustained heals, she adds nice bonus damage. It gives that double support for Sonya. But the thing I like the most about her, among all things, is that vision. We don't actually talk as much about vision in Heroes of the Storm as it comes to being a MOBA, because there aren't that many tools for it. We don't have items, we don't have wards. So things like Rexar Flare, even they don't get picked up. The Sentinel, they're pretty unique. And, it's a very team-fighty game. Yeah. So sometimes vision seems to be not the most important thing when you can have more wave clear, etc., etc. But it's really good on Sky Temple. I think it's going to just improve the decision-making invisibly for WildHeart. Let's see how they use that Sentinel to get crucial information.
I agree with you. We didn't talk about it at all. She's just running on the mount. But the vision provided, because you made a extremely good point on that. And on a map like Sky Temple that's large, a lot of rotations, camps can be had across the map, being able to scout out and say, all right, it's just a diva on that camp, so we know on the side of WildHeart there's 4 others that could invade, could gank. There's a lot of just information you gained. The other thing to consider too is the level, 13? The Harsh Moonlight reduces the enemy movement speed and damage output. Great way to mitigate burst onto your team. Sorry, I just keep giggling when I look over at Buds, who's, as you said, moonwalking on the mount. The other thing too, Grubby, I see Tyrande here and there in some of the other stuff I cast, but I never see True Shot Aura at level 1. That's an interesting pickup. Basic attacks range is increased passively by 15%, but you also have an activatable for your True Shot Aura for the cooldown. You also have, it's just a nice big buff onto that, which is great for the burst potential of WildHeart. Though, is that available with so many defensive tools from Simplicity? I just don't know if it exists yet.
Well, it's also cool that it resets the Hunter's Mark.
Correct,
cooldown.
yeah.
So you get 2 consecutive Hunter's Mark instead of just 1. Can be quite nice to blow someone up. One more synergy to point out is Tyrande Sylvanas. Sylvanas in Storm League, always going to be on your fort during the objective. Going to do a suicide push. But with Tyrande, you've got the vision, the decision making to make it a measured, a safe push. You can use the vision to do Sylvanas pushes on the side and see when you can just nibble off a little bit of the enemy buildings. And so far, no kills either side yet, just good macro by both teams. WildHeart prioritizing that top fort, Simplicity taking the mid-temple. It's really even, exactly what you would expect, Bahamut, for our top 2 from Season 1.
The rotations are on point. The communication is definitely there. Lutano is pressing into Zergling's face a little bit, knowing that they're probably safe with that barrel roll away. But Bud's coming on in. Spear will not connect. Lutano does get the phase shift in from Legacy. And Grubby, I have this question. I asked this. I don't think I've asked this on CCL, but do you? Hold on, wait. Masquerade getting dove in the bottom lane. When you Z as Brightwing, can you actually click the player portrait? Can you like?
No.
Okay, because that was one thing, like, do you have to click on them? I don't play enough Brightwing, and I was like, I should test this, but for fast Zs...
What you can do is do a vicinity minimap click. That doesn't need to be pixel perfect on point. It will go to the nearest allied hero.
Okay, so that one, I knew you could go through the minimap. I just wasn't sure if you could click on, like, the top bar or something like that, because that'd be really interesting.
If only.
Yeah, if only, but... Unaverted is gonna be just fine from the healing of Buds.
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark helping out a ton right there. And was there an interrupt onto the phase shift from Brightwing just now?
I'm not sure.
Because Masquerade should have had more health. Possibly. Let me look at this. Yeah, it actually just came off a cooldown, so that would have been 10 seconds. So it might have been a lurking arm from Weary Day.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Another nice push here. We have an increase in duration of the Hunter's Mark by 25% with that level 7 talent, Hunter's Fury.
Oh, wow.
That also allows Tyrande to cast it from further away. And keep in mind, he can have 2 of it, so it's a longer duration than ×2. And Tyrande's basic attacks splash on Hunter's Mark target to nearby enemy heroes. So that's going to make the melee a little bit more effective for her to put out damage. Also with that True Shot Aura, which buffs her base damage. So overall, still no kills, but it looks like WildHeart has good rotational control. They had that push on bottom fort that actually took out the wall, but not the fountain. Oh!
Mind control onto Kira. Gust comes out. There was a blessed shield from Masquerade as well. Diva Mecha Explosion. Wrath of Berserker from the Sonya. Diva Pilot will go down. Bud's very low. Hosty almost finding the damage, but the turnaround comes out from Unaverted on Sylvanas, and that will be make it a triple kill.
Spear.
Very nice spear from Pit Kid, finding max range on the Ancient Spear, keeping the Wrath Berserker up. Unaverted locks down the tower, but Tyrande moves to the objective. And Grubby, I was literally like a second and a half too late on being like, should we jump into comms for WildHeart? That would have been perfect, but we did get to at least witness WildHeart turning that entire team fight on its head, and Buds keeping the team alive with the help of Weary Day.
Yeah, that was really sick because there was a Blessed Shield on 3. You had Buds getting Valkyried in, dropping to 10%, and then just walking away. Because post Blessed Shield Valkyrie, there isn't a whole lot of CC. And WildHeart was applying a lot of pressure with that Diva explosion. Really cool fight. First blood, second blood goes to WildHeart, and it nets them the rest of that laser shot. Not a quick boss play by them. They're not looking to throw on that anytime soon. They're gonna let mid fort die because they want to defend their top fort. Mind control. Oh,
dear lord!
Wow,
I blinked.
Dear lord.
I blinked, and Masquerade's health just went away. This WildHeart draft is a lot more bursty than I was expecting when I was making my prediction, but it's not over just yet. There's some scaling on Sky Temple. The map is in favor of WildHeart as they have 2 structures down. Let's make it 3 structures down in favor of our red team as the momentum will not stop. WildHeart actually looking to continue their press through the top lane. The way that they are positioning showed me that this was not just the fort. This is keep front gate. Maybe, no, I don't think they go for keep as well. That'd be a little too wild.
Well, another mind control has something to say about that. Of course, Masquerade is going to be able to pop his Iron Skin, but he took so much damage already trying to fish there with the Lunar Flare. Blessed Shield to get away. WildHeart is relentless here, Bahamut. Like, they got damage on that keep. Any little bit helps. But at the same time, Simplicity did get a bit of side pressure with that Lutano there. He stole the enemy siege camp. It did a few shots on the bottom keep, presenting a denial as well. Meantime, though, very powerful potential game finishing opening for WildHeart via top lane.
Whoa.
Oh, wow, that's really try-hard to try to get the rail kill here.
Phase shift, gust, a lot used. Zergling, A-okay on Yrel because, well, it's Yrel. There's 30,000 different ways for her to save herself, and then you've also got a double support composition backing this Space Goat as the invade onto this siege camp will come out. Mind control thrown out from unaverted, unable to connect onto anyone, but it's a low cooldown, 40 seconds. Lutano flanking with the Falstad, no gust available for 30 seconds. Valkyrie doesn't pull anyone as the mecha explosion from D.Va does come out. Cure and crew are able to secure their siege camp as I was watching Zergling, and I was like, are you okay? You're Yrel, you're okay, you've got a lot of tools, but maybe not. Ardent Defender was forced. Sonya trying to spin to win, having to back off. Pit Kid getting a little bit low, but Grubby, Simplicity actually doesn't press this slight advantage in the fight. I feel like they should have, right? No?
Well, they used all of their resources, and Johanna's the kind of tank that can only create opportunities every 1 minute, and then it's gotta be fire. Otherwise, it's going to get extinguished. And 40-second cooldown on the blast. Top keep getting pressured. Double tempo coming up. If they failed in the follow-up engage, they would lose everything. Boss, double tempo. So they played it safe. Lutano on the top lane. And, wow, I love this by WildHeart. Zergling, distracting. They're just straight up going for the boss and getting it. Hunter's Mark, Sonya, Sylvanas. Easy boss. WildHeart in the driving seat.
Not only that, Grubby, did WildHeart grab the boss, but WildHeart also had Stukov, Weary Day in that bottom lane, still getting the vast majority of the temple. And look at this threat. Look at this threat from WildHeart. It's technically 3v4 for the time being because there was a slow rotation from Tyrande, but it doesn't matter. WildHeart is running it down on Sky Temple, showcasing their double support adaptation with this Tyrande is A-okay, and Tyrande is maybe dare I say, A-tier healer. She is doing work for the friendly team.
Let's look at her hero damage. It's 17,000, which puts her at the same place as Yrel in terms of damage dealt. Healer, 35,000, more than Stukov. You are quite right. Her healing numbers are respectable, and there's a lot of damage enabling, vision creation.
No way.
I can't believe WildHeart is going for the core already at this moment. They just look so dominant with their draft here. They're geniuses, man. Like, they're gonna try to go for the core. Shields are gone, and they blow up Cassia.
Hosty's out. Cure is low on the D.Va. Pilot doesn't have the mech available. Pilot goes down. Cassie was picked off. Masquerade runs into the enemy team face for a reason, and the core falls rapidly. I was a doubter, but now I'm a believer. WildHeart will take game number 1 in this best-of-5 series against Simplicity, and they, WildHeart, have put one on the board against the team that denied them the Season 1 win. This feels like more than revenge, with that being a, 12-minute Sky Temple map, Grubby? That was quick.
That was 11 minutes plus. That was really, really good. Lovely draft, great macro, great fights. Bringing in a new hero here with the good old WildHeart Yrel. Their Yrel with the level 13 Light of Karabor, 40% enemy damage reduction together with double support, is making them so tough to be killed. They always combine that with the good macro from heroes like Sylvanas and Sonya, and then there's double support, and they have all the tools needed. It's just important to get the execution right, and it definitely was this time. It looked like Simplicity had almost no chance. They stayed in the game really well because of their great macro potential in terms of wave clear and globals, but they never really had an easy chance to try and get any kills. WildHeart was an impenetrable fortress, and Simplicity has to go back to the drawing board after this map number 1.
Well, McIntyre, we got you back in, my friend. Was it just the WildHeart adaptation? Was it Simplicity getting run over by WildHeart's draft? Let's hear your thoughts on all of this, because it was a good game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Grubby kind of highlighted it too, that the Yrel with that level 13 talent, shrinking the damage, and then the double support from the side of WildHeart essentially made it so every skirmish that they were in, they were favored for somehow, right? There was not enough damage to take out the Sonya, and I think that that's actually something that WildHeart does a really good job of. They don't take typical like tank characters, right? But they play a hero that is sustainable, that can play in the front and absorb the shock of the other team, while the support and the remaining cast kind of keep that person alive, right? So in this case, the Yrel reducing the damage, the Tyrande, pumping double Qs, landing stuns, providing that vision. I think that is very important. It basically just allows Sonya to do whatever she wants, right? And all of the efforts put in by Simplicity, as you saw, there's 0 kills in the game. They couldn't kill anything. There was not enough damage on their side, even when they have the natural synergy of the Joanna blind with the Cassia, like increasing her damage constantly in the team fight. That increased damage is not enough to take down the side of WildHeart's Esports. So, yeah, it's like really hard to like envision how these games play out until you see them. And in this case, we saw it. Yeah, it's a movable wall for sure.
It does feel a little bit like that. Like looking back at the game, it was just like, how does Simplicity find a kill? I don't know. Maybe Simplicity can find a kill on our next map, as we are going to be able to have that information for you all at home. We can let you all know where we're going to be heading off to, and it will be the WildHeart choice of Infernal Shrines. This means Simplicity, the losing team, has opted for first pick priority in this map number 2. Grubby, Mac, I don't know. Like that game number 1 looked, to be blunt, it looked a little rough for Simplicity. WildHeart, they came out punching, and it wasn't like a soft punch or here. It was just heavy punch right to the gut of Simplicity throughout that game.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Simplicity. Is it just recuperate, bring it back? Is it stronger draft? Is it play the map? I just don't know. I don't know what to do against WildHeart half the time.
Just don't play Joanna.
Really? No, I mean, like, semi-serious. Like, do you, like, going into Infernal Shrines, do you think you still go for a different tank? Because I think Joanna's great for this map. Or was the Joanna, kind of as you mentioned in the game, Grubby, she can only do something every 60 seconds post-10?
Yeah.
Yeah, that. And so you get this one chance to try and blow someone up. You play around 1 minute cooldowns. And then, yeah, I guess if it doesn't work, then you just give up anything else. You give up the boss, you give up the temple. Johanna can work. Like, I talk smack about Johanna all the time. She can work. But you need to be able to confirm that kill on the Valkyrie target. Actually, it was quite close when they went on Tyrande under WildHeart's bottom fort wall, but they didn't get her. I can't tell you exactly why they didn't get here. Like, everyone's cooldowns, execution, did someone miss something? I don't know. It could have looked different if that goes differently, right? So let's not harp too much on on that past game. Simplicity, like McIntyre said before the first game, whoever loses, they have the experience and the equanimity of spirit to bring it back and to ground themselves and to approach things from a different angle. Without falling apart like a newbie team might. I think that's the key here. So we don't need to coach them for it. They'll figure it out.
Really quickly,
boss.
I just want to update everyone at home what just happened. It's literally just a lobby setting. We're going to correct that one small lobby setting, and then we'll get into game. It was just literally a one little just like drop down box we didn't have ticked. So we will get back into game momentarily. Sorry about that slight delay, but McIntyre, please continue with your point. Just want to make sure everyone knows.
Just kind of following on what Grubby was saying, like that loss for Simplicity, I don't even know if that was rough. Like that's like you lose that game and you're just like, well, dang, like that comp that we just played against was very hard. We could have maybe not taken Falstad, right? We could have gone with some more upfront damage. But like overall, none of us really played a bad game of Heroes. We just, it was a bit of a draft diff and, go next, right? Now they get to readapt to a new map. I will say Infernal Shrine, similar to Sky Temple, is interesting because it's a map where the objective doesn't involve a channel, right? Yeah. So you can just exist in the space, and in doing so, you win the objective. Sure, you need to damage the skeletons here on this map, and you kind of need to on Sky Temple too, because those Pharaoh guys will beat you up. But you just, as long as you're existing, then you're winning the game, right? So you can take comps that don't have heavy engage because the other team has to engage into you. They have to fight over the objective, right? So this plays really well into what WildHeart likes to do, where they just build a very strong hold your ground comps, not so much like dive, engage, go, and instead they can just hold their ground on the objective and fight for it. So Hogger going to be banned from the side of WildHeart. We have a Diva Lucio off from the side of Simplicity. Obviously, Simplicity does not like Overwatch. Sonya here from WildHeart coming out, taking kind of target banning the solo laner, actually target banning Cure here, possibly.
Removing the Sonya is really strong. And Grubby, excuse me, McIntyre, you said a really, really key phrase, a really good key phrase, and that I think it's a good way to kind of break down WildHeart's drafts in general. They can stand their ground. That engagement in bottom lane, when it was WildHeart who got dove on and Sky Temple, and WildHeart turns it around and finds the triple kill in the end, WildHeart showcasing they can hold their ground, they can stand their ground. And I think that's an important factor for the way that WildHeart drafts and plays their games. But this is a Cassia, Uther, Medivh so far drafted, Grubby. How are you feeling about this?
You see the Cassia, and okay, that's a very general good first pick. I was thinking Diablo Medivh, perhaps, from WildHeart, but then that puts you into a certain combo direction so much, and it also doesn't seem very WildHeart-like, and then I was just drifting off because I wasn't sure what it could actually be, and Uther Medivh could never have anticipated that. They're not supposed to be great together in that they are both burst protect. And normally you want sustain plus burst protect. Medivh with a Malf, Uther with a Lucio. So this is really interesting, and again, very different from the common trends that we see. So a flare of the unknown, and that leaves Simplicity to try to answer, okay, what is this going to be? But they address the Medivh issue. Putting down blizzards and roots under portals is going to give them a good measure of control without pushing themselves too much in any given direction of where they want the rest of their damage and solo laning to come from. They don't know yet if they need a Leoric or a Thrall or what. This is where WildHeart shows the rest. Okay. All right. So
I just like Grubby is just laughing over Zul'jin pick because it's like,
I don't know.
Wait a second. Am I in a Storm League game? We've all seen this so many times. The flashback. I'm sitting at my computer. It's 2 a.m. And the Zul'jin's like, I will win this. And then you go to his profile, and he's got like 7 red losses in a row. And you're like,
tomato farming.
You're and sitting there contemplating. There's double blind. You're like, wait, how does this make sense? But
why is Zul'jin into double blind mass CC?
Because you want Axe, Grubby, duh. That's it. It's easy enough.
More portal control mechanics. I don't understand the mouth entirely. either.
Maybe into the Leoric. That's the 1v1. Kier wants to try and maybe shut down Zergling. That'd be my best guess. But you know what? I said it after that last game. I'm a WildHeart believer. I'm calling WildHeart. I'm calling WildHeart for this one. McIntyre, break it on down for us. Who's got the stronger draft?
Tastingo does allow Zul'jin to kind of hold his ground, right? And then we were just saying WildHeart really likes to do that. Quite literally, you could hit Tastingo, stand still, attack. Tastingo runs out, you Medivh shield. Medivh shield runs out, you D-shield, and the whole time you're at 0 health throwing axes. So, like, there is a world where if we live in Disney World, let's say, right? The magical place of Disney World where everything is lights and camera and happiness, sunshine, WildHeart really could have a cool draft here, right? But, you know, the side of Simplicity trying super hard to stop that from happening. There's disruption, there's movement, restriction. It's going to be an interesting one. The last rites, I think, is very cool because you can bake it into somebody, and then after a few seconds, it comes off. But just for the fun of it, I'm going to go with WildHeart. I just want to see what the Zul'jin does, if he can even deal damage. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I think you make a lot of really good points. The big thing that I'm actually looking at the two drafts right now and comparing, the Deckard Cain last pick I think is really smart from WildHeart because you have Emerald at 7 to deny self-healing on the Malthael and healing from Malfurion, and then you also have you can shut down the Mei with her cryo freeze. So there's a lot of cool things potentially to happen. Let's get into this game though right now as we have Simplicity on the left hand side with Kier on the Malthael, Legacy on the Malfurion, Hosty on the Cassia, Lutano on the Junkrat, and Masquerade playing the Mei. For the right-hand side, we're looking at WildHeart Esports. We have Buds on the Medivh, Zergling on the Leoric, Pitkid on the Uther, Weary Day on the Deckard, and Unaverted on that Zul'jin. And actually, also really quickly, Zul'jin going Recklessness at level 1, a talent we often don't see, but this is Grubby.
It's the best. It's the best. It's the meta talent, the reason people go Zul'jin, actually. It used to be... yeah, I was with you for a while. Like, why are people taking this? You don't want to drop that low. It's not safe, blah, blah, blah. Well, first of all, he's got triple support.
True.
All right, so you got to be as reckless as you want to be. You know what I mean? But also, it just performs better. It has the better Diamond Master win rate.
Really?
You stack much quicker. You get the range quicker. You get the double access quicker. It gets a lot of damage. And the Q used to be better because it's boom, straight up value, lots of crit attacks. But this ties you a little bit less into I must hit the target that I just queued. You can just hit anybody and adapt rapidly to change. So it's just a really consistent talent. Still kind of reeling from the shock of a triple support Zul'jin. Leoric is going to do some double laning late game, and Zul'jin is just going to have everyone look at him like he's getting married and he's the bride. And it's just... It should feel good for him. Atrocious wave clear on the side of WildHeart outside of Leoric. Zul'jin is all right, but Uther, Medivh, Deckard are some of the lowest wave clear heroes in the game. Which is interesting when you need to clear skeletal defenders, Bahamut.
It feels like WildHeart wants to win the fight, then go for the objective phase. And I feel like we can sit here and talk about recklessness all day, and I'm sure actually we literally could. We could probably start a podcast on just talents, Grubby, but right now it's ever evolving on Infernal shrines between these two teams. And I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, but you do make a really good point on that wave clear. Simplicity could run ahead with that level of that speediness, and this is forcing Zergling to leave top lane periodically. But Kier, without On a Pale Horse, is kind of moving around the map a little bit as well. I'm surprised to see that. Maybe it was because the friendly team was grabbing out that camp for bottom lane, but a portal set up before the enemy can really even find advantage or a team fight through mid.
I think Kier's job here is pseudo-tanking. With Fear the Reaper, he's faster. With level 13 Inevitable End, he can cleanse himself and take some attacks without instantly falling to some kind of concerted Zul'jin focus fire CC chain. Note, Uther going for the Hammer of the Lightbringer stun. Probably D-Storm as well, it's gotta be said. Don't really need D-Storm. D-Storm. He wants D-Storm. You don't need D-Shields when you've got Medivh Deckard as well.
Yeah.
And then I think it's gonna be Tormented Souls from I don't think you go last rights into Medivh Uther, right?
Oh god, I mean, with the threat of Divine Shield, but even just protected status, by the way, from Medivh with that Will of Force, I agree with you absolutely. Sorry, I had a point about something else, but I was just thinking. My brain's just it's going everywhere. That was the one thing I wanted to bring up. Holy Fire from the Uther at level 4. That's going to address some of that issue per se with some of this wave clear. But Masquerade icing's in with no follow up available, as Hosty was still kind of rotating in. Has to use the Cryo Freeze. No 7 from Deckard to deny healing with the Emerald if that's the choice. But once again, Masquerade using that icing off a cooldown, trying to really get into the face of WildHeart, and it's not going too well for WildHeart on this shrine. I wonder why. Is it maybe the lack of ability to clear out the Skeletal Defenders?
Yeah. They're here for one reason only. It's for Unaverted's resume. Like, it's for his quest stacks. They're not here to win the shrine. They're here to present a token resistance to buy time for Leoric Double Soak. They were never going to win this shrine. They win off the back of a monstrous Suljin, if at all. Look at him. He's in the middle of everyone.
He's in a bit of a bad spot, not able to get to that portal, and Simplicity finds first blood and the first Punisher, which without the Suljin, this is a lot of push potential.
Yeah, it's over. Like,
this is
Suljin
it?
has... Yeah, it's GG.
Right.
It's... They just lost Suljin. They cannot kill this Punisher. It's gonna go to keep. Like, the keep is gonna get damaged at minute 5:11. Let's say 5:11. Mark my words.
5:11.
At 5 minutes and 11 seconds, I think the keep takes damage.
Okay. All right.
Do you like think in terms of clock positionality?
I was like 5:11. What ratios are we talking about? I just for a second I was like, wait, oh right, yes, there's in-game timers as well. Suljin is back from death. The death timers are a little low, and unfortunately, Grubby, I believe you owe Twitch chat an entire pizza for the call you just made, as the keep took 0 damage.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of it tonight.
Oh, please, let us all know what it, and then mail it across the pond to us as well.
No worries. But yeah, Suljin is not allowed to die, and the fact that he went there in the middle of 4 to get some stacks is pretty bonkers. And I'm thinking, it's WildHeart. They know what they're doing. They're gonna get him out of there. But nope, there were no resources left available, and for now, 9 stacks, not all that much. At this point, like, despite recklessness bonus stackage, this is not where you want to be with this draft, straight up. Like, I don't think it has great comeback potential, this draft. I think Simplicity has done a great job of denying stacks to him by avoiding all too much brawling into Suljin. When they do brawl, a quick blind shuts down some of his stacking. And that means, there is an average amount of stacking somewhere out there in the universe, in the mathematical equation of things in the stats, and this is below par. As we have a disconnect and a pause here for a second, we try to get all those players back in. But stacking, there is an average. He is below it. Therefore, he's not doing as much damage as Suljin should be doing. And he is Suljin. He's not something else. Rainer's going to do what Rainer's going to do, but Suljin is now behind schedule, and they're down a 4th.
Well, okay, so sorry, I'm reading chat right now because I think I am actually one of the referees, so I think I have to be the one. Okay, never mind. I don't have to worry about it. So, it's very true because there is like Nazebo. I was just trying, because you were talking about average stacking. It's like Nazebo. You want to get roughly 10 stacks per level, so that way at level 20 you have 200 stacks, but you also have a little bit of buffer room because you only need 175 on that hero. So I wonder if it's just one of those things where it's the same kind of thing with the Suljin. I wonder if there is an equation you could do here. It's just like, is it going to be 1 stack per minute? Is it? Yeah. So I do want to. I really hope that there is a metric out there that we can maybe one day kind of be able to talk about. Sorry. I was reading the in-game chat, trying to make sure we're all good to go.
Depends on the draft.
Okay, like, that's true.
It depends on how oppos play into you. Whereas Nazebo can just PvE, play single player. But let's talk about options here for both teams. We can see that Simplicity is using their macro play. Look at that, Malf and Cassia applying one spear to the fort there. They're macroing. Like, this is how you would treat a double support comp that has to stack, that has to PvP. You just don't. The defense of Simplicity is good. The push power of WildHeart is limited. Like, now WildHeart has to call their bluff. They're like, okay, we see what you're doing. Cat and mouse play. You're going top, you're going bot, you're putting an anchor in the middle, you're checking where we are and pushing in the other lane, damaging structures. We have to straight up attacks as WildHeart. But even that was expertly waxed on, waxed off by Simplicity. And WildHeart cannot even start to just knock on the door and take down that top wall. Simplicity is playing excellently.
I agree. Yeah, I'm looking at stacks. I'm trying to see what's happening, and not only are there denial stacks onto Zul'jin, who doesn't even have the 1.1 range increase at the 15 mark. They're currently at 9, but the Medivh, not 15 out of the 40 stacks, not even halfway in. This is really, really good denial into the Medivh as well, and it's also maybe Bud's playing on the safer side because of the blow up, the lockdown, and Bud's job being to make sure Zul'jin is safe, and you don't want to have to use the. You don't want to have to use your abilities as a Medivh on yourself. You want to save those for the Zul'jin. So I think that's why we're also seeing Buds maybe a little bit in a safer positioning, making sure that they're having that force of will available for unaverted. But all of that aside, our second objective's up and available. Will be a Mortar Punisher. 13 talents here, just ever so slightly coming in for the side of WildHeart as Simplicity moves to the objective, and we're seeing Simplicity really clear out this shrine as another fight breaks out in the lane.
They know they can go for Zul'jin now because Force of Will has been used on Uther. Okay, it's going to come back, but just something to keep in mind. When you see Force of Will, expect a rapid target change. 28 skeletons. WildHeart has to make a move. They're not altogether too bursty, but they're going to try to make this work. D-Storm on the backline. Lutano gets blown up. Still, this may not be the end of it. Many cooldowns were used. Oh! Tas Dingo, he's reached max damage.
Oh my god.
That was too soon.
That last rites was just milliseconds from getting the kill onto Zul'jin. Unaverted is probably sweating, but here's the crazy thing. Leyline Seal and Blue go out. Skeletal Defenders in favor of Simplicity. Cure might die for this, and the Stay a While and Listen does catch this Malthael, who will go down. Wait, maybe not? Cure's living.
No, the icing. The icing for Masquerade, 50 physical armor, that actually saved him. Bonus 20% movement speed as well. 6 save by Masquerade, and WildHeart went pretty deep in order to try and get that kill to make this an easier defense. Ice Wall trying to hit a raw one on the backline. That one is going to miss. Unaverted being heavily pressured by Hosty in order to create space for the Punisher. As Circling tries to get a one-on-one kill on Cure, who gets stuck on the edge of the Entomb. Nice kill by Circling.
Circling with the 1v1 that will be respected, but now this is the turn onto this Leoric, and unfortunately no kill. WildHeart tries to make another play into this. Hosty getting just axes donated to their face, gets the insta-mount, and another auto wasn't enough. Legacy has the healing. Grubby, the back and forth is insane, and it feels like WildHeart can actually bring this later game back. It really comes down to these team fights. If Simplicity is able to split WildHeart and pull out abilities and then go for the kills, Simplicity can run away with this game. But WildHeart, they're not making that too easy on the side of Simplicity. I think, Grubby, when we get to our next objective, do you want to jump into one of the comms? Because I'm itching to hear what these teams are talking about.
Yeah, actually now is not too bad of a moment either, since we don't have a lot of hobbies left on the map. WildHeart is going to try to make something happen. Let's listen to WildHeart for a bit. It might just be chill comms. We'll see.
Let's jump in.
I mean, I think we want to pretty much make 5v5. We like, hey.
They're running to Zerg.
I'm fine. I need to go top.
Okay.
I'm just grabbing every wave I can.
They're gonna push in mid, I think. Should we just run? Because they're 5 right now.
You can port out, right?
Yeah, I port.
Can I clear?
You can look.
Yeah, you can clear.
Okay.
No, I can't.
They're like all mid.
If we want to be mid.
I'm looking mid. I'm rotating on mid.
Okay, we can look at them, I guess.
I'm gonna grab another wave because they're backing up.
They're losing bot soak anyways, actually, so it's kind of good. They should be forcing for this with 16th.
I'm getting the 16s. Oh, Matthew's top.
There might be 2 tops.
I'm probably dead unless you got portal from me.
No.
I should be fine. I'm out.
Junkrat is just pushing bot.
I'm looking for a 2 mid.
Okay. Either look.
I'm deep. I'm looking at Cassia.
I don't know if they're gonna give it to us, but if we can get it.
Can we just go that guy?
Fuck.
Staying on Mascot.
I can't get in range.
I need to go clear bot.
Clear bot, yeah.
I'll go.
That's fine. We're still even in XP, so if we just win the next shrine, really huge. But they do have tap.
It's frozen.
While it was an explosive team fight, Grubby, we have a really good insight into how WildHeart is addressing the lanes and how they're addressing rotations. I think that was actually really, really good for us to jump in there. As I said, there wasn't a kill or a big explosive team fight, but we had an insight as to how they're playing the map and communicating.
Yeah, exactly. I think the thing that we probably love the most of hearing there is that Zergling said, I'm gonna take every wave I can, which shows to WildHeart an inclination to reach level 20 without too much deficit. They're a little bit behind structurally, but I think they really believe in the power of Medivh cheat, mass spam leyline seal, with the temporal flux resets, and of course that buried to life talent on Leoric is a very powerful tool. So I think they're playing off of that. Not just the Zul'jin hypercarry anymore, but it's going to shift more and more focus into the Leoric, the stay a while, listen with the silence, these really strong level 20 wombo combos by WildHeart. So passive play, conservative, and basically okay with going late game. Still, the problem is, how do they ever win the Punisher? This is actually going to be the most scary one thus far.
Does Garden of Tristfall... No, it's only minions. It doesn't apply to the Skeletal Defenders.
Monsters, correct.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, maybe there's a world we see that, but I think you're right. The Wombo level and the setup potential from Medivh cheats is too impactful or valuable. As Kira's just going to dive around that Entomb from Leoric. The Ice Wall comes out. Not catching anyone. Masquerade gets the icing. Pit Kid will be not bursted down. Burst Protect comes out. Zul'jin gets the axe donated to this Malthael.
Huge.
That's a big pickup.
Yeah, and look at the skeletons. In the past, when WildHeart got a pick, they were still looking at 39 skeletons on enemy team.
Yeah.
But this time, they're also winning the skeleton fight. And their bottom keep is getting attacked. So this is a very important victory for them as they win this Punisher. As for Simplicity, they've been successfully running the macro game all along. And now with that pick-off and the Punisher, the question remains, are their level 20s strong enough, finally, to get the win here? Because Uther, he comes back to life. Leoric comes back to life. Zul'jin has a I Survive Longer button. Deckard is just the best healer tank in the game. Medivh, like, suddenly it looked like Simplicity was controlling the whole game, right? And suddenly everything has been thrown into upheaval.
This just feels very WildHeart. Ooh, wait, great Entomb. There was that Haraja Cube with the Emerald onto the Mei as well. Masquerade having to try and ice out and disengage around this mid lane push as the Punisher found the fort with the friendly team. Zul'jin opening up the lane as much as possible, taking out those sidewalls and the towers. As this Punisher is going to fall, Portal disengages WildHeart, and Punisher found a fort and half a keep through mid, a potential win condition through mid on the side of WildHeart, but the same can be said for Simplicity through bottom lane, as that bottom lane keep is exposed. Is this greedy though, Grubby? This is really aggressive.
So that's what WildHeart said in comms, right? Basically, we want any 5-on-5, and it's pre-20. I also felt it was greedy, but they're baiting Simplicity to take a fight there. And if Simplicity loses that fight, it's game over. Go through mid, and it was too close to their own core. Like, you would even prefer to take a bad fight as Simplicity on WildHeart's side of the map, but not on your own. Just because the core is so close, right? Your own core that you are protecting. Fight far away from home, your people are safe. So WildHeart getting closer and closer to that 20, but there is a bridge to be crossed here. Simplicity now has their the chance to make use of that 20. Can we jump into their comms to see if they can make use of this, 20-second window?
Let's get into Simplicity comms.
20 ley line is really scary, by the way. He might wave clear though. We'll see.
It's hard for me to go in the shrine. They just auto me.
Yeah, I don't even think. Maybe just like throwing shade or some shit, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I can just play safer. But you gotta snipe pumps then.
Yeah, I've been
trying. You have 20
yeah.
tires, so that'll be
Yeah,
good.
20 tire is absolutely massive against this comp. As long as I don't get ley line during it, fine. Do we want to fight on this, by the way, or no? Entomb is scary, ley line scary, sleep is scary.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think we go in that trick. I don't think we go in that trick.
He's holding 20.
I think we could chunk this guy though.
Where are they? They're looking
Ley
at
line, or, they're on me.
I'm faster Bow Wave. Are you
I'm
okay?
I'm okay.
I'm coming.
Oh, they're entering.
I rip.
Yeah,
Get
this guy.
tomb. Yo, big rip. Another one?
Get Hosey out, get Hosey out.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm just hitting the Leo for Hosey. Everyone get out, We're Giga.
They're looking at me.
They're also Giga.
I kind of underneath. Look underneath.
Yeah. Get bot wave out, We get Prios.
I mean, they don't have silence in tombs. Look at top. We take bot keep.
Yeah, let's go. Let's siege bottom.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a mid wave. I have self cleanse.
They're showing top.
I love the comms that we've been getting into this game, and I know I always say I love the comms, but I like the information we're getting from these teams here. Simplicity talking about what is their win condition in the team fight. Where do they go? Do they go to this shrine, as you heard them say, Trib? Do we fight over this? The things that are scary. And also, they were noting that Leo did not go for buried, or excuse me, was holding their 20. And on that note of Leo's 20, it's Burning Despair. More of a 1v1. Or I guess 1v3 pickup rather than that Buried Alive to set up the friendly team. I feel like you need that Buried Alive though.
Yeah, it's really interesting. They're going, instead of going for like the big blow up via Buried Alive, as they lack burst, they're going into even more sustain. Armor on Leoric with bonus damage. Great to kill more skeletons with that burning rage around him as well. So okay, you know, I yield to WildHeart's superior knowledge as Cure tried to find a way to jump in safely. He said he struggled. They're afraid of the ults as well that WildHeart is bringing. But they did say Riptire is very good against his team, and there we go. That's number 1. Every time you hit 3, you can cast it again immediately. Lutano, can he do a big rip?
Malthael buys back in with that no one can stop death at level 20. I was expecting Riptire after Riptire to go off, but Junkrat will be the one to go down. Pit Kid lives with a sliver of health, and the Zueljin has finished out his baseline stacks. This was a while ago. It was actually right before we jumped into the Simplicity comms. Buds had 39 stacks on that Medivh, so we were what? We were like 17, 18 minutes into the game, and Medivh finishes out their stacks. I'm not harping, or excuse me, I'm not trying to say anything mean about Buds. What I'm trying to say is that's a really scary spot to be as a Medivh player for 18 minutes in a game. Like with Last Rites, with Burst, with Ice Wall, with Riptires, Buds can breathe a little more safely, and so can WildHeart, as this will be another Punisher over to WildHeart, threatening keep in top lane.
To be fair, I think it's respect to Buds that he played it so safely. Like, it's not about how much damage he's going to be doing per se. He just wanted to make sure that he preserves it and stays alive to continually empower that Zueljin. Overall, just really rational, level-headed play, not egotistical, solo kind of making moves. And that's exactly what you would expect here. But great fight there by WildHeart. Lutano did mention that he's going to get leylined if he tries to Riptire too much. In theory, it's really good. You get Riptire after Riptire, but there are those long distance counter engages with the leyline seal. As a keep goes down on the side of Simplicity, WildHeart is going to pull back.
Bottom lane.
And they need to.
Yeah.
Bottom lane. Holy.
Bottom lane is stacked up a little bit, and for anyone wondering, Catapult's currently baseline do 354 in damage, but into structures, that Catapult right there, 708 damage. If you didn't know this, Catapults deal double damage into structures. Minions actually deal triple damage into structures. Just your little minion boys that push on in. So that's why we do call them Winions. Also because sometimes they decide that the game is over when everyone has decided to consistently fight on the 6th Triglav Protector phase in Volskaya. I'm not reliving anything in my brain right now, Grubby. Not at all, no.
Yeah, no trauma there at all.
Nope.
That's good to know. If you want to talk about it, I'll be here after the show.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
WildHeart keeps getting catapult pressure against them in the bottom lane. That bottom fort is actually a bit of an issue, as well as Lutano's expertly pushing out that bottom wave from time to time as Junkrat. Now, WildHeart going for this bruiser nice and early, while leaving their bottom keep potentially open. This is a little risky.
Masquerade and friends are maybe looking... No, they're backing.
Yeah, they're... Okay, here's what WildHeart was doing. They were pretending to push out top to maybe just cheese score with leyline, with Respect the Elderly. There is a lot of damage that Zueljin can do, especially if he drops himself real low, to just go for the core.
Yeah.
But this is 100% core. It's not a 75. It's not 50. So, but it's interesting that Simplicity wanted to both make sure that they're ready for that potential all-in. That could happen at any time. We now know they're in that mind space to fear that all-in. Additionally, they can't just walk all the way back across the map. They could get caught by a Medivh portal engage. And WildHeart, they're starting to work on this bottom fort here. That is very crucial because the Punisher is going to be here. As Cure steals a Bruiser camp.
I don't think Unaverted and crew are really worried about losing a Bruiser camp in top lane. While it would threaten onto their keep, getting this fort down, Grubby, you had mentioned the value for WildHeart, so at least there's periodic catapult pressure against the periodic catapult pressure in that bottom lane. Cure does have this Fallen Shaman camp for top lane, but now Uther and friends, I think they're mounting up to maybe chase in. Seeing the Malthael on top lane, Pit Kid, they're all calling for it. Big Zergling rotation as well. We do have that Entomb. No Buried Alive.
Oh, host the hero.
Used.
What a hero. That one spear dismounting him, that's all he needed. Malthael didn't even want to turn around to cast a Shroud to dismount. That would already be too much time lost for his character not moving. And this was scary because Lutano wasn't there. He was pushing out bot, trying to create a vision advantage via bottom lane.
I'm waiting. I'm holding my breath. So the lanes are in, at least top lane's in favor for WildHeart. So if WildHeart plays this slow, which they obviously cannot with the clear from Simplicity, catapults would start amounting or really being an issue through that top lane on Simplicity's side. But as I said, things are going to start exploding with the Divine Storm and Tomb. There's a Stay a While and Listen. A Leyline Seal is on top of that, so the sleep will come through still onto May. The silence will be there. Big Junkrat Concussion Mine splitting WildHeart as Cure continues to dive into that backline. I'm sure Buds is holding that Force of Will for that Last Rites that's up and available. Riptire from Junkrat comes in, holding it. Last Rites will find the kill onto the Leoric.
WildHeart messed up. All their heroics flopped. Yeah. And they didn't go out. They didn't leave. They flopped big time and they stayed. Maybe they thought if we lose this Punisher, it's over anyway. Uther and Leoric are going to come back fairly quickly. So, okay. But that's a frozen Punisher. It's really good against Keep.
It's arguably it's a toss-up between Frozen and Arcane, Grubby. Like, which one's better? Because right now, I would say this Frozen Punisher is what Simplicity wants to try and end the game.
Simplicity trying to look for a pick so that they can end the game. Pitkid really, really deep by himself, taking so much damage from minions, and everybody else is going to run away in a different direction. As Hosty pressures Medivh, one more auto attack, and that's it. Nice assassination. Core is now looming as Lutano brings in a Riptire, rip to Zul'jin. And there we have Deckard, Weary Day finally going down, I believe for the first time. As the core is open, Simplicity disassembled this draft with a great fight on that final Punisher shrine. Getting leylined, dodging the Deckard sleep though. It was a bit too transparent. WildHeart blew their ults too quickly. Great splitting by Simplicity. They held their heroics as well during all that. And then the counter engage was furious and swift with a big vengeance. Simplicity, equalizer, 1-1.
That was a good game. And I instantaneously want to just ask McIntyre, what are your thoughts on the map that we just saw? Because it was explosive back and forth, but in the end, Simplicity seemingly figured out how to beat out WildHeart.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. Honestly, both of those teams, I want to highlight before I kind of break both their sides down a bit, that they are very good at cutting losses. And this goes for all Heroes of the Storm players, right? When something bad goes wrong, to retreat or pull back very quickly to save resources can allow you, to save a keep or to hold a push that would otherwise end the game, right? And we saw both of these teams do that very well. We'll start on the side of WildHeart, actually. They kind of were definitely playing to their win condition, and this is kind of what I was harping on. They continued to defend. They wanted to play to the late game. They knew what they needed to do, and they were continuing to call that out, right? They knew when they had windows to fight, they should fight, and then when they didn't, they shouldn't. They also highlighted when the other team would try to fight them. So this was really good. I mean, Zergling was on top of this. It all was great until that level 20 talent was chosen. I'm not really sure why we aren't going Buried Alive when we're playing Leoric. I tried to envision in my mind if it was because they needed the objective clear or why would we take the Burning Rage 20. There was actually a big moment, and they may shoot themselves in the foot a bit on this one because there was a big buried alive mid or into mid, right? And I was like, oh, this game's over, right? They hit, I think it was Masquerade and Toasty were in it. Two of the targets that you really want to kill. And I was like, oh, this game's over. They're going to run it down mid after. And then I saw no silence. And it was just like, oh, that was when we all were like, oh, okay. But yeah, otherwise, it was a very good game from them. And again, I'm not going to go after talents because I think otherwise they played very good. I mean, the side of simplicity as well, when we heard their comms, being able to move around the map together. We saw Cure saying, I can't hit stuff, you need to steal. These are things that they just are highlighting before they go into a fight, and all Heroes players can learn from these guys, right? They're analyzing things and situations before they happen, and that way when they get into the situation themselves, instinct can kind of kick in and they can figure out what they need to do because they've already planned for it. So
it was an explosive game number 2. It also means that we do have a 1-1 on our hands, so we're not done with the series just yet. No 3-0 in this final game, this final best of 5 of the day, but as I did say, and I do always say, it's been 2 games. We need a little break here, and we want to also thank you at home for the support for HeroesCCL. If you would like to support and donate towards that prize pool that you see in the bottom right of our screen every so often, you can hit ! prize pool in chat. That'll get you a link over to that custom Matcherino page. And if you'd like to donate towards that prize pool, it's always very much appreciated. But we will go to a small little break. I'll be right back. We'll be right back with more HeroesCCL in just a moment. Welcome back to HeroesCCL. I am Bahamut, and if you're joining us from North America, happy Mother's Day as well. But with me is Grubby and McIntyre, and we are knee-deep in our second best of 5 of the day, where it's going to be 1-1 between Simplicity and WildHeart Esports. The explosive game that we just saw where Zul'jin didn't work out as well as they did last weekend when we saw the Zul'jin composition from WildHeart on the Tomb of the Spider Queen map. But Grubby, are your expectations being met for this best of 5 so far?
It's 1-1. I mean, great second game there. The first game was a bit of a wash, but this one was very competitive from both sides, and it's score 1-1. I think we have everything we need to maybe go 2-2, and even if not, it's a really high level game so far by both teams, and so much looking forward to seeing what comes out next. What is the map going to be? What are the strats going to be? I'm looking forward to it.
Now, McIntyre, the same thing to you. Are your expectations being met here from WildHeart and Simplicity?
Yeah, again, it seems like WildHeart's coming out with drafts that are a bit more creative and unique, and some unique talent choices as well. The side of Simplicity just playing very standard, playing things that we know are good and that we are tried and true to Heroes of the Storm. Able to take the game there on Infernal Shrines, possibly a misstep from WildHeart or just a well-played execution from Simplicity. I think it could be argued either way, but it means that we do get more games, right? We are definitely going to see a game number 4 and hopefully a game number 5 here in this series between these two teams. Really exciting stuff.
It's been exciting so far in this best of 5, and we're ready to get into our next map. So let's figure out where we're going to in this series here. It is going to be the map choice of Simplicity, meaning that the losing team, WildHeart, had opted for first pick priority, and Simplicity has chosen to take us to Shire. This, as you were saying, Mac, is kind of the tried and true Heroes of the Storm. Infernal Shrines, Battlefield, they're really good maps for Heroes of the Storm, but this Shire map, I love just how it all plays out. You got the solo lane that's a little gankable here and there, but you're mostly PvP in that usually Rexar versus Urel sort of setup. We'll have to see how that one unfolds. I'm excited. We've not had Shire yet today, so it's always really, really cool to see how different teams adapt on this map. And as always, WildHeart's adaptations of any map are extremely interesting to see. But on the same note, or I guess maybe on the opposing hand, you have Simplicity with the extremely strong playstyle and coordination as a team. We jumped into both the comms during that last game and got a lot of good information on playstyle and priority. And as we get into this next game here, McIntyre, what are you thinking?
It's a hard one. So we were talking about with Infernal and Sky Temple just being able to stand around and fight over the objective, right? Shire is one of those ones that you need to move the pieces on the map to a point where you can have someone stand in the middle of the map to channel the objective. I'd argue that this map, a lot of the time, the Dragon Knight is either bad to get because you transform into it and then the other team can force a 5v4 fight, or it is just something that exists so that you fight. So a lot of the time, do you want to build a composition built around getting the pick on your solo laner's lane? Do you want to build a comp built around getting a pick in the delta, the middle triangle of the map? Or, are you building a comp where you fight over that bottom shrine to kind of, force the kill that gets you control of the Dragon Knight? It's a really interesting one. Definitely, like you said, OG, been playing this map since the game existed, right? And so a lot of these players have also been playing it for that long, some new, but it is a map that a lot of people have built-in strategies for. And we'll see from both sides. We have the Medivh coming out from WildHeart, which is interesting because that's a respect band to Hosty. And here, talking about pocket picks, Cure is going to be that Zeratul on Shire.
It's been banned out for 2 games in a row in the second ban phase. Cure saying, you know what? It hasn't been banned out in the early games, so let's go for it and grab a strong hero that a lot of teams have struggled against. Cure Zeratul, while it may look shaky in early games, always comes to bite enemy teams in the butt post 13, post 16. Do you feel like that's a possibility, Grubby, as well as what are your thoughts on the draft that's unfolding?
Well, Zeratul early is such I don't think power play is the term.
Okay.
It's such a statement. Zeratul is just such a crazy strong character when you play him well, and Cure I think is the best Zeratul I have seen in years. I don't know if he's the best ever. It's really hard to compare something like 6 years ago, but he's one of the best Zeratuls, maybe the best in CCL, and taking it that early, most Storm League Zeratuls would say, I want to last pick it. And most Storm League Zeratuls may feel like it's difficult into Uther. It's difficult into an unknown draft that may be really chunky to get kills. You don't want to have too many enemy CCs. But Cure's confidence is sparkling here. So let's see how that works out. WildHeart responds to it. I think everything now is about the Zeratul, because Cure Zeratul is such a 1v9 hero. So Cassia, fairly tanky ranged assassin. Okay. Yrel, damage reduction via Light of Karabor. Herself, very survivable. Everything else is going to keep that in mind. Zeratul could burst us. There will be no fast up pick here, for sure. There's not going to be an Asmodan. There's not going to be a Hanzo. There's not going to be a Li Ming. Because all of these can get killed by Zeratul. You disagree? You think Hanzo's
I was going to say
safe?
Asmodan has 7,000 health, but he does get ran down by Zeratul if he's off alone by himself. But
What if you take
but you're
Trample?
Right. You are right. You are. I like Trample at 16. All right, Chop. No, but I agree. You're absolutely right, and we see two very bulky characters that Zeratul definitely wants to go in, pick on somebody, blink out, blink back in, pick on them a little bit more, cause some chaos and kind of soften people up, or find people that are already softened. Right, Junkrat and Sylvanas do a good job of that, just putting some damage out. But you see, WildHeart has actually drafted a very bulky team that basically are saying Zeratul, bring it on. Right, a lot of them are I'm gonna say hold your ground again. I hate that I'm saying it, but they're going to Zeratul, I dare you to blink in. We're gonna deal damage to you as much as possible when you do, and hopefully you'll reconsider blinking and wormholing back in or Vorpal blading back into us, right? So we do see the Anduin though, that is something that will buy space, that maybe allows Zeratul to get pulled out if he stays too far. It is a very good character for the map too, right? I think Anduin fights well over the middle point of the map, being able to save people out of position against the Varian too. Taunt is definitely one of those abilities that if you don't have an answer to it, it'll just run over you. And I do like that Anduin last pick from the side of Simplicity.
But this is going to be a Zeratul with Light Bomb. It's not just going to be Zeratul engaging. He's going to either Vorpal in with Light Bomb, or he's going to have that protective cover of the stun and the shield that makes him able to pop off, maybe even against this team.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
I definitely, for sure. I would say, I want WildHeart to win this game. I like their draft a little bit more. If they can get ahead early, they will indeed. So I'm going to give it to WildHeart.
Alrighty, well, we're into our map number 3 of this final best of 5 of the day, with Simplicity on the left-hand side, Cure playing their Zeratul, Lutano on the Junkrat, Legacy on Anduin, Masquerade playing the Mei, and Hosty on Sylvanas. For the right-hand side of the map, we're looking at WildHeart Esports, Zergling on the Yrel, Buds playing Greymane, Weary Day playing Uther, Pit Kid on the Varian, and Unaverted on that Cassia. I'm leaning into WildHeart on this as well. While Anduin, yes, has the leap of faith, that little yoink, if you will, Varian's taunt is 16 seconds, and Anduin's yoink is a little bit longer of a cooldown. Grubby, though, what are your thoughts going into this Dragonshire map?
So I think you pick Zeratul early. It's so scary that it requires a full nuclear response.
Okay.
And then you make Zeratul the least important part of your draft. He now has Cleave build. He's going to do some side laning. He's going to do safe wave clear. He's going to do double laning. He doesn't commit with the Twilight of the Nerazim. It's going to be a Void Prison Cleave build, most likely. It could be Nerazim still. But I think it's a Void Prison Zera that really just focuses on macro and safe clear, and suddenly the other 4 heroes are not necessarily countered. They have double splash damage, Junkrat, Sylvanas into solo Uther, can be nice with some splash. And it's really strong macro play. Zeratul, double laning, you have Junkrat. I think Lutano did a great job of mounting up pressure via the side lanes. So it's like first picking Butcher. Everyone's like, oh, blinds, crowd control, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly you're like, oh, Deathwing, you know, Anduin. Here's Cleanse. Here's someone that don't care about CC. It's a cool way to like manipulate the draft a bit. And WildHeart, like you wouldn't have seen them with this rather classical draft otherwise, which I think it's interesting.
You know what's interesting, Grubby? Please, Varian, do it. Just do it, Varian. Don't be a coward. It's High King's Quest. Not always, but this is very common for a Twin Blades Varian. Also, Varian sitting in the solo lane as well. Unaverted, though, maybe going for the channel on the Dragonite. Masquerade might have... Okay, they have the Snowball. There was also...
Colossus Smash!
Wow, okay, alright, so armor reduction, but there's also 2 passives on top of this. Base attack damage increased by 100%, and maximum health and regeneration reduced by 10%.
Okay. Alright. Colossus Smash, okay. Let's say you use it on Zeratul. You can blink away and you follow all the way to core.
Hell yeah.
You use it on anyone. Anduin pulls you in, you follow all the way to core.
Wait, Unaverted though, getting dove in this mid lane. Nice use of the icing from Masquerade to bop the Cassia back in, but that is a 2 minute and something second fort through the top lane.
They're going keep.
Shut up.
Shut up. Shut the fridge. Like, oh my god.
But WildHeart, why are you doing this? It's the worst lane. Are you trying to show us that this is the worst lane? Or is WildHeart, you know, I said this yesterday, WildHeart, they're trying to redefine the meta. They're not meta chasers, they're meta definers by utilizing this death bridge as the key. What are we watching, Grubby?
You can't be yoinked to core if you're already at core. 5 heads, Colossus Smash plays.
It's just too much. So in the bottom lane though, Sylvanas was free pushing or trying to free push and find counter pressure through that bottom lane fort. Ends up going down to the Cassia Rel, and now Dragonite over to Wild. No, Masquerade has one interrupt. But Masquerade can't stay. If Unaverted takes the Dragonite top lane, I am going to turn my microphone down and just scream.
Yeah.
Great leap of faith. Great leap of faith coming out into Masquerade. The Colossal Smashes are always so very, very good. I gotta say...
Did he just hit a minion wave? Like, did he just C-smash a minion? Because I looked frantically at anyone's armor debuff and I didn't see it.
Hey, you know... sometimes you just want to yell on Varian. What is it? It's like every 20 seconds. So you just 40 mana, a little yell. You terrify the enemy team. But I do have to ask you.
You're not hitting anyone.
I do have to ask you this, Grubby. You do it so very well. Were you the voice actor for the Colossal Smash?
I mean, that's my primal scream when my Asmodon goes to the wrong lane. So I kind of had a lot of practice.
I'll have to check that out on your stream a little more often. The bottom lane fort, though, will go down in favor for WildHeart. And so if WildHeart does lose their fort and bottom, at least there's equalization found. But Pit Kid gets the charge to Unaverted with... No, it was a minion. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's no 10.
I was like, oh my god, there's cheating now? This is really below all standards. Like in CCL.
Yeah, we got Pit Kid over here. Just open the command prompt in Heroes and just redefining. I'll give myself level 10 at level 9. But no, okay, you're right. There was a minion wave right there. It's just we're having a lot of fun with this game because it's a really, really good Heroes of Storm draft on both sides. Like while it is WildHeart draft, I think it's a great draft on both sides. I'm having fun with this one.
C-Smash is a great draft now. Come on.
Why not?
This is just pure gung-ho confidence. Button clicking and primal screaming. How is C-Smash a good draft? Like, it's terrible, right?
But here's the thing: you're reducing physical armor, right?
No, all armor.
All armor. See, even better. You got a Cassia that wants to dive in, a Greymane that dives in.
Don't try to explain it.
I'm just saying. Wait, what do you mean? What do you want from me, Grubby? What do you want? Cassia though does get a wonderful Valkyrie and the Colossal Smash. Almost setting up the kill into Masquerade.
I feel like aliens could descend right now and say, we come in war, and you would explain how that makes sense as well.
I'm right here. I mean, that's my job, right? Just explain what I see on the screen.
That's rationalizing, that's not explaining. Oh, Void Prison, the first counterplay. Hey, light bomb.
Riptire, Wailing Arrow. So some heroics were used. A collection of heroics were seen on the screen as the second Dragonite phase of the game is open and available. We did have WildHeart grabbing the first one. And while we're sitting here giggling and laughing a lot, it is a little bit towards the chaos of this game because WildHeart has already pushed onto a keep through the top lane, threatened to keep through bottom lane. And Grubby, our in-game timer just hit 7 minutes.
That's so crazy. Normally you only see this like on Cursed Hollow when two teams put their 3-man in the opposite lane and you have no time to respond because both have like, you know, either there's like an Anubarak hammer comp or something and the other team has a Sylvanas. Now you've got to like trade out opposite lanes. We've seen this on Braxis way long ago, but not on Dragonshire. Like I don't fully understand how that happened. Like how 3 people pushed in there and nobody went to defend. You just had Varian and Uther and Greymane going ham. It's really cool though. I'm loving it. Now, but trying to take the shrine, that's going to channel the double laser. There is a bruiser camp with catapults pushing top. Lutano is predisposed defending it, and that means free Dragonite.
As that was, if we were in comms, Grubby, I feel like that was miscommunication. Or, you know what? Now that I look at the top of the screen, maybe it was just Cure saying, "Okay, we can't stall this out." Because I was seeing Cure rotating on that Zeratul towards top, and I was like, "There's no way you make that rotation quick enough." But then I think it's Simplicity recognizing that WildHeart is ahead in experience by a solid level and then some with the 13 talent tier, and so I think Simplicity says we have to give Dragonite, we have to kind of turtle defend and maybe find a pick onto someone as the Leap of Faith will save Cure. But as you had mentioned, Grubby, Pit Kid still follows that Leap of Faith and was put into an interesting position. Doesn't get picked off. The fort through mid goes down. WildHeart considered a bottom lane engagement, but continues to siege through mid.
Yeah, it seems like that this is like a WildHeart response to late game heroes, like Zeratul.
Okay.
They see this as like a good early game comp, apparently. Usually, when we think early game, we think Variant Taunt, Tychus, and you just steamroll. And I don't know, I guess C-Smash just offers more damage. Less lockdown, more damage. Uther's there for the lockdown. Alright, Void Prison. Where's the Wailing Arrow? Where's the Lightning Bomb? Oh, it only hits one target, and he absorbs all of it. Ah! Varian!
Goes down, Cure. Unaverted, do you have a fend into the wall? Does not. The camp still goes over to WildHeart, losing their Varian. Simplicity, though, has that 13 talent, equalizes in kills, and Cure and crew chasing further. Buds gets hit, but Buds turns around and says, no, Cure, you're shut down.
Damn. Cure on Zeratul. Like, he was... I don't know who it was against on Volskaya as Zeratul, but he was 1v5.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember that. Was
that against WildHeart?
Not
sure.
See, I agree. I remember everything, but who they were playing against. I remember the map and Volskaya, the bottom lane engagement. I can't remember who it is, and I'm sure chat always knows the answer. But regardless, it's been amazing Dragonshire back and forth here. While WildHeart has had some wild plays, Simplicity is... They're building their momentum, and I agree with you. I think Simplicity recognizes where they sit as a later game team, and so does WildHeart. That's why we see the constant map pressure, the constant siege, the aggression from WildHeart, bringing these lanes into structures rather than throwing some minions into a lane and then playing the map. Look at this massive siege through bottom. WildHeart, if they find this keep and a kill or two, it could be core.
We have a spell power banner by Varian for even more damage. It also amplifies his heroic strike, his passive bonus damage. Just even more burst. That's the name of the game here. As a cleanse comes out on unaverted, Ice Wall kind of hits raw here. Greymane gets CC'd. There is no cleanse, keep in mind, as WildHeart drops kind of low. Really good trades by Simplicity, and Cure still has Void Prison. Pitkid is actually zoning out Cure so that there is not that godlike Void Prison.
Divine Shield was also used onto Pitkid, who once again charges in. It's a mortal strike though. That was the negative you're seeing next to Kier's name. No Colossal Smash because we didn't get the yell for it that time. Divine Shield is on cooldown. VP goes on to 2. Light Bomb won't be going out as well. Blizzard underneath. Big shred from Sylvanas does find the kill into Varian.
Yeah, this is incredible defense by Simplicity. 2 levels down, talent down. And they're just pushing them out. Void Prison was held mega long. Ice Wall is back now. Great defense by Simplicity. They get the kill. Meanwhile, Bruiser Camp, total lost WildHeart's top 4th wall. So Simplicity even had positive map pressure despite losing that top 4 that early because of the Bruiser Camp. And now, access to the Dragonite. This game is still wide open.
It's wide open. And do you want to jump into the Simplicity comps as they have this Dragonite?
Great time.
I can throw a boop, but...
No, just saying, like, we have time to push. We don't have ourselves, and I don't have VP, 40 on VP. Your L is top.
Yeah, we just play forts, guys, play structures. We win the game, just exactly like that last fight. It was perfect. We played nice and slow, just poked their HP, no one died. Like, they don't have CC, like, they can't lock us down to kill us, yeah?
Yeah, it's okay.
Just toss the camps and
nice.
then we can do it next.
Your L's flanking us from somewhere.
Yeah.
He just stepped on my...
Alright, now we can go. Look. Oh.
We kind of need to clear top. I'm gonna go.
I'll get back.
That's perfect.
They will beat us
to them, really.
Save the dragon, leave it up because they could do bot.
No, we should break it. I'm coming top.
Can we make it in time to contest bot?
Okay, just wait TK for now, yeah.
Maybe it's not up yet.
They might.
I think it's not up yet.
You need to run.
They're using it for stacks.
Oh, is he okay?
I'm fine.
They're going.
Fine.
I have to do this wave, guys. I have to do this wave. They're gonna do our cap.
Maybe you can make it.
Not a bad fight.
Lutano's late.
I'm coming.
Nah, they got it.
I need that.
Slow.
Huge ult. I'm ulting on that.
I look.
Okay, that's the issue.
Down.
I can VP soon.
There's
Do you have
just running
Blizzard?
at it.
He's up.
They know they lose. Like, I'm coming.
I'm going in.
Oh, on me.
No.
No, I mean.
Pick it.
Kill Varian.
Fine.
We can still look. He's getting rooted. They're all one.
Okay, Varian. Over here. The clump.
Up here. He's gonna throw it him. Help Masca.
I'm on top.
I got him.
They're all one. Look at Doug.
Nice. I clear bot.
What do we do?
Push.
They're
easy. They're easies.
Yeah, we
As we jump out of those comms, Grubby, the one thing that stuck out to me the most, it's not the chaos of it all. There was a little miscommunication, but it was also the calls of, I think a lot of people are getting ahead of themselves almost. There was that one call right as we got into comms of, let's not talk about core, let's talk about structures. Like, I think Simplicity might be getting a little ahead of themselves in some of these engagements, it feels.
Well, I feel... no, I thought they handled it quite well. Like they're thinking like they don't have too much CC. We poke them down and we take the fight slow. Good communication between Cure and Masquerade, where the Blizzard is there for Void Prison follow up. The big mistake there, Riptire hit into VP, but to be fair, Cure mentioned several times that he could VP and Blizzard was ready. Kind of Lutano's fault for pressing the trigger happy, but Junkrat players, they love to explode things. Overall, really cool comms, and Simplicity seems very confident that they can take it in the late game. That's why they're not pressuring on core or anything. They just want to take down some forts in the front line.
Zergling steps into this top lane. We know, as observers, we can see all the members hiding in the bushes right now, and Unaverted and crew have come up from WildHeart. 20 talent here is in favor for WildHeart in just a second. But that doesn't feel like that's going to dissuade Simplicity, Grubby. Simplicity has been playing from behind very well throughout this game, and it's not like there's a big gap to close. It's only maybe a quarter, maybe half a level to go for our blue side.
Yeah, let's see what WildHeart has with that quarter of a level now. They've got the Unstoppable on Urel. We have Worgen cleaving attacks for a Greymane. That's pretty badass. We got the longer D-Shield on multiple members. That could be a key. Glory to the Alliance, of course. More banners with more healing. And armor on Cassia. Now, what is Simplicity going to be having? Well, not sure if we have time for that. As Urel runs in, already used Unstoppable.
Anduin split. Uther does get the stun. Masquerade.
I love this split.
Yeah, this is a big split, and I think WildHeart has the advantage. Legacy and unaverted 1v1ing. Riptire from the Junkrat does come out. Has the extra oomph for the cooldown reduction, as you mentioned in the last game, so another Riptire will be coming out. So long as 3 members are hit by this Riptire, it's a free Riptire every single time. Wailing Arrow comes out from Hosty. Big Light Bomb.
Doesn't miss.
It will kill the Uther, who does not have Redemption. Greymane, or excuse me, Cassia finds the kill into Anduin, but Varian goes down to the Zeratul, and this will be a Sylvanas picked off. Cure with the VP onto 1. Zergling running around with a hammer as Greymane tries to chase onto Mei on the left-hand side of our screen. Unaverted coming in as the fend, but it looks like it might be Zeratul as the target. Ardent Defender used, and Zergling doesn't get a ton of value from that one, as this looks like Lutano goes down. Wow, it's a drawn-out fight, but I agree, Grubby. I think you said that perfectly. It was bonkers. It is. This game is just bonkers. I don't know who wins this, but great actually rotation from Cure right there to deny the Dragonite, slowing things down a bit.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of cat and mouse there. God, so much to unpack in that fight.
Oh my God.
What an absolutely amazing fight. You have you've even got Legacy on Anduin walking up, doing a light bomb, hitting 3 targets. We had double Riptire coming in as Pitkid on Varian tried to really kill that Riptire to make sure he's the only one hit, and that worked out.
Uh-oh, Zeratul?
All right.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Okay. I was afraid Cure was a little too far out, but since no, Cure's absolutely fine. Just dipping and diving around. Nice use of the Will of the Forsaken to deny the kick, so that way Sylvanas can stay and continue to try and whittle down this Dragonite as it is poking in through this bottom lane in favor for WildHeart. This is
very tenuous
situation
right here. We got Shadow Mending for Zeratul, Cleave, heals. It's going to be quite sick potentially. He goes in, tries to hit a Cleave, Wormholes out, and okay, keep. That's about all you can get, right? Meantime, though, a little bit of catapult pressure coming up, but that's way too slow for WildHeart to rely on. However, if they can draw this out for 30 seconds plus, maybe top keep falls to a single catapult.
The catapults have scaled quite a bit. We're about 18 minutes in. I don't actually know off the top of my head how much they're dealing, but I can check for everyone in just a little bit right now. Actually, it's just about that 708 mark, actually, as we had in the last game. Dragonite, though, it looks like they're going to go ahead and cancel it early. There's 4 seconds left on that. Cassia gets out. We're 21-21, Grubby. It is equal. But WildHeart, I think, has the win condition set up through bottom lane. Simplicity could run bottom and go core. They've got that Sylvanas. It's going to come down to a big team fight.
Ice Wall just to steal a siege camp, really?
Righteous Hammer reduces the armor as well with the Templar's Verdict at level 16. It also gives you...
Did you see...
No, you're fine.
Did you see Weary Day try to Benediction double stun Zera, but Zera already jumped out with the wormhole? He was so ready for that. That means that now he doesn't have that Benediction anymore because he used it on a heal. That's nice for Cure to know. He probably logs info like that as a Zeratul. Goes in again with the Cleave. There's the Void Prison. Is this going to be the big play? No, there's no Blizzard follow-up. Just a Riptire. On 3, though, can cast it again.
It's a little too far away, but these Riptire values are coming in. Righteous Hammer to knock it back again, but Riptires are going to be coming out one after the other, which sets up the kill into Varian. The chase through the bottom lane. Riptire is going to get poked at, but Buds doesn't get picked off. Uther goes down to the Mei. Pure finds a quick cleave onto this Greymane. Light Bomb, blink forward, cleave. There's the combo. Ice Wall set up. Chastise not going to connect, but it's not even necessary. There's not enough avoidance in the world as Cassia's body ragdolls across my screen. The Dragonite comes up in 30 seconds, but Simplicity want to utilize the next 40 to be able to end the game here and go up in this best of 5 series. Another Righteous Hammer comes out. Hosty steps up with those black arrows, and Grubby, it is looking like Simplicity will take the win here on Dragonshire. Zergling doing his best to defend.
Yeah, there should be no way that that he defends here. He just doesn't have the damage or damage reduction to buy another. What they really need is 19 seconds.
Riptire comes out. Will get 1 cooldown. Righteous Hammer's bopping people around. The core is dealing some decent damage to Lutano. Varian's back in, gets the Colossal Smash. Ooh, Kira's getting very low and goes down, but the catapults, they're defending well, and this is a core that is falling so rapidly. It's going to be so close here. The core will fall. Simplicity takes it with a bit of a monka steer at the end, but Simplicity will go up in our best of 5 series 2-1. Grubby, you're holding your face. I agree. That was that was a bit of an end.
Dude, circling nearly the man of the match there. Like, that was freaking heroic. The amount of space he created on this hero. I mean, we're looking at circling with 52,000 hero damage, which puts him on par with Junkrat and with Cassia. That's sick. And then finally, nearly holding the core. That's a 1% core with 2 members of Simplicity being at 5% life. So sick. They nearly saved it. That triple catapult spawn was hilarious. Simplicity, though, great couple of team fights. Ever since level 16 until now, they understood their win condition, poked them from afar, used that Riptire, but my God, was this close.
McIntyre, was this as close as Grubby and our kind of explaining, or are you just like, no, it was all expected. I knew this was going to happen.
I mean, we may be up for probably the best game of Heroes that we've seen so far in CCL. That was, an insane game. Definitely, I'd say my favorite team fight that I've gotten to see so far this season, and they're in that top lane. There is so much to unpack here, really. The late game all in there, that last fight, all the missed ults and stacked ults that still ended up, not causing the loss of the game, right? I will say, one thing I do want to highlight is I'm curious if Colossus Smash, while hilarious at like chasing Zeratul down after he wormholes, which I guess is like kind of, what is it? 5 head, right? There is some 3 head there as well. I wonder if Windblade would have been better for what it seemed like WildHeart wanted to do, right? They wanted to like just siege super hard, push really early, right? They were trying to dominate before Zeratul comp came online. And while, I'm not perfect or not have the knowledge of that composition that they were going for, I wonder and propose that question. I will say, though, from the side of Simplicity, they were able to draft that Sylvanas and the Junkrat and defend. Grubby highlighted the 16-18 fight in the bottom lane. It seemed like, being able to hold that 2 levels down, get some picks, get some pressure on the map. I think a lot of that comes from the fact that they've drafted 2 heroes that are very good at defending and holding their structures. And it really goes to show you that this is something they think about when they draft, right? They want to get Zeratul to the later stages of the game, get him to level 20, and then lead themselves to a victory with multiple cleaves from Cure. We saw the good VP setups that they had, and then that light bomb combo that you highlighted as well. But I mean, overall, it seemed like 5v5 posture team fights were not what WildHeart wanted. They took one in the bottom lane there at the very end, and here we are as Simplicity the victor.
I wish we could watch the 3 timelines and figure out, all right, Colossal Smash, Twin Blades, or Taunt. Like, I wish I could watch 3 of the same match and just figure out, like, which would have been better. Because, like, I'm still a little stuck on Taunt. Because if you really wanted the armor reduction, yes, it's at 16, but Templar's Verdict would have provided that. And it's not like Zergling was missing a lot of those Righteous Hammers. I don't know how that would have evolved, but what we do know, what has evolved, is where we're going to for map number 4. It is going to be the map choice of WildHeart. Now, this is a big thing to note, ladies and gentlemen. The losing team, WildHeart, has the option for first pick or map pick, and WildHeart chose to take us to Tomb of Spider Queen, giving first pick over to Simplicity. It's Tomb of Spider Queen. This is where WildHeart innovated last weekend with that whole Zul Jin composition, the Zul and the Zul Jin. Do you think, Grubby, that's a possibility for something weird like that, or do you think WildHeart reels it in and says, okay, Simplicity, we can't do the WildHeart thing. Maybe we go a little more quote unquote standard, because that last game kind of felt like a shift as well. It seems like we're shifting a little bit on the side of WildHeart to be like, let's play a little more standard, or get a lot more of these chain CC moments and pick. It feels like a shift from WildHeart trying to play better against Simplicity, who Simplicity has been playing really, really well in this series. They dropped that first map, but Simplicity is up 2-1 with the potential to take this best of 5 series 3-1. What do you think, Grubby?
Yeah, I think both teams played really well, and they're playing what they're good at.
Okay.
WildHeart probably just gets bored playing the game by just playing like standard heroes, and that matters.
Yeah.
Like we've all been in that situation, right? Like, oh, I need to first pick Sonya, Sylvana, Sonya, Falstad because they're OP right now, but then you end up playing worse. I think to a degree, it's the artist in a person resisting just falling for the standard thing and finding much more inspiration and innovation via following your heart. So I think it's a beautiful thing, and I think WildHeart should probably stick with that. It was very winnable last game.
You said the key phrase, and I think McIntyre, myself, and you should all be just excited because WildHeart should follow their heart into a Thrall, Cho'Gall, and an Asmodan.
Yes.
And then you just get Ariel and you resurrect. GG, well played, go game 5.
More
All right?
of
WildHeart, pick me up as your drafter. I got this for you. I can cast on the side as well. Realistically, though, going into Tomb of Spider Queen, this is definitely one of those maps where in the past, WildHeart has always innovated in their own meta. So that's the reason I'm joking around a little bit on these picks, but we could see some weird things come out from WildHeart, though it is weak. It's not tournament life, but it's this series life in the hands of this Tomb of Spider Queen game with a Sonya pick on the side of Simplicity. McIntyre, let me get your thoughts on how this could evolve or what you're expecting.
Yeah, so like right now, actually, it's interesting because a lot of the characters that are very good against like stopping one shot and stuff are banned, right?
Yep.
You have Uther, Lucio, and Medivh all banned. So I'd love to see, heavy emphasis on one shot or follow up compositions. Kerrigan's a great hero for that, right? I would love to see her here. Obviously, these are all 3 characters that also protect Kerrigan, but it's feast or famine with her a lot of the time. Whether or not you hit the combo and turn the fight or miss it. So even if you can keep her alive, if she's not landing her abilities, you tend to lose. And we see Chromie here on the side of Simplicity. The poke, that follow up again, trying to put burst damage out. Again, we're missing those burst supports or healers in this case. But we do have a Gul'dan Stukov on the side of WildHeart. Very good for the map. Love it. They pretty much can draft any character. Thrall, Cho'Gall. At this point, the comp is so open. And the Cure target ban there from the Zeratol, just getting rid of it. They don't want to play for that late game state. And this allows them to do that. Exactly that.
Now, I'll pose this to both of you, and I want to get just kind of like the gut check, immediate reaction. Who wins in the solo, Sonya or Thrall? Grubby.
Thrall wins if Sonya goes slam build.
Okay.
But Sonya then has the better team fight. If Sonya goes block with rage stuff, then she can win. But then she's not nearly as good, so that's a win for Thrall as well.
Okay.
So overall, Sonya just has to kind of play it slowly. And generally, if you have a losing solo lane, the team is not going to allow that to be a solo lane. They're gonna pay visits.
What I'm hoping is that these teams will watch back the VODs and go, "Oh yeah, we should have picked Thrall right there," and then force Sonya to see. I'm doing assault. I'm doing the PSA. I got you, Mac. I got you. Gul'dan, Stukov, Yrel, Malfurion. It's been interesting so far, Grubby.
This is a triple silence. A triple silence build by WildHeart so far. Gul'dan, Stukov stood out to me that they both have a silence. Then Malf can go Twidream. Like, is this just trying to make sure that Simplicity can't cast any abilities? Is this Astral Communion, Blink in silence for Malf? Will it be Alterac for final pick to have mass silences? I'm trying to figure out what WildHeart is doing.
It's a moment of silence for anyone following my direction on who to win and vote for in these Twitch chats because they're losing all their. No, I mean they have all silence right now, right? Like even the taunt Varian. Like these are all things. There are a few cleanses. Ana being one of the ones that can't cleanse because that it's its own thing, right? Smelling salts, while they will, burn your nostrils, will not wake you up from being afraid or being so angry that you just want to hit Varian in the face, especially after he smashes you the previous game. So it's going to be an interesting one here. The comps, again, I'm going to lean towards WildHeart, though, and I was kind of talking about in the beginning of the draft. one-shot comps. The heroes are banned out that protect against it, and now we have the variant. Hopefully, we'll see a taunt variant. And then the follow-up from the comp after that, I think will lead to a victory. So I'm going to give this one to WildHeart. We'll see how Simplicity, fights back. But there is a lot of so see how it goes.
I agree with you, Mac. I want to, look at Simplicity and go, you've got momentum. You've got a really good draft. You've got single target burst. You've got multi-target burst realistically, but I'm going to lean WildHeart. I think we go to game number 5, but we are here in game number 4 on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Let's go ahead and get on in and see if Simplicity on the left-hand side can close things out through Tomb of the Spider Queen with Cure on the Sonya, Legacy on the Ana, Hosty on the Chromie, Lutano on the Hanzo, and Masquerade once again on the Mei. For the right-hand side, we got WildHeart Esports. They want to take us to a game number 5 with their composition of Hurel played by Zergling, Unaverted on that Gul'dan, Weary Day on Stukov, Buds on the Malfurion, and Pit Kid playing Varian. Varian holding his level 1 for now, so is Hurel. And now Grubby, we've got Oh, it's High King's Quest! It's gonna be the Twin Blades again! No, but...
You never completed it last game, by the way. He was like at 40 or 35 auto attacks, and you need 50 against enemy heroes.
So Twin Blades.
You need 5 takedowns, and they had 1 for like the longest time ever. They were really good at killing buildings early, but not a lot of heroes. Globes, no issue. So let's see what he goes for this time. Twin Blades into Mei, unlikely then, as it is now. It's difficult. Also, you just want to get that 1 hit in with C-Smash, and then you don't need to stay there. Twin Blades, in order to be as effective at C-Smash, at dealing damage to a target, needs to stay in there all the time, which exposes your risk.
A little more exposure for the Varian. I agree with you. I don't think WildHeart wants to give that over, so we'll keep everyone up to date on that questing talent. The other one to note as well is it will be Pursuit of Flame from the Gul'dan at level 1. Once you finish out those 30 stacks, Fell Flame radius is increased by 10%. Light of Karabor as well for that level 1 on the Hurel, which is just going to be a little more self-sustain. Yeah, a little more self-sustain.
Makes it more likely to hit his level 13 damage debuff because it increases the radius of the Q, so that's kind of cool.
It's a really nice value coming out from that. So just kind of peeking at some of these level 1s. And then pretty standard across the board for everybody else. The last thing to note, which is standard, but it's always a cool thing to note, we do have that Time Walker's Pursuit for Chromie. It's one of those vision tools we were kind of talking earlier in this series about when we were comparing Tyranda's value, being able to scout things out. The same thing will be done by Chromie. But also, a little note, you gain 10% spell power and reduce the arming time of your time traps by 0.75 seconds, which is really, really valuable, being able to maybe time stop a friendly member for that 30 physical armor, or catch an enemy hero, reducing their armor by 15, but another Colossal Smash from Pit Kid onto Cure.
Sick. C-Smash again, wow. Just for that early game bonus damage, and it's exciting to see this coming out. Like, as much as I have been led to believe always that it is the worst choice. Twin Blades at least is good at wave clear. Taunt is very hard to kill that variant, and you get that lockdown. WildHeart just bucking expectations once again. And I still don't, I can't analyze it because I still don't fully understand how that worked so well last game. How it was so good early game, where they could just run through top all the way to keep. Even if the game ended up being a loss. But cool to see that coming out again. C-Smash, let's see if he gets the quest, which does represent quite a bit of bonus damage. Bruiser Camp taken now by 1 tap.
Good rotations from both sides. The turn-in advantage will be over to the side of Simplicity, who has been slowly getting some of those gems in their rotations, and with the 17th gem acquired, Simplicity could go for their turn-in, but the members of WildHeart just got their 50th, though WildHeart has to turn in all of these 50 on the side of Simplicity, only needing 17, and between Cure and Masquerade, that is your turn-in potential. Gul'dan, though, pressing in with these Fell Flames, oh my god.
Yeah, just creating a bit of a distraction to allow that solo laner circling to turn in. Pit Kid, yeah, he knows that's going to be a forlorn hope. Let's see, Chromie is setting up Time Trap across the other side of the top Web Weaver. There's a spear into Buds.
Cure, a little split, but manages to work their way around. Body blocked by Zergling and Weary Day. Righteous Hammer puts Cure where they want to be. He's fine for now, and slight 7 talent tier advantage for a moment, as that's a wonderful Righteous Hammer, a great follow-up route, and that'll be first blood to WildHeart.
Nice job. Chromie getting caught there by Zergling's fast-moving hammer talent. I'm really starting to be sold on this Righteous Momentum talent.
Righteous Moment. Oh yeah, no. It's I actually.
7 hammer.
Yeah, I have seen. I feel like I see this all the time. Is this not the level 7 that we always get?
Well, most ladder players take Instamount.
Really?
And Zergling swears by Righteous Momentum. And then there's also the Avenging Wrath talent that allows you to do Avenging Wrath with a 1 second cooldown if you charge the full thing or you use your D to prep it. So she has 3 pretty cool talents. Zergling absolutely swears by this, said McIntyre, a hill he's willing to die on. And we can see him setting up those kills. Nearly on Cure Sonya, then on Hostie's Chromie. Now first Web Weaver gone to WildHeart. Nice combo there by Weary Day. Bit of damage on Masquerade, pressuring him. Unaverted, 24 stacks on his Q. And as the mid towers are gone, WildHeart will rotate top.
WildHeart, good momentum around the map. That Righteous Hammer, I'm still just like, really? Okay. Because I've seen so much of Liam's Urel, and there's always Righteous Hammer, because Zergling is able to chase in, and that is what is that, like 18, 20 gems dropped by Sonya? That's a big deal. That's a lot of gems dropped.
It was 17 gems. Urel, Zergling went in under enemy fort. Oh, C-Smash kill! WildHeart is insane.
Here's the thing. I'm trying to kind of temper my expectations from this game. Mostly not to get ahead of myself, because this is very reminiscent of that last game from WildHeart. Is this going to be, that 10 talent tier turnaround from the side of Simplicity, or will WildHeart continue to hold over this map? It's a big question that I need to kind of figure out as this game progresses, as well as, was it the Cure Zeratul that heavily carried that last game? There was a lot of value from that, and I don't want to put it just on Cure, but was that really the Achilles heel for WildHeart? Sorry.
I think you may be right. You may be right, Bahamut. There was their late game trust, their trust in Cure, his ability with the Void Prison to set up a Blizzard, a Wailing Arrow, even if the combo didn't work every time. He never really flopped. He never really made a blunder as Zeratul, and it was just so darn reliable. A great late game power. I don't see that as much. Hanzo is nearly purely damage space, does have that AoE stun, but we'll see. We're not going to write off Simplicity. It would be foolish. There are winners. They're 2-1 ahead. It's C-Smash. So maybe it scales less well, and maybe it is like a really good early game. I'm still learning about it. As WildHeart gets the Web Weaver push after the boss, half the wall already gone. Just really enjoyable to see this type of playstyle. Lutano still needs his scatter quest. 18 out of 20, and then he's going to get 2 more arrows on every bounce.
This is a really good push with the boss plus Web Weaver, but an amazing defense from the side of Simplicity, if I'm not mistaken. If I do say, ooh, just a big arrow. Anyways, Colossal Smash comes in onto Cure. The Horrify will be out as well. Felflame is gonna narrowly find the kill. Almost find the kill, excuse me. And the same can be said about Pit Kid and Buds. Oh my god.
Yeah, Buds dropped to 200 life. Variant dropped to 200, eating the Sand Blast that was aimed for him. Really close escape there. We're starting to see Hostie hitting home big time, nearly getting some kills. If Arrow had hit, safe to say, more would have happened. WildHeart would have lost someone, because even though that arrow was aimed for Gul'dan, it would have compromised the cooldowns, the damage, the health of WildHeart more. That was very scary for WildHeart, and a very promising play potentially for Simplicity. But those long-range arrows, they're never guaranteed.
Sometimes you just gotta rip a long-range arrow and just pray that it connects onto the enemy team for what would have been 600 damage or 400 on that mid-range. 13 talent to your advantage on the side of WildHeart with Simplicity just now hitting their level 12, but Simplicity has their first Web Weaver phase of the game and will try and get some value across the map, with WildHeart quickly trying to clear out these waves. And with the Gul'dan, this is easy work right now.
Yeah, they're really good at defending and have not needed to do so until now. And now we're seeing their defensive power. Bruiser Camp also helping defend. But keep in mind that WildHeart is heavily leaning into this mid fight. And that has meant that the top and the bottom Web Weaver, two very different places on the map. Arrow ripped! Not too great on the arrow so far, but you know, just trying, just fishing. These Web Weavers though, top took down almost a tower. And bottom is now the main hope for Simplicity. Oh!
Almost,
I
saw it too.
Circling on Lutano, yeah, just went over the wall. That was really scary for him. C-Smash, minus 20 armor, by the way.
Lutano just running and running and
going
running.
for Legacy.
Oh no, great silence and root from Malfurion. Horrify won't connect onto Masquerade as Masquerade took that second to double back. Yeah, the sidestep, if you will, was amazingly done. And the bottom lane fort stays alive for the side of WildHeart. WildHeart moves into mid, trying to open up the map further for themselves and put more catapult pressure in their favor through all three lanes. Simplicity has the turn in here, Grubby, but WildHeart, they're slowly building up those 13 gems necessary for that next turn-in.
Yeah, exactly. And they need to farm more gems, which is a little bit extended into the side of Simplicity. That always makes it hard to farm for your next win condition on Tomb when you are winning. But the boss is also coming up in just 1 minute. And that can be another compelling way to expedite victory. As, let's see, 12. Okay, I need like, what? 13, six more gems, 2 waves, that's all.
2 waves, and we should see Web Weavers for WildHeart, but Simplicity will quickly try and get a turn in. Masquerade actually didn't get their full turn in either, so 0 gems have gone in. Arrow goes through, narrowly missing a few players. The Ice Wall comes out as well. Blizzard underneath, Colossus Smash onto Masquerade, who has to pop their Cryo Freeze, but there's that Mortal Strike for the Varian. 40 reduced healing, and that Cryo Freeze kind of mitigated.
Yeah. Let's see, 22 gems, 19.
Okay.
There's the minus 40 again.
Cure did get the turn in, though. So Cure can int and not lose any gems if they want. Time stop onto Varian. Nano boost onto Chromie. And WildHeart.
He's out of position to really make use of it. Nice disengage by WildHeart.
Yeah. I don't know how loud the that noise is from Ana, the nano boost, but if WildHeart heard it, it almost seemed like WildHeart heard it and was like, just walk away for like the next 8 seconds and just be safe. And I like that recognition and respect from WildHeart. But speaking of WildHeart, Zergling going to turn in, and Webweaver will come through. Pit Kid going to jump on this boss. Now, Chromie used her...
He missed. Masquerade missed his snowblind, by the way, on Urel, but that's okay. You were asking Chromie?
No, I was just gonna say, I'm not sure, because Chromie utilized their level 1. I'm going to hold that for a second. Ice Wall comes out, Banner's out as well. Arrow won't connect because of Ice Wall. Masquerade trying to icing away. But did Chromie's Time Walker's Pursuit see WildHeart on this boss, or was it like just as Varian came through the shadows, the Time Walker's Pursuit ended? Because I didn't see that little red reticle over Pit Kid's head.
I'm not sure. I was looking at circling, and you know, even if they saw it, can they really engage under that against these powerful control tools with Massive Shove, Twilight Dream, Horrify? WildHeart got a turn in together with. Wait, didn't they get the boss? Oh, they stopped the boss.
Leashed, they leashed it because Simplicity started stepping in, and I think WildHeart recognized that they were in a throw pit. Also, I mean, with Chromie and May and Lutano, Hanzo. Oh, wait. Oh, wow.
Dead. Yep. Nice touch on the ice wall. Now it's get out of town for WildHeart. Yeah, there was a lot of CC on Barry, and I don't think he's allowed to stand next to the wall there, auto-attacking. I think that's what it comes down to, really. You can't C-smash anyone. You're at the wall. You're free target for CC. And yeah, we have Legacy just punishing him for that. Masquerade as well. There was one cleanse. There's no second. He shouldn't have been there. In hindsight.
It's also a really nice defense from Simplicity. I wanna point this out because the top lane keep lost maybe a couple hundred health. Mid lane's fine. Bottom lane's fine. Webweavers were mitigated, and this was Simplicity down in the defense. It was just under 16 talent tier, and with Simplicity now getting 16s, they'll have their second Webweaver phase of the game. What can the members of Simplicity do with this? We haven't been in comms in this game. Do you want to jump into maybe Simplicity comms, see how they play this?
All right, let's check it out.
Pick if possible, ideally.
I'll go top. You guys are
Yeah, you matched up?
I think so.
You can look.
I have a ward, maybe I can.
Yeah.
Oh, you? Oh, what the?
They're all
I'm with
top. All top. Let's hit the Zergling.
Coming. They're just running in between. I'm gonna Wrath mid.
Yeah, it's good. I think we force mid here. Maybe a actual force play on it.
Killing the banner. Watch the root on me. They're looking.
Oh, that's...
Hey, miss.
He slept. You're all
I
down.
spear.
He's horrifying me.
Fear.
He's big trouble.
Can work?
Big damage.
Big one.
Big damage.
He's
Nano me.
I
Dude, I can't move my fucking hero.
They're really low. Urel has ult still, but he's pretty low. We just leave, I think.
Yeah, we have to get out.
They're gonna boss. Maybe we look for a pick.
They have to clear bottom. We can play top forward here.
Yeah, I'll just push top.
You get my gems, by the way.
I think we got him, yeah. They're gonna run out of soon-ish.
I'm liking the aggression, but it just doesn't feel like everyone in Simplicity is focusing the same target. Do you get that feeling, Grubby, or is it something different?
I think it was okay. They're just pushing mid forward,
Okay.
right? Like they were looking at Zergling and then Hanzo. I guess he was just too far forward. Nice Horrify by Gul'dan, and not to overcomplicate things really there. Just good Horrify. Hanzo found out it's nice to be able to control your character, and he could not. And he kills May, trying to get away with 550 health. C-Smash was partial to that task. WildHeart chasing as Hanzo isn't back yet. 10 seconds for the arrow. Whoa! Can he snipe this Gul'dan?
No.
He's got arrow in 2. Could be the first arrow hit.
But Unaverted will actually heal up through the boss and some of those healing pathogens. The boss will actually be leashed once again. Hanzo rips an arrow. It's going to narrowly go by a few enemy members. Horrify won't pull Simplicity towards WildHeart, and Simplicity playing this smart, playing this a little safe while May's down for the next 10 seconds. Though Turnin is what, 11 gems away for the side of WildHeart, who once again go to boss. It just feels like, it's like, what do we do? There's, we can't fight Simplicity, go to boss. Simplicity disengages, go to boss. It's almost like WildHeart's like...
It's 11 o'clock,
yeah,
go to boss.
Exactly.
I use my Twilight Dream, go to boss. Kill Sonya, go to boss.
I mean, I feel like you kill Sonya, you zone those gems, and then you go to boss. Absolutely, Grubby.
Feeling a little peckish, go to boss. Zergling doing some zoning, rest of you go to boss. Let's go.
Maybe after this third attempt, WildHeart will be able to grab boss. May has respawned. 20 talent tier over to WildHeart. Sonya down for 30 seconds. This is risky for Simplicity to step up like this, in my opinion. But Zergling, where are you going, bud?
They feel like this boss could be lost condition, but I feel like with Hanzo and Chromie, it doesn't have to be lost condition. Yeah, I agree with you. Really risky to provide even a token resistance at this boss. I don't think this boss ends unless WildHeart can get additional picks, which maybe they can. But because they're not sure, they're offloading gems first. And they actually have enough to get the full turn in. And this isn't just offloading part. They farmed exactly enough to turn in. So this is boss just getting keep. No, not even.
Gets a slam on the ground. Urel jumps in. Masquerade with the icing forward as well. The keep does fall, as you had mentioned. We still have Sonya in mid lane showing on minimap and is clearing things out, trying to push back those web weavers. Top lane keep goes down. WildHeart looking to secure more structures, not going to be trying to end with web weaver. Not just yet.
Yeah, not just yet, but that top web weaver, ignored for now, is definitely a student loan of debt stress hanging over Simplicity that they're going to have to deal with sooner or later, as WildHeart is pressuring with mid, they're pressuring with bot. Horrify flopped, as Arrow is still available, still has a chance for a captain of Simplicity to show his quality. As May drops so low, Arrow finally gets a hit on a single target though. Masquerade so low, but he gets away.
Couple hundred health. Masquerade is able to icing away. Mid lane keep takes a little bit of poke damage. Varian anchoring for the friendly side. I don't think this keep falls. Zergling and crew need to back off. So a keep through top lane was grabbed. It feels like WildHeart pushes so much into the face of Simplicity, and Simplicity clears it without much issue or hesitation, or even difficulty.
Great defense again. Yeah, just great defense again. And they use Nano to farm level 20. Wait, Masquerade? He doesn't fall here. Great heals by Legacy. Oh, great heals by Legacy.
Legacy's legacy of healing is continuing into Season 2 of CCL, where I will never forget that Dragon Shire game with the leap cure and just the phase shift perfectly from Legacy. An amazing healer in their own role, as the waves are still being pushed in from WildHeart, splitting these lanes as well. Zergling taking a lot of damage. Ardent Defender will be used with a sliver of HP. Colossal Smash comes out, and Cure continues to live. Wow. Zergling almost with the bait.
Yes, Zergling also lives. He actually absorbed only at 1% life, and then nearly got shot. Loved Hosty trying to get that post-absorbent defender shot with the Dragon Breath, and he hit one, but then, alright, Zergling just stopped moving. He realized, if I move, I can walk into a second one. Excellent play by WildHeart, getting 2 keeps down, barely using any heroics for it.
The Gul'dan had their used Horrify at the start of all of that, pushing the Hanzo away, and it's back and available. We still have Twilight Dream, no Astral Communion, but you still have the Life Bloom at level 20. Casting Regrowth instantly heals its target for 10% of their missing health. Good way to burst heal Zergling or anyone back up from the, burst damage of the members of Simplicity.
Yeah. Finally giving Malf some non-Moonfire related burst heal, right? As he also has Twilight Dream, so really nice. C-Smash on Cure. BitKit a little bit exposed. Malf not gonna burn the cleanse on that. Gonna take a quick check on Malfurion. His cleanse is still available. Nature's Cure, okay, so passive with that. We are now in a 4 versus 0 structure situation. Simplicity, just a single kill to their name. Who was it? It was Varian at the gate in mid. Small mistake. For the rest, near perfect game by WildHeart.
Cure gets hit with that Righteous Hammer with their armor reduced. Masquerade comes in. Ice Wall buys a little bit of time. Arrow from Hanzo will not line up just right. Is there an increased duration on Ice Wall from Shatter? No. Okay. Never mind.
No excuse.
All right. Oh, thanks. Yep.
He's 1 for 8 now. 1 hit on Varian. It's okay. It happens. Everyone has those moments now and then. Some people more than others. I get those moments quite a lot. That's why I go for Meme Strike. But this is certainly tough. Those arrows may have made a difference. But WildHeart, they're not going to dwell on that too much. Neither are we. We're not going to mention it again. And Bahamut is not going to say narrowly anymore.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Never said the word in my entire life. The arrows just pass by the enemy team. Boss is up and available. Team.
Masquerade.
Great dive, but a Cryo Freeze will keep Masquerade alive for now. Horrify, though, is going to pull Masquerade back in. Gems dropped on the ground. That's actually gem turn-in availability denied. Cure with Ignore Pain at level 20 isn't able to ignore that much pain. Will go down. Ana picked off as well. The march has begun from WildHeart towards the core. Buds and crew are looking to continue this best of 5 series through a win on Tomb, but first things first, you gotta kill the Hanzo. Chromie Hearth back to the Hall of Storm, and with this, the core on the side of Simplicity begins to fall after 23 minutes of back and forth. An amazing game on this Tomb map, but WildHeart, they equalize. We go to a game number 5. GG, well played.
Our first 2-2 score, 11-1 in takedowns with a horrifying mass CC draft, especially around the heroic abilities. And the very first Colossus Smash victory in the CCL ever. Sick.
McIntyre, let's get your thoughts on this game. Are you as broken as Grubby and I are after seeing so much Colossal Smash?
I don't think... Not so much broken. I do love that we, no matter what on our checklist, we go to boss. I think that's appropriate for Heroes of the Storm players. But yeah, I don't know. This is a great game. I will say the side of WildHeart talking about the Colossus Smash, this is a much different composition for the character. There is no Zeratul that he's facing. He has a double support behind him, 2 of which are really heavy CC supports. And in this comp, I think Varian is the carry, right? In the previous game, we had Buds on the Greymane, who was kind of filling the carry slot. Whereas in this game, this allowed Justin or Pit Kid in this case, to really, push forward, be the aggressor, put himself into bad positions, and know that he'd be able to make his way out of those positions. So, I will say it's a comp difference, right?
Okay.
Just basically, we saw it last game, it looked good, and then here we are seeing it in all its glory. Also, Zergling doing a very good job of using that W talent at level 7. You guys highlighted that. But I would say on the side of Simplicity, actually, Maska played a very, very good game. He was the only person to find a kill in that middle pick. He booped Pit Kid back into the wall. They ended up actually kind of coming back into the game because of it. So I do want to highlight that for him. He played a really, really good game. It was an arrow diff at the end of the day. When you miss your heroics, you tend to lose, right? And I think that's kind of what we saw here.
Hey, Grubby said I wouldn't say the phrase again, but not McIntyre, so that's very perfect. Thank you very much, my friend. But we're here. The stage is set. We're 2-2. We have to take a small break, let these players relax, think about what composition they want to bring to the table for game number 5. Our final map of the day will be coming up in just a little moment. As always, I want to thank you all at home for supporting HeroesCCL. If you would like to donate towards that prize pool that you see in the bottom right of our screen, which is over $7,000, thanks to all of you. $7,251. Thank you all very much. If you'd like to donate towards that prize pool, or even check out the custom Matcherino page, ! Prize pool will get you a link over there. But as I said beforehand, we're going to take a small break. We'll be back with game number 5 between WildHeart versus Simplicity. We'll see who wins this one out on HeroesCCL. Welcome back to HeroesCCL. We are on the precipice of a game number 5 between WildHeart and Simplicity. I am Bahamut, joined by Grubby and McIntyre, and we have our first game 5 of HeroesCCL season number 2. Are you too excited about this, McIntyre, Grubby? Like, what's kind of the expectation for game number 5? Big explosions or just really strong team compositions that are very, very, synergistic and strong. Nothing crazy. No Zool, Jin, or Zools, maybe, McIntyre? What is your expectations for this game 5 between these two teams?
I think all that I can hear right now is Nigel Thornberry. I think he has like something he says like, I think smashing or something along those lines.
Yes, he does.
There's a lot of Colossus Smash going on right now, which I'm into. It is cool to see, like, while we've talked about the talent and it reducing armor, it also gives that character 2 charges. So it's like, is that why we're taking it? But I don't know. This is great. We couldn't have asked for more. The fireworks are going off between both of these teams. They're both really showing up. All the maps that we've seen could have gone either way. So there's no telling how game number 5 will go. I can't wait for it.
For game number 5, we have the map ready to go so we can inform you where we're going to head for our final map of the day in HeroesCCL. It is going to be the choice of Simplicity, meaning that, so Simplicity, the losing team, opted for map pick priority, giving WildHeart first pick priority into Cursed Hollow.
Spicy maps there too, right? Look at that garden and towers were in the pool, so they're pulling the Cursed Hollow bullet.
Boys, I didn't want to say this, but I do think Simplicity a little bit on the scared side, not going to a fun map like Towers of Doom to close out things out, or Garden of Terror, because it's not like WildHeart would have some sort of wild draft for either of those maps, but we are getting into a Cursed Hollow map, Grubby, and we are actually talking a little bit about this as we were getting back into the broadcast about, expectations or even playstyles of this map. The one thing that I actually want to kind of pick your brain about is, what are your expectations for this map from either side? I know WildHeart's kind of hard to predict, but maybe more so on the Simplicity side of things?
Well, I think like WildHeart has had the C-Smash comp twice now. They've been validated, making it work the second time. And I just think of that Dragonshire game. I still find it so unimaginable that could happen, like a 4-minute keep damage, 3-minute keep damage via top lane. I don't see why they couldn't try that here. Most likely Simplicity will try some kind of global, classical boss control comp. Drafts are usually quite standard here. They're around globals. They're around fashionably late arrivals to the tribute. I don't see why WildHeart can't just run like Greymane Varian and just start Omega pushing, invalidating slow global map control play. That's what I'm feeling could be possible, but we don't know, because I think they actually have a plan on every map, maybe multiple.
It's definitely indicative to me that Simplicity is a plan going into this map, as they were the ones who opted to bring us here. So I'm excited to see what unfolds for Simplicity. Mac, same kind of question to you. Thoughts as that's WildHeart respecting the cure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to get rid of if you don't want to play against it. They had a problem against it in game number 3. It's interesting if they do opt to go into the globals. We like Falstad and whatnot, but we've actually seen Lutano on the Junkrat. It's a much harder heroic to miss than let's say a Hanzo arrow. So maybe giving him the ability to not only wave clear but have more success in a team fight with a pick like that, we could see Simplicity opt to go. It also stops the Omega push that we were talking about from the side of WildHeart. I think in game number 1, they didn't have that defensive tool, right, that they've then had now in game 3 and 4. So, but we are going to see an Uther starting this ban up, or this draft up here, and the Medivh and Malfurion picked up from the side of Simplicity. Very strong 1-2, leaves the draft pretty open. There's a lot of things you can pair with that Medivh.
I'm a little afraid already. It's not to say like, hosty Medivh GG go next, but it still is a very, very well-practiced, well-versed Medivh player on the side of Simplicity. But Diablo... wait! WildHeart's taking a tank? Not a multi-class hero? They're taking a tank? Grubby?
Yeah, it's a denial pick as well. They want to ban something else. They don't want to give Medivh Diablo, which is a great synergy. And now they're going into global, so it's complete role swap. Simplicity takes away one of the healers that WildHeart might have wanted, or support, Medivh Malf. They take away 2 actually. They're now the double support comp, and then WildHeart is going in that global macro denied a team fight kind of comp. This is super interesting. Like, they've both taken on each other's guys, each other's style, and the tables have turned.
McIntyre, I want to get your thoughts on these bans, because definitely a Cho'Gall will come out from the side of WildHeart with the Tychus ban, but the Genji ban, it's a little interesting to me. Is it just to finalize damage to dive with Diablo? Genji's not that strong. Fact.
Yeah, it could be something that they're trying to take as well here. Like, there could be a pick that they're protecting with the Genji ban. It is weird. It may just be a default, like we don't want to play against it, or they've gotten a tip off that WildHeart might be running a Genji comp on Cursed Hollow. Obviously, very good at stalling the objective and chasing after Medivh when he portals back. But yeah, I think it is very funny. WildHeart's like the guy that you see on the side of the street and you're not sure if he's homeless or not, and then he pulls up to the Lambo and he starts it up and drives away. Like, we see now they are definitely can play normal heroes of the. They can play normal Heroes of the Storm, but like also they personify something that isn't, right? We see a hammer. So here is the pick that the Genji ban was protecting, right? This hammer last pick from the side of Simplicity. I mean, we have ourselves a game. Both of these drafts are really good. I think the one thing that is really reeking for me is the Uther solo heal. I know it has had success, and this is a comp that like a lot of these heroes don't need the support, but it's so hard. Game number 3, I think, was WildHeart lost with the solo Uther. It looked very good, but it really requires a lot of finesse from the team. This is a team that can do exactly that. They can show their finesse off. Between the 2 of these drafts, though, I don't know, Simplicity's is they have the Medivh, Hosty's on it. It's something that he's comfortable playing. Ooh, this is a hard one. I almost want to hear what you guys would say first before I say it. I know the game is probably starting up here and I'm supposed to make a decision.
No pressure, Mac.
We'll
go with your heart.
To,
heart of the cards. Draw from the heart of the cards. You got this.
We'll give it to Simplicity, just because of that. There's no solo Uther, but who knows who's gonna win at this point.
I'm right there with you. I'm a little confused, but I'm gonna vote for that WildHeart just for fun's sake. We'll see what happens with this. But Mac, we'll see you after the game. Thank you for the breakdown as we are here in our final game of the day on Cursed Hollow. We're up 2-2 from both sides. Simplicity, Cure on the Yrel, Legacy on the Malfurion, Lutano playing the Hammer, Masquerade on the Mei, and Hosty on Medivh. For the right-hand side, WildHeart Esports, Unaverted, playing the Hanzo, Weary Day on Uther, Buds on the Falstad, Zergling on the Diva, and Pit Kid on the Diablo. Grubby, Mac, and I are sitting over here struggling, but I know you have the big brain, the knowledge, the expertise to tell us exactly what will happen in this game.
I have the expertise to give one opinion that is very likely to be a coin flip. And I'm not afraid to call it as I see how it may indeed go or not. I really don't know. But this is sick. I didn't know Simplicity was sitting on a hammer pick. I'm telling you, man, it's a complete role swap. A complete team identity swap, as it is double support for Simplicity with the weird pick coming in with hammer, the steal on Yrel as well. Not wanting to give that to Zergling anymore since he did so well on it every game.
I think
really cool to see.
I think you actually have a little point with that as well. As I'm looking at this, I'm like, if you were to take away the names, like you turned off all the names and you put WildHeart in blue and Simplicity in the red, that's kind of what you that's I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, it's Simplicity. They're the ones trying to innovate in this game, showcase that this Sergeant Hammer is extremely strong, and I agree. I didn't know that Simplicity had a Hammer player. The only teams that we've really seen play Hammer, or team actually, is going to be 30k Hazuabs. Yeah, not even the team, just specifically Hazuabs, I think, is the only Hammer player we've seen in CCL. Maybe there was one last season, but it eludes me if that's the case. Either way, this is
Yeah, sidestep kings once.
Yep.
Hazu ups a bunch of times from 30k, and
Oh,
I
you're
think
right.
that's about
yes,
it.
Yes.
So
The sidestep
this
had
is,
that towers game.
It's really interesting. Let's talk about Hammer's mobility.
Sure.
Immobile when sieged, of course. At level 7, most likely going to be that moving siege. And there's plenty to make that extra good for him. You've got Urel with the level 4 50% movement speed increase. Let's see, the ambush gives you... No, sorry, the hover siege gives you 40%?
I think so.
So
It's either
Urel
30 or 40,
donates
yeah.
50%, 30% actually. Oh, they nerfed it.
Oh,
no,
I
sorry,
see. I
that
see.
gives 50%. Yeah.
I see. Sorry. Yeah.
So you can bring Hammer back up to 70% movement speeds with Hand of Freedom, and then there's the portal that you can teleport into while you are sieged with that level 7 talent as well. So Hammer's gonna have more mobility. It's gonna be a poking champ, or a poke champ, as you may call it, and that is gonna allow him to do some damage on even the likes of Falstad or Hanzo, and still get away safely with that hosting beneath babysitting. For now though, WildHeart pushing pretty hard with the Bruiser camp, a belated Bruiser camp by Simplicity. They're gonna lose one tower, but they will have the delayed threat, and that makes them the more likely taker of the tribute if Cure can provide a delay, but Butts is pressuring him big time.
The pressure, we keep jumping down here every so often, and thanks to the Observer for getting us this information periodically. We are seeing every so often Buds and Cure having this 1v1. Cure was really pressing into Bud's face in that front gate, as you already saw a little damage onto that one, but now the tables have turned almost with this level 4 and a little more sustainability from the Falstad, so he's able to kind of self-heal with that level, with the hammer gains. Oh no, Lutano? It's fine. Yeah?
Zergling just with the... Oh, what's that character called from Family Guy? Stewie? Dewey? Whatever?
Stewie?
The scary kid. Like, no, not letting him pass. A lot of damage there with the scatter as well from Inverted on Hammer. Finally, the portal to get him out from under that.
Skimming talents here. The one thing I want to get your thoughts on this, because you actually mentioned ambush, but it's Maelstrom rounds from the hammer. I just thoughts on going for that over the ambush value. I feel like I see more ambush than Maelstrom.
Yeah, we see ambush, we see even the splash a bit, but it's gonna be Maelstrom rounds. You get agency over when to have more single target burst. It splashes a bit as well. 30% bonus damage, and it regenerates from structure attacks and from heroes. There's going to be a good amount of that, I suppose, when you have double support and the mobility. So, yeah, what does it offer? It's basically the most consistent bonus damage during team fights. That's what he has chosen. And I feel like this should be the best normally, but then it isn't in Storm League. Because in Storm League, just having more splash damage helps a lot to clear waves and stuff. But this should be the best team fight talent.
Well, the team fight breaks out. Lutano is not able to self-cleanse themselves out of that, but Hanzo is picked off. The Diva does lose the mech. Technically, it's like 1.5 kills to 1 from that Diva mech going down as well. Masquerade a little low, so is Pit Kit on this Diablo. Back and forth between both sides is looking okay, but Zergling on this pilot form is in a rough spot. Gonna get some healing, but not enough channel onto, or not enough bar filled up to be able to get their mech back. And Buds never rotated out, just hard siege through bottom, found half of the front gate. I don't feel like that's a trade worthwhile as Hosty finishes out the baseline Arcane Rift stacks.
Yeah, are you gonna do it, or will I spam ping Buds for not joining the tribute? I believe 5 pings and nothing less is required here.
Oh yeah, no, I just you know, you alt click on their portrait and just, you know, spam ping him through that.
Yeah, where were you? Come to every tribute, no macro plays. But I kind of get it. They're trying to play off of Gust. It gives them a lot more control. They did start off with that hammer kill, so I believe WildHeart had reason to believe that they could clinch that tribute. Or
I
not,
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, not for things not to go too badly. But nice rally by Simplicity, getting the 2 counter kills and getting that tribute. So let's talk about this one. Tribute position is Cure.
Nice gust into the wall. Barrel roll from Buds.
Was it though?
Insta-mount.
Was it
No,
nice?
no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I think he wanted to interrupt the jump.
Yeah.
So it's a timing thing. I wouldn't say it's a huge misplay or anything. Maybe not even a misplay at all. You gotta kind of try to anticipate that jump. He tried to interrupt it, and he didn't get it this time, but nice try. We're not gonna address that until he misses the 6th consecutive one, then we can laugh.
Okay, sorry. I'll hold
oh,
my...
damn it, I laughed anyway.
Weary Day got the channel on the top right of our screen. Urel and Falstead still double soaking. Curse advantage over to the side of WildHeart Esports. Simplicity, though, not down and out by any means, as I would say the map is fairly equal. There's some structural damage on either side. No forts really being taken down or poked at, but a lot of front gates being opened up. And if we're going to see a curse to one side, that could be a lot more value sieging in, as Sergeant Hammer is getting some vision. I was wondering, I was like, why is Lutano playing this so far back? Hosty was in that bird form and scouting out, Zergling stepping into all of this.
Yeah, it's actually identical amount of towers taken down by either team, so really, really solid. Oh, that's a big D.Va explosion. They're going to ley line. It's going to miss. There is a gust available. How is he going to use it? They're going to try to do an isolation here on the point. This Bruiser camp is everything. Oh, 1 for 2 arrows hits. Got the Malfurion. Tranquility not available yet. 3 seconds out. And he shall be falling. Legacy down.
I love the slow realization. Whoa! Nice pick from Falstad over the wall. But I love the realization of Pitkit on Diablo as they pop the lightning breath. They're like, wait, Sergeant Hammer's hitting me. I can hit Sergeant Hammer. And so they just start, slowly turning the lightning breath into Sergeant Hammer. It's just this 1v1 of just auto attack shells or just the lightning breath of Diablo. It was really fun to watch right there. Medivh not going to try and steal this away. Doesn't have leyline for another 30 seconds. And Falstad is able to get the channel onto this. And we actually, I overheard, I ran to get water in the break, and I heard you and Mac talking about this, how to play the boss during an objective phase. And I love that what WildHeart did. They grabbed the boss. They have the advantage they had the advantage. Now it's being delayed out. But this boss is still getting value here. So this is still a win-win for WildHeart, in my opinion, even though it's being delayed, the curse, I mean.
Yeah, they're delaying the curse. They really wanted to make sure that boss and curse kind of coincide, but nice job by Simplicity to prevent the double floodgates, basically. However, boss does get that bottom fort. Cure is now peeling off. Masquerade has been hanging on for dear life via this top position, trying to get the interrupts. And honestly, a fantastic job by Simplicity to delay it for this long. But where's it going to go to? They're getting poked down. That's an arrow. That's an arrow.
That is definitely an arrow into the enemy team, stunning a few. Whoa, was that the boss stun actually catching Lutano? Boss slam will zone Masquerade away. Micro missiles don't get the slow. Nice bop from the rushdown of the D.Va, and the curse finally gets picked up by Pitkid with this boss falling in the bottom lane. But WildHeart, could they go for keep? Falstad is in mid, and I actually want to check this really quickly. Falstad has no flight for 50 seconds.
Yeah, he just flew in for that big move coming in. Oh, nice deletion there on Hanzo, unaverted, going down. Weary Day getting chased down. There's a gust. Okay, I've got souls. It's okay. Leave me. Take down mid fort. Oh, it's already gone. And then they want to eventually, when Gust comes back, WildHeart is going to want to look at top boss. But now with these 2 losses, with Gust still being down for 40, Tribute 30 seconds. Sorry, the curse still lasting 25. Are they just going to go straight for boss? They know that top wave has to be cleared. But look at this. Masquerade and Hosty are coming in. Urel clears quickly. Malf is neglecting mid-soak, but gets dismounted. Yeah, Legacy dismounted.
Leyline's up.
Leyline's up.
It's like 1 second, which is exactly as much time as Hosty needs. Curse ends. May started to leave, so that... we know as the observers and casters, we can see that May's disengaging. So I think it was one of those calls where it's not worth it, Hosty. It's not worth it. Give boss. We'll clear through top.
Let's see. Can this represent a keep? Bottom lane is fine. Oh, that's a pretty good ice wall. There's the blizzard.
Great jump in from Urel. Hanzo rips an arrow into all of that to slow things down. Gust from the Falstad kind of helps out a little bit, pushing
really
a few members against the wall. But also to note, for some people that might not know, Gust has a 40% movement speed reduction. It decays over 4 seconds. Not a bad way to also get your team out of a hairy situation right there.
Diablo takes an explosive barrier to the face. I think that's a very safe D shield. I think that's a full disengage, but the root, Legacy hits the root. That's an unaverted kill. Nice defense.
And the chase continues in through top lane. Zergling boosting away. Pit Kid trying to walk out of this. Weary Day providing some armor, some healing. Portal forward. Raven Familiar coming out as well. Diablo trying to punish the aggression of Cure and crew. Lightning Breath is going to keep Diablo in place for too long. No souls to bring back this Diablo at 21. Nice protection status. No way. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Okay, we get keep. We get keep.
This is like the sickest Hammer chasing comp I've ever seen. I've never seen Hammer outrun a team here. But with Portal and with the level 7 from May, the skating away, the hover siege, just a really cool chase with additional kills. Equal XP, 6-3 in takedowns for simplicity. But Buds, actually I feel like Buds has been playing a really good game. Like every Gust has been good.
Yep.
He hasn't done any of the barrel roll into death. That is all too common nowadays. Even at pro play, not the barrel roll per se, but a lot of failed Gusts today in CCL. And I think he's been the most convincing today so far. And then branching off as he realized his team is losing the fight and getting bottom keep is a really solid way for WildHeart to equalize what had turned into a very hairy situation where they tried to push in with that boss, trying to kill Urel. Cure really created a lot of space when their boss was attacking their keep, and it led to that big chase fight.
I'm a little torn here, Grubby. We're watching the game, and I know I called for a WildHeart win, but simplicity, like the chase potential with the Sergeant Hammer seems so weird to say, but it is fun. It is like, this is a really fun game, and I'm sure the players are a little more on the sweaty side of all of this, but here, as we sit and we enjoy it as people just watching the games, this is a great series, and these teams have really shown up and are showcasing some wonderful plays right now. Blizzard not underneath. Great Divine Shield onto the Diva mech to keep that up and available. Hanzo with an arrow to maybe slow down the enemy team's aggression, but the slows are out from May. Lightning Breath from Diablo. Zergling mech is still very low. Leyline Seal comes out. There's a Falstad flank. Gust is up and available, and I think that was maybe what Buds was angling to do, was like, all right, if they push in further, I'll gust them down, or if maybe we want to turn on the fight, I'll gust them into you. The opportunities were there for WildHeart. As another curse comes up, Simplicity don't really have the positioning to go for this.
That was actually really, really scary play by Circling. First he drew Weary Day's Cleanse, which was a good cleanse. Quick reaction to the Cure Urel flank, and then he drew D-Shield, and then he still nearly died. And then he nearly got an unaverted kill. But now, another Ice Wall coming in. Let's see, Lutano firing away. Gust available, Butts staying well clear. Wait, why is Butts leaving?
Flew in and I think maybe tried to reposition out of the corridor. That'd be my best guess. Maybe Buds.
I guess he thought maybe he can get ley lined. Maybe there can be like a portal on him. Just staying real far clear. Just really safe play. He was there for a gust. Considering to go for portal. Circling gets attacked again. Where's the gust?
The Falstad has no flight, but that's a Diva mech for a May, and now Falstad is here. Arrow gonna just swing on by. Hosty gets bursted by the Falstad. That will be Malfurion going down. Lutano getting chased in. Grubby, we're 15 minutes in. Keeps are down. WildHeart could run bottom. And this could be the revenge game from Season 1 of CCL, where Simplicity knocked WildHeart out of the Grand Finals and took that last game. Oh, this is looking good for WildHeart here. Cure trying to do the 1v whatever. It's not going too well as Cure goes down. That's all 5 members of Simplicity falling. Grubby, I said that this was going to be the marquee matchup of the weekend, and I hope it did not disappoint our viewers. We have WildHeart fighting their way tooth and nail to a Game 3 victory. We have a win from WildHeart up against Simplicity. McIntyre, got to get you back in this one immediately. How are you feeling after that explosive Curse Hollow game?
Yeah, it's you know, if the WildHeart can just play normal drafts like that and just be the better team, then like how scary are they, right? What an awesome win. What an awesome way to win there at the end, too. Shout outs to the 5-man D-Shield on core. That's That was very cool to see. But no, that last team fight was just a play diff, honestly. We were talking about how Zerglings caught out of position, and then all of a sudden, I think May just goes down, and we're like, oh, Buds is going to gust, right? They portal in. Oh, he's going to gust for sure. Hosey just falls before he takes the portal back, and then the gust comes, picks up another 2. It was like just great execution. I think they really played the map super well from the side of WildHeart, even showcasing that top chase. While Simplicity did get a couple kills, Fallout was just hanging out bottom lane. Like, I guess is this a multiplayer game? It's feeling a bit single player. What I'm trying to do here. So, really well played from WildHeart. Great victory.
This is a series that I'm excited to go back and watch throughout the week. It's so explosive. Like, we had 2 colossal smashes. One of them failed. One of them actually looked really good. So I guess you got to pull from different data sources. We did see a Cure Zeratul as well that WildHeart, I wouldn't say respected too well in that Dragonshire game, but then had to be like, okay, that can't happen again. That was a critical win factor for Simplicity, and I'm sure a lot of the teams watching will kind of view it that same way. Grubby, I didn't get to get your thoughts on the closing of that matchup. What are your thoughts and maybe just the MVP of that game potentially?
Yeah, I think it was Buds.
Okay.
Weary Day played really well as well. Solo support Uther. Great timing on cleanses and D-shields. But I think the judgment for Buds was more difficult. Of course, it's a team decision. They got to decide, when do you join? When do you... But as the later on mostly solo laner, as D.Va stuck with the team more and more, there was a lot of difficult decision-making that he had to make. And I feel like he came through it with flying colors every time. Really, really impressed. A lot of these healers transitioning out of roles, they play things a little differently. Buds used to be healer, now he's playing Falstad. I'm thinking of X-Ray, used to be healer, now playing tank. You get this different flair, and that's always been fun to watch. Overall, great play by both teams. Buds was my MVP for that particular game, but everyone really popped off.
It was a team effort, and the team couldn't be, well, as strong as they are without a leader. So let's get the leader in from WildHeart. We've got Pit Kid joining us. Congratulations on your 3-2 victory against Simplicity. It's got to feel good to beat them after that Season 1 Grand Finals.
Muted, by the way.
Can you hear us, my friend? Oh, might be a little muted. Do we have you? Hopefully. All right. Well, we'll get that fixed up for you all in just a second.
Dude,
and
that's even more impressive that they were able to win with Justin muted the whole game.
Well, he muted because all he would be saying is right, like that was all I heard him when you asked that question. I could feel like the smash just coming out, dropping
Discord
the
banned
banner
him because he broke the decibel barrier.
You didn't see it in his face, but he's got a lot of range. He's been working on his puppetry, so he doesn't move his mouth a lot, but he can really get that audio quality out. But as I said, we're gonna get that audio fixed up for you all, and we'll get that interview with Justin in just a second. Thank you all for being patient with us, and I just to circle back to this Curse Hollow game, I want to also talk a little bit about Simplicity, because we really said how great WildHeart played this, but I think. And there was actually a couple of points where I was a little bit like, wow, this is absolutely insane how it's chasing. Like, the chase potential from a Sergeant Hammer composition, Grubby, it's not something we often see.
Yeah, exactly. But it's funny because Hammer's actually one of the most mid-combat mobile heroes there is, because she can turn on those thrusters at any time. She has a short-term chase, and with Portal, it's even more so. People think that Hammer should be all-in and stuff, like in Storm League anyway. But Hammer is good against counter-engage, good for a short chase, better than Probius anyway. So it was pretty cool to see Hammer coming out. Their theory was, let's siege down lanes to counteract the global value of Falstad. Didn't really work out. They only got, single fort, I believe. So Simplicity's draft didn't quite work out in this particular game.
All right, well, we have Justin back on in. Welcome in, my friend. Hopefully we got you. You can hear us this time. How are you feeling after that game number 5 up against Simplicity?
Yeah, it feels really good.
to beat Simplicity for sure after losing to them last time in the finals. This does seem like it should be our most important regular season match, so it's definitely really good to beat them.
Okay, I don't want to take questions away from Grubby and McIntyre, so I'm going to throw it over to Mac first. If you have any questions for Justing.
Yeah, I wrote down a singular question, it is, why was there no Buried Alive game 1? I know you're not Zergling, but is that has to be? Is that a team decision? Is that a Zergling decision? Do you guys just let it ride? Does everyone just talent the way they want? I just felt that talent is so good on Leo, right?
Yeah, that's mostly a Zerg decision.
Okay.
That was on Shrines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were debating taking March, but we decided to go with the Entomb without Silence for the armor at 20. No, I don't know. It was mostly just Zerg decision, but we were considering going March, so I don't know. No one's worried too much about what Zerg does, I think.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to hear. I love that you guys it seems like you have an atmosphere where you trust each other on your talents. I'm curious about it, and I'm glad to hear that is the case. So
yeah, it's mostly just, I think he really likes the 20 a lot, the armor and damage, so I think it's pretty good with our comps, so that's why.
Burning Despair had a couple moments of light shown for that team, but Grubby, I want to throw it over to you as well for any questions for Justin Pitkid.
Yeah, Justin, you made it really difficult for us. Here we are. I'm supposed to analyze and explain what's happening, but I couldn't explain you arguing before minute 4 via the Bridge of Death on Dragonshire. How does that work?
Yeah, so they weren't... I mean, we had Greymane and Varian, Smash Varian, so our Siege is going to be better than pretty much everyone else. So them letting us trade just didn't really make sense, so we just kept running it down until they stopped us.
You also don't think it makes sense that they didn't defend. That's good.
Yeah, we didn't know why they didn't defend. Our comms probably yeah, what are they doing? Let's run it down. And then we just run it down.
So they're still not here.
Yeah, where are they? So, yeah, we're just running it down. I mean, if they're gonna let us.
Okay, got it.
Might
got
as
it.
well.
That's really good to know. And then obviously, you and the team, they have a lot of faith in you. You've got a lot of ideas. You're bringing in C Smash Varian. It can't have been satisfying to eventually not have it work. The debut, you had to use it again on Tomb.
Yeah, Smash Varian
to prove that it works.
Yeah, that's the main reason we won that game, I think, is because we had the Smash Varian. So, yeah, Smash Varian's just pretty good. I don't know. We tried a bunch of stuff, and it's the next hero for Red Robot to learn.
Why is it
start
OP?
practicing it. Thank you.
Yeah, why is it OP? You said it's OP. Yeah, why?
Because he's just like a Chad who just throws himself around and does a ton of damage and heals a bunch. But he has a Medivh Protect for himself at level 10, so I don't know. I think he's busted.
Okay.
Sick. I'm gonna practice him. Thank you.
Yeah,
everyone,
no
start practicing C Smash Varian.
Yeah,
It's the next big thing.
In Storm League, yeah, play it.
I'm excited. Here's the crazy thing. I'm really excited in the next 3 weeks to be playing Storm League, watching it, and just only see Smash Variants because last season in CCL, we had a Mind Control Sylvanas from Oxygen, and all of a sudden, Mind Control Sylvanas was everywhere. So, Pitkid, I want to ask you also, going into next weekend, you're going to go up against Onyx, the new organization. Excited, nervous, expectations for that best of 5 next weekend?
I think we should dominate the opponent for sure. Is that Fun's team?
I do believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna have to play against Fun's, so that'll be fun. Good to play against Fun's. Fun's is fun to play against, so should be good.
Alrighty.
We should win though.
All right. Well, cool. Before I let you run out of here, though, I would like to offer up the opportunity for any shout-outs. The floor is all yours, my friend.
Yeah, shout-outs to my team, WildHeart. Everyone played insane today. Shout-outs to the org and Twitch chat and Fun's mom.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much for the interview. You have a wonderful evening. Good luck in your scrims this week, and we will see you next weekend up against Onyx.
And thanks.
Thank you, my friend. Wow, seriously, Grubby, McIntyre, today was some good heroes. Not that yesterday wasn't, but today was some really good Heroes of the Storm. Let's talk about next weekend. We were talking a little bit about WildHeart's matchup. Let's talk about what we're going to see next Saturday. We'll have Oxygen Esports up against Chili Mountain and Storm Esports up against Simplicity. We'll have to see. Can Storm Esports, that another new organization, cut their teeth against Simplicity? And how will Oxygen fare against Chili Mountain? Will Chili Mountain come out and reinvent themselves again? Because Chili Mountain McIntyre looked better this weekend than the previous weekend.
Yeah, definitely. We kind of have a bottom pair fighting against each other for the middle pack, and then we have the top fighting against each other for the the top spot. So these are going to be both really good games. Excited to see. I think Oxygen and Chili definitely need to find what they're about. Their drafts, their strategy. We saw Oxygen take their game yesterday because of that, and Chili kind of finding some grounding today. Storm and Simplicity, while Simplicity lost today, they looked good. I mean, honestly, WildHeart just showed up there in that last game and played some normal Heroes of the Storm, and I don't think anybody was ready for it. So we'll see in that series with Storm and Simplicity, but it would be a very fun Saturday.
It's an exciting Saturday, and we also have more games on that Sunday, just to let you all know. Onyx versus WildHeart and 30K versus Granite Gaming. You had mentioned the standings, McIntyre, and I kind of want to update everyone at home what those look like after another weekend of amazing Heroes of the Storm. We actually see our top 3 right now: Storm, 30K, and WildHeart, all 2-0. Middle of the pack will be Simplicity and Oxygen Esports, and then down towards the bottom, Chili Mountain, Onyx, and Granite Gaming. We'll see if Onyx, Granite, and Chili can pull themselves up further in the standings next weekend, or will it be a continuation of Simplicity and Oxygen working their way up that ladder? It's really exciting to see as the weekends unfold. I want to get your thoughts, Grubby, as well on those matches we'll see next weekend.
I just want more C-Smash variant, but everyone better start practicing.
Jeez. I hate it. I hate it.
You know what, Mac, if he has to sit here and listen to us talk about Asmodan and Thrall, we should be willing and open to listen to variant C-Smash from Grubby, okay? And it's it's a team effort. It's a team effort. We can't bully Grubby too much. Though, as we do get to the end of our show here, I want to kind of also get your thoughts on today's matches, Grubby.
Yeah.
Just your thoughts.
Just really enjoyable. I've seen things I've never seen before, and that's always a nice thing when you've been playing and casting HOTS since 2014, 2015, and yeah, it's just a lovely day of HOTS. Really enjoyed it. Enjoyed casting with you guys. Good games, interesting results. Our first 3-2, as always. Looking forward to next weekend because can't get enough of this.
McIntyre?
Yeah, the same. I mean, I'm glad to be a part of competitive Heroes again, right? Just to be able to cast with you guys and talk about good and bad talents and weird hero strategies is always fun, and to get to see these players grow as teams together, their synergy, what they're drafting and whatnot, has really been a lot of fun. I will tangent here a bit. I just want to shout out, because it is Mother's Day, shout out to my mom, all the other moms, as well as pet moms. That's my wife, of course. The pets appreciate their mothers. I also appreciate my wife, but that is all for me for Heroes and the shout outs for the day.
Oh, very adorable. It is adorable.
Adorable.
Shout out to all the mothers. Yes, it is Mother's Day, so thank you again. And if you do have the opportunity to still call your mom and say hi, or at least cook her dinner or something, I'm not sure. Either way, thank you all so much for another awesome weekend of HeroesCCL. We'll be back next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, with 2 best of 5s on Saturday, 2 best of 5s on Sunday, starting at 1 o'clock PDT, 4 o'clock EDT, 10 p.m. CEST. Thank you all so much for watching HeroesCCL. We'll see you next week, and until then, we'll see you in the Nexus.